of the Ministry of Electronics and Informational Technology, Government of India, the nodal ministry steering India's digital, AI, and emerging technology ecosystem, and is facilitated by Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, in collaboration with GCTC, and with the valued support of our partner institutions, the Global Energy Environment Council, C-DAC, NDIM, and IIIT Hyderabad. We gratefully acknowledge each institution for its commitment to advancing informed, responsible, and future-facing AI discourse. India's leadership on responsible and human-centric AI, articulated at global platforms and consistently underscored by the Honorable Prime Minister, reaffirms a foundational conviction. Innovation must advance alongside governance, ethics, and accountability. We once again gratefully acknowledge the GCTC as the principal convening partner, SRCC, University of Delhi as the co-host, and all the supporting institutions for making this timely and consequential dialogue possible. As we begin day 2 of the Global AI Pre-Summit, a brief reflection on yesterday helps us set the context for today's conversations. Day 1 firmly established that AI is no longer just a technological advancement. It is strategic national capability. The inaugural session framed AI through the lens of sovereignty, democratic trust, and national security, positioning India as a responsible voice in global AI governance. The discussions on AI governance, ethics, and safety reminded us that accountability, explainability, and human oversight are essential if innovation is to retain public legitimacy. Regulation, it was emphasized, must enable innovation and not undermine democratic values. Conversations on data sovereignty and secure AI architecture highlighted data, compute, and infrastructure as the new pillars of national power, especially for government, defense, and financial systems. Sessions on law enforcement, financial integrity, cybersecurity, and critical infrastructure reinforced a common theme. AI must enhance efficiency while remaining aligned with constitutional safeguards, regulatory framework, and public trust. The day concluded with a global perspective, examining chips, supply chains, strategic competition, making it clear that AI today sits at the intersection of technology, geopolitics, and economic resilience. In a sense, Day 1 asked us, AI governance matters. Day 2 now invites us to explore the how. Thank you, and let us continue. We now have the privilege of hearing an address by Sri Abhishek Singh ji, IS, Director General, National Informatics Center, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and the head of the India AI Mission. Given his prior commitments, Sri Abhishek Singh ji is joining us virtually from Davis and has graciously shared a video message for this gathering. We now invite you to join us as we play the video message of Sri Abhishek Singh ji. Can I please request the backend team to do the needful? Apologies for the delay to the audience. I think in a conference where we talk about AI, we do realize the importance of human input. And I think that's the delay. But I don't think any of us minds that. So thank you for being patient. I would like to inform the audience that the backend team is working to play the video of Abhishek ji. And it'll just take another minute or so. I kindly request you to be patient. So some of you were not there in the auditorium. I was sharing what happened yesterday. There was a dialogue on AI and how AI can actually help us take things forward. We have here students at SRCC, and there was a engagement between students and the speakers, and some of the speakers towards the end came in and shared realities about AI, and students were really interested in understanding how memes and how future AI potential can also be a threat and can also be a boon. And I think today, when we hear Abhishek Singh's message, we would also have students from SRCC coming here presenting their ideas. These students were shortlisted. We had received thousands of applications. To be specific, we received 4,000 applications, and a jury from SRCC and our expert panel shortlisted 45 applications. Out of those 45 applications, 6 students were invited, and they'll be sharing their presentation today. They'll be presenting their ideas, and I hope that some of them would be shortlisted to present their ideas and take it to a larger platform from here, as this is a pre-AI summit, and we're looking forward to the event at Bharat Mandapam. I would just like to share something that comes to my mind. I've been teaching since 2013-14, and I still remember as an examiner when I corrected the paper for the very first time, there was a question in the exam, and this is a very different system from NEP, and the question said, can Google replace the teacher? And back then when we started our journey, and specifically for me as a teacher correcting the papers for the very first time, we were laughing at the question. We did not foresee COVID-19. We did not foresee the possibilities of AI. And this is something which I share when I conduct workshops with my students or maybe as faculty trainer. There are times when I tell them that we have been training Gen Z since 2015. The first time we taught the Gen Z or, student in a classroom in a higher education institute, it was 2015. It is 2025, and we are still figuring out as to how to address the students, given the speed of change, given the speed of AI, given the speed with which we teachers, other dignitaries in different departments are still, I would say, struggling, to be very specific, to understand and fathom and to meet the generational demands. Because being a millennial, when I address Gen Z in the classroom, and I think people sitting on the other side, respected dignitaries would also agree with me that when you interact with a Gen Z audience, when you interact with the new generations, there is a difference in way we understand AI and the way they use AI. So I do a lot of AI prompt engineering in my class, and there is no way we tell students don't use AI. I do a practical communication training teacher course with my students, and I help them moderate the sessions. When they come to my classroom, I ask them to speak without the phone. My step one is I collect the phones in the classroom, and then they sit and they're required to write. And you won't believe what we call digital detox is something which students don't enjoy. Especially in semester 1, they're appalled and they are short of words because they have not had the SRCC exposure, and they are not comfortable in writing and sharing their inputs at all. And this is when it makes me think that we are trying to outsource everything, even me. I mean, the script I've prepared is AI generated. There are times when I'll go and use ChatGPT and for so many AI platforms for research. But there are times when I realize that the human input is getting affected. And as a teacher in a higher education institute, I don't want that to happen to me or to my students. So I would like to respect here in the meantime till the backend team figures out how to play the video, to have a moment of reflection where we can think how we can use AI and not change the way our human mind is wired. We can't let communication become a prompt. It's important to learn prompt engineering. It's important to give a good prompt to get the output that can reduce our work as humans. But it is also important to make sure that we continue generating that output on our own also. Otherwise, we'll forget. And being a language trainer, I have seen students forgetting, unable to, they can send a very well-written message in English. But they're unable to express themselves. Our expressions are reduced to emoticons. Of course, that works very well on an email, on a WhatsApp. But when we talk about issues that this generation is facing, and even our generation is facing, issues of loneliness, issues of interaction, I think AI comes both at a rescue and as a challenge. And this is one thing which really excites me. I don't know whether day 2 will bring discussions on this aspect or not, but I remember attending one session yesterday wherein we were talking about how someone can create a meme of their child, AI can create a meme and then send it to you, and you will not know whether it's real or no, where voice modulation can be copied. And of course, these are issues of ethics and governance, but beyond that, when we talk about humanitarian ethics, when we talk about memory, I mean, since the time we have been saving numbers, we don't remember numbers. And this is stage 2, when we'll be forgetting language. So it's a sincere request from me as a faculty at SRCC, as someone who's interacting with AI, for all of us to make sure that whenever you, and especially the students in SR, some of you would be there, meeting me in my classroom, use AI for prompt engineering, but also use it as something which does not deny you an opportunity of creating your personality. So I don't think I can continue for long. Uh, so maybe if there are any inputs and if any of you would want to come and share, any student would want to come and share what you feel about AI, we can use this platform to kind of have a debate and a reflection, and why not? What better way to actually have an interaction on a pre-AI summit than actually hear our very own students. And when I say here, this is an impromptu plan wherein I'm asking you, inviting you to come and actually share your inputs. You can be bilingual. We would respect your inputs, the language that you use, and it would be a fun way, and an interactive way to actually wait for, to hear Abhishek Singh sir's message. So if there's anyone from the audience, I do see some of my students. I don't want to take names. I don't want to be the teacher who actually makes you, calls you on the podium. Anyone? So I'll share something else. When I enter my classroom, and because I'm talking about Gen Z audience, I do a lot of gamification in the classroom. Okay, it's a learner-specific classroom, and as a teacher, when I enter the classroom, I don't, I don't have a plan what I'm going to teach. I have prepared some 100 games that are non-AI, they're not derived from ChatGPT, that are from my training as a language and a communication expert. And before I enter the classroom, I just have that PPT, what game I'm going to play, how it is going to be designed, and how it is going to be set up is something which I decide when I enter the classroom. The reason I share this on this platform is because, and I'm thankful that I have this platform to share that, is because there are times when all of us are in moments where we feel, what are we doing? And especially as teachers, when you address students, there are times when I feel, what is there in the syllabus? Why am I teaching that? Why is email writing still there in the syllabus, and how am I going to practice it? Now, how do I convert it into something which gives value and which adds human potential to my students? I ask them, how would you write an email to someone who probably has lost a family member? And I don't want you to write it down. I know it's winters and you don't want to use your pen. I divide them in pairs, and then I ask them to write that email without mentioning their name. And then I promise them double attendance, because this is what they come for, that is what they love about classes, attendance, and that's mandatory at SRCC. And then they fold these chits, and then these chits are put together. And then different students would come and pick different emails, and this new script now becomes their script. I, as a teacher, have reduced my load of correction without using AI, and I make sure that the student from the same generation reviews their script before it comes to me. Because as a millennial, I would have biases, I would have preconceived notions about how things and how things should be, how perceptions are formed. And I do 2 such reviews in class before it comes to me. And this is a classic case of intergenerational communication, and I still remember I was conducting a workshop on prompt engineering, and there's this lady, and she comes and tell me that you're doing a workshop on prompt engineering and intergenerational communication. Please tell me that in professional spaces, it's easy to address an audience on to address issues on intergenerational communication. But when it comes to personal affairs, how do I explain my son that this is not right? And I could actually think of so many examples. I'm married. I have a son who's 8 years old, and I could bring in so many memories, which made me realize that intergenerational communication, and this is where AI comes in, because AI would help you solve problems of intercommunication, intergenerational communication. And I think this is where we should be using it, not to just outsource everything that we do, but to actually seek in ideas which can help us become better humans, which can help us interact with each other, because that is one thing which I see is just slipping every passing day. We don't want to talk. We don't know how to talk. We don't know what to say. So content development is something which really is something which can be taken up when we use AI. Please go and use, if you don't want to type, use a voice recorder and voice type. How can we actually understand someone who's a millennial? And on this note, I think our Gen Z students are ready, and I request them to play the video. Over to you.
happy to note that the team from GCTC is organizing this very important conference on safe, trusted, and frontier AI model for next generation national security. This event is a pre-event for the AI Impact Summit that is being held in February, and the agenda for this summit, this pre-conference that is happening, especially with regard to ensuring safety, ensuring trustworthy, ensuring a usage of AI for national security is developed, is very relevant, because as AI gets developed, deployed, how do we ensure sovereign AI capabilities to reduce dependence on foreign AI models becomes very important. In India, when we look at development of AI, the moment we are thinking of using the foreign AI models, the biggest question that comes in, whenever we use a foreign AI model, we lose data sovereignty, because whenever we put any input, any prompt to all these models that are available today, whether it's Gemini or the ChatGPT, whether it's Grok, whether it's Claude, immediately the data from our country goes to another entity. And once it goes there, then they use the data in their own ways, for their own advantage, for training their models, for building their applications, and we lose the control over that data. Number two, we are not fully aware with regard to how these models have been trained. So many of them are not open source models, so that explainability, understandability aspect is also not there. So if any country knows that we are using it for certain strategic purposes, they can do data poisoning, or they can moderate the responses in such a way that it does not meet the objectives of national security. Third, the whole usage of such models will result in foreign dependency, which can be a huge risk for a long address that. In order to ensure that we develop capabilities for foundation models, we do need to invest in sovereign AI models. We need to ensure that the models which are developed by Indian companies. We do need to ensure that these models conform to the principles of ethical AI development. We need to ensure that these Indian sovereign models are deployed in Indian data centers. They conform to Indian laws, and we have a complete view with regard to how these models are working and how these models are providing outputs, especially with regard to how the weights are structured and how these models are functioning. Then it also helps in building Atmanirbharta. It also builds in building sovereign capabilities, which can be fine-tuned for other applications in different dimensions. So for national security, building our own foundation models becomes very important. And when we are doing this, we need to kind of build a lot of capacity within India. We need to work with our startup community. We need to work with our industry. We need to provide them the relevant data sets. We need to have protective safeguards which ensure that whatever is shared with Indian companies, Indian startups, remain in India, and we do not lose out to any foreign player in the long term. Safety, security of AI models is also important, from ensuring that we don't result in causing any harm to Indian citizens. So whether it's usage of AI, recently there was an episode in which Grok was generating images, pornographic images, vulgar images of Indian citizens without their consent. And herein, the legal provisions that we have in India, especially the provisions and the DPDP rules that have been framed, that have been notified, require that any personal attribute which is shared by a user on any platform, it constitutes a personally identifiable data, and that cannot be altered by an algorithm without his consent. So if there is an AI model which is changing the fundamental image of a person in any manner without the consent of a person, that will amount to a violation of DPDP Act, and penalties will be imposed. So that becomes very important. The other thing that we need to do is that when we are building sovereign AI applications for armed forces or for national security, we need to ensure that we go towards building on-prem models, in which models which are developed within India are installed on the sovereign data infrastructure, and then they are operated in such a way that all data remains within the sovereign infrastructure and does not leave the premises in any form. Dependency on cloud service providers is also very risky, because we know what happened in a case that Microsoft did with Nayara Energy when all their services were stopped. So that also becomes a big, big risk, especially in the fluid geopolitical scenario that we are presently looking into. Cybersecurity is again a very important area of concern, because today AI in cybersecurity is a very important use case, is a very important application area, and in case we do not have our own capabilities, then we become very vulnerable from that point of view also. So building capacity, strengthening such tools, building sovereign AI models, developing applications for national security, cyber security are very important thrust areas that we have. And many of these thoughts, many of these ideas will be discussed at the Impact Summit that we are hosting in February. Some of the themes, safe and trustworthy AI is a theme that we have. We are also trying to work with global community to build a AI trusted commons repository of tools which can lead to safe and trustworthy development of AI. Herein, there are tools which can help in bias mitigation. There are tools that can help in ethical AI certification. There are tools which can help in stress testing. There are tools which can help in machine learning. There are tools which can help detect deep fakes. There are tools which can be used for labeling AI generated content. So again, what we are trying to do is that through the network of safety institutes, through the work that is being done by the Security Institute in UK, through the work that has been done at OECD and the work that's done in India, in our research institutions, academic institutions, we are trying to create a repository of trusted tools as a trusted AI commons, which can be used by the larger global community. So I sincerely hope that we'll be able to bring consensus on these very important issues at the Impact Summit, and we look forward to participation of all key stakeholders in various sessions related to national security, related to strategic issues at the Impact Summit. I am extremely thankful and grateful to GCTC, Aditya Tikku. I've been admiring his passion and his approach towards taking up projects of national importance right from the COVID till this date. Last 6 years, I have seen how this organization has grown and expanded its footprint in becoming a very important think tank, especially with regard to matters of national security, especially with regard to matters of cyber security. I wish the very best to this conference and look forward to hearing of the conclusions and the suggestions that emerge from this very important congregation. So thank you once again, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for a compelling and a thought-provoking address. And I think and I hope that your articulation of AI becomes both an opportunity and a responsibility, and we get to see that in this pre-summit. Thank you so much. Now, we move forward to calling the jury members for today on stage, and we request them to grace the dais. Ms. Neeru Abrol, former CMD, National Fertilizer Limited. Ma'am, may I please request you to join us on stage? Thank you. Colonel Dr. Shailendra Singh, Army Veteran and Defense Analyst. Sir, may I please request you to join us on stage? Thank you. Major Vineet Kumar, Founder and Director of Cyber Peace Foundation. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Thank you. Neeraj Mittal, sir, Angel Investor. Thank you. And our very own Dr. Sapna Bansal, Director, Institutional Outreach and Inclusivity and convener of Shri Ram Incubator Center and a faculty at SRCC. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you. We now move to a segment that brings together imagination, enterprise, and technological thought. Students of Shri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, will present their entrepreneurial startup ideas centered on artificial intelligence, technology, and the vision of digital India. These presentations reflect a thoughtful engagement with innovation, where ideas are shaped not just by technical possibility, but also by relevance, impact, and scale. Our distinguished jury will assess each project on its conceptual clarity, feasibility, and potential for real-world application. How lovely. Ideas that stand out for their distinctiveness and promise may find an opportunity to be carried forward to larger platforms of national visibility. I would like to share again that we received close to 4,000 applications, which were then shortlisted by our expert panel, and now we present to you the shortlisted participants for today's presentation. I invite student number 1, Love Sharma, whose business idea is called The Wealth Quest, to take the stage and present their idea. Before Love Sharma comes over, I would like to share with all the student participants here that you will get exactly 3 minutes for your presentation. So we want you to stick to the timeline. Thank you. Love Sharma, can we please have you here?
Before that, I have a request.
Sure, sir.
You just read out for everybody's knowledge as to what parameters we are looking at, so that everybody is on a common platform. Hello. So I am only going to read out that what are the common parameters we have set. It is not only for love, but for all the participants, as well as the people who are sitting here. At each time of 3 minutes, I will also address this to the audience. Just raise your hand how convinced you are with that, so that the jury comes to know and we are able to take a considered decision, taking your opinion along with us. So the parameters set for the participants, team presentation confidence, that is very important how you are putting it up. So we are going to judge you on that. Another is the idea and the innovation itself, that how good or bad it is. The financial viability of it. If you are looking for 100 crore or 1000 crore, I think you may be scoring more with the finance minister, but may not be with us. How unique is your idea and how useful it becomes. That is also one parameter. So even the audience children, you have to keep a track that which way you are wanting it. So these are the 5 parameters we have set. Each parameter has got 10 marks, 50 marks, and it will be averaged out and then given as a result. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, absolutely. Ma'am, you want to say something?
No, I'm just saying you just press it,
Yes, I'll remind the students. Thank you so much. I request the volunteers backstage to please help move the chairs, because otherwise the jury will not be able to view the presentations. Thank you. Apologies for the inconvenience to the jury. You can step aside for a moment till the time our student volunteers rearrange the stage. Love Sharma? Acha, so you are? Thank you to the student volunteers for your help. Now we formally move towards students' presentations. First, we have Love Sharma and Kaira presenting their business idea called the Wealth Quest. I'll be giving you a slip at 2 minutes. Please make sure it's exactly 3 minutes. Thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Love Sharma, and this is my partner, Kaira Sutra, and we are the final year students of SRCC. And let's start with our problem. We all are celebrating India's digital revolution, but beneath the headlines, there is a structural failure no one is talking about. We call it the ambition paradox. We have the youngest, most ambitious workforce in the world, but look at the data. Less than 10% of Indian households actively invest in productive assets. Why? Because for the average Indian, finance is terrifying. They are bombarded with jargon, confusing financing terms and charts, and on top of that, they don't want to lose their hard-earned money. They collect information, consume content, and try to learn all of this, but still are not able to execute. We call it the execution gap, and to fulfill this execution gap, we are building the Wealth Quest.
So to solve this execution gap, we are basically building an engaging learning engine, introducing to you the Wealth Quest, which is a financial AI learning platform. And we realized that young people, to get young people to act, we have to replace fear with fun. So we did 3 things. The first one being, we gamified finance. We turned boring tasks like digging into information and learning about various investment tools into simple quizzes, or turning long-term and short-term goals into quests. The second thing we did was we built an AI coach. So every user gets a personalized AI coach that holds their hand from zero knowledge to their first investment. And thirdly, we validate. We don't just let users invest blindly. We certify their knowledge first and ensure that the user is safe before they spend a single rupee.
But we are not just building an application for students and young earning professionals. We are building things for the real India. I want you to think of a person from tier 3 city who earns his daily wage throughout the year, hustling day and night. And at the end of the year, his hard work is beaten by inflation. We want to provide financial literacy to these kind of people in their own local language, in the simple terms, even if they don't have any formal education. Our goal is to provide them financial literacy, and we can do it with AI in 2026. We believe that national security includes economic security for every family in this country. Our goal is to, when a farmer in rural India learns to beat inflation and generate wealth for himself and his family in the long run, this is where we want to build the wealth quest. We have the product, we have the passion, and we are ready to take this from SRCC to the world. Thank you.
From the noise of clapping, we are judging how good it was. So you can repeat it.
And we would like to interact with them,
Hello, Love and Kyra, can we please have you back on stage? The jury would like to interact with you. Thank you. We request the students to please stay on stage till the time they're asked to leave.
No, it's looking, pretty theoretical. So, are you talking some about, you have developed some, package on it, or you're something, have you tested it?
Yes, ma'am. We have made.
And investments could be what? You're talking about share market.
No, ma'am.
So then you should be saying, like, where do you want people to be investing in fixed deposit, or where, because deposit, otherwise you're saying that we are doing in India, the investment is much less. It's not like that, because now with the gold, with the silver going up and all. So what type of, basket you are suggesting to the people?
Ma'am, we, for the your first question, we have made the MVP and we are doing the alpha testing on it. Secondly, when I say financial literacy, what I mean is we want to provide financial literacy and fill the execution gap for the people who don't understand how to actually use their money and their earnings in the long term. And we provide them through financial literacy. There are multiple investing tools.
Yeah. So how are you going to assure them that, okay, this type of return you will be getting? Are you going to assure that?
No, ma'am, we can't assure that.
Then it will be like, let's say, just teaching the people that how to go about it.
Yes, ma'am. We are targeting someone who know nothing about investment and how to grow their wealth in the long run or short run. But we want to provide them education first. We are not saying that we'll give you returns 15%, 20%. We are not promising any returns. We are providing them the education, how to actually build.
What are the costs going to be there? Like what it is costing you, and what are you going to charge the people?
Ma'am, the people, we're gonna charge a premium subscription, which is around 79 rupees per month. We provide the education free. The whole process, the gamified process is free. But people who pay for 79 rupees per month, will provide them extra, like their own personalized content in their own local language. With that, when someone is ready, we gamify the process, we take some tests, and we verify them. Once they are verified, we can refer them to banks and brokerage apps. Like we have verified customers for you, and we can charge them for referrals.
How I can say this is a new idea? It is not. already there are a number of, packages already available, and people are going, the people come to you and they just tell you the entire thing, how to go about it. So how we can say yours is a new idea?
Ma'am, we can say ours is a new idea because we are making all of this engaging and gamified, because we are not giving them the lectures. We make this whole process very gamified. Like once users log in, there is a financial level and knowledge level. As soon as he increases his knowledge level increases. That's why, and no one is doing that right now.
No, there are. We can share it.
And how can we access the MVP? Is there a quick demo or something that we can, or a Git
Yes, sir,
repository?
we do have a demo, but
Okay.
we have a short amount of time, so.
Sure, maybe later we'll connect.
Yeah,
them.
yes, sir.
Okay, very well presentation. Anyway, I want to know what is the future prospect and what kind of innovation you are adding out there?
Ma'am, our future is, we are targeting 3 phases for our future. First would be targeting, as I said in the presentation, the tier 3 and tier 2 market for the people who doesn't understand financial literacy at all at this point. Secondly, we want to scale it at a global level. That means that we want to people connect with each other and share their learnings.
All right.
And thirdly, we want, like this is my long-term vision, I want the biggest companies from around the world to log in to our page and put their portfolio in which companies they are investing in, which infrastructures and everything. So a user can see in our page that this company is their portfolio, basically their portfolio.
Portfolio.
This is
Any
a-
innovation idea that is something related to AI, because time is.
As I said, like we want to provide financial literacy in their own local language. So we can use AI for that. Even if they don't have any formal education, they will understand it through AI content, AI generated content. And we can give them examples from their own local area. Like for example, someone's from a village, we can give them examples that they understand, that they grow up on. They're upgrading around, like for example, the villages, rivers around. We can give
Are
them-
you going to educate them? Because in village, I have a doubt. Still, they have an information, they have an internet connectivity and other sources.
Yes, ma'am. That's why.
That's
our-
a challenge
Yes,
for
that's
you.
that's a challenge. But that is why, when our launching, I said we are targeting young professional and Gen Zs. Once we target them, we can grow and target the people from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Okay. Good love and Kyra. Well done. Thank you.
Hello. I have one question.
Yes, sir.
If I want to be an investor
Yes, sir.
in terms of 2 parameters,
Yes, sir.
one is time and second money, what inputs you will take from me, one, and what will be your advice in different parameters? Let's say these are the things I should be improving upon in order to be an investor finally.
So for us,
Yeah, I take your solution. I am a buyer, prospective buyer, and then you will be giving me some advice whether or not I am suitable to be an investor, right? Because you're talking about the investment ultimately.
okay, sir.
So
So-
please tell me.
Okay, sir. So you are asking me that if you want to invest in us
In any business, in
Oh, in any
any venture,
as a angel investor.
yeah, maybe.
So I believe that we can start a specialized column for these angel investors and VCs, so that we can provide them a structural framework where they can learn how to gather information about a company in a very short amount of time, and then take decisions regarding it, whether they should invest in it or not, if they are feasibility, if it is going to work or not. These are the 4 or 5 basic parameters that they can look on and take their decisions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, love. Thank you very much. The next.
I would like to tell you that this is a 1-minute page. Okay, I repeat, this is a 1-minute page. Only 1-minute page, not more than that. 1 minute of page. and then total discussion of 3 minutes, not more than that. No, 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 no. Total 3 minutes, yeah. One. हाँ जी? One.
Thank you, and I would like to reiterate, each student would be getting 90 seconds for the pitch, and the jury in total gets the remaining time, so total 3 minutes per idea. Thank you, Love, and thank you, Kaira. We may now invite Sarthak Kumar, who will be presenting the business idea on AI-powered applicant tracking system, ATS. Can you please, the next student is Chinmay Gupta. I request you to please be ready. Over to you, Sarthak.
Good morning, everyone. This is Sarthak, and this is RecruitSphere. It's a AI native applicant tracking system, part of the HR tech. So, please move over the slide. Ma'am, the next slide. So basically, the hiring infrastructure we have right now is very broken. So what a recruiter goes through every day, I would like to tell you through a very short story. So that is just a lot of repetitive work, a lot of manual screenings for people he's not going to be selecting eventually, then coordinating with colleges for campus interviewing, then maintaining the data over Excel sheets, and coordinating over Slack or WhatsApp. So this compiles a lot of manual work that can be cut out from the system. And the applicant tracking systems that we have available right now, so Zoho Recruit or Greenhouse, these are not specifically built for enterprises, and these are specifically built for enterprises and not SMBs. And if we go over the pricing structure of these heavyweight ATS models, they are usually around $20,000 a year. So where RecruitSphere comes in is it acts as a lightweight AI native infrastructure for hiring, where all of these tasks that can be automated with AI in terms of recruiting actually does happen. And so these are some of the features we have for tracking everything. So campus recruiting, resume phrasing, AI interviews, AI screening calls, all of that. I think time's up for me, and this pretty much sums up the pitch.
नहीं, बहुत कम है, 1 minute. You can't make it out, Aditya. कहाँ गया Aditya? 1 minute में you can't evaluate. He is also not able to say ना. तो उसको 3 मिनट तो दो ना. 2 मिनट दे दो. मैं ऐसे तो वो फिर hello hi में खत्म हो जाएगा. Please continue.
Madam, we will modify it to 2 minutes.
हाँ, थोड़ा सा clarity से बता दो, है ना?
Sure, ma'am. What I was going about was a recruiter has to go through a manual workflow every day. So the day starts off with scheduling interviews over Google Meet or Calendly, then tracking the same over Excel sheet, then keeping a track of that and notifying the interviewer over WhatsApp or Slack, and then storing resumes on a very static database. So this eventually takes a lot of a lot of the time, and a lot of the time is spent on manual. Sure. Please, can we move on to the next slide? So this is so RecruitSphere actually acts as a complete operating system for hiring. So we're trying to build a space where any talent acquisition associate can just log in and log out on the same place, and doesn't need to go to a lot of different tools. So the features we are trying to build here are automated resume screening, then screening calls, so and then a marketplace for campus hiring, and some coding assessments that are built in. So these are, basically all of the features that we're trying to build in this. So partly, a lot of these are built in the MVP as well, and some of these we're trying to build.
So you mentioned about the coding. Like we do a lot of technical hiring, and in that we take Git repositories and all that. So is there a place where you can ask the candidates to showcase their work, share the Git repository in case we are trying to evaluate their technical expertise and all? And secondly, what about AI? Like, for example, if there are profiles and content that are AI generated, is there any particular plugin which also showcase that this content is AI generated or it's a natural content, something like that?
Sure, sir. So I'll answer the first question. So about the Git repositories. So when we're screening the resumes, our AI would automatically detect any links. So let's say, so person you're interviewing would have put his GitHub link in his resume, right? So that gets extracted from there and gets stored into our database. The second, about the coding assessments, we're trying to build something like a hacker rank. So the goal of this is the tools already exist in the market, but these are very fragmented, and we're trying to build it in one place, in a single place. So yeah, and about checking for AI-generated content. So what happens in our usual coding assessment is we have the screen permissions and we have the webcam access. So that would, that would help us in scanning for any sort of cheating in the assessment.
Understood.
What is the financial viability?
I'm going over the features. So the resume screening automation would cost around 25 paise to screen one resume. And the AI screen call is one of the most expensive features. So it would cost around 5 rupees for a 3-minute call for the different APIs we're using. So first would be a telephony API that would be Twilio, then a transcription API, so something similar to DeepGram, and then a voice API something similar to 11 Labs. So
what
that
will be the scalability in the sense for you? What will be the cost of your
the costing structure we came to at the end was around 2,499 a year, which is significantly lower than some of the static applicant tracking systems out there. So such as Zoho Recruit is 30,000 rupees a year, and something like Greenhouse is around $18,000 a year. Sir, it would be definitely limited and capped with AI credits. So that's one thing. And there would be only so many credits we would be offering in a 2,499 plan.
Have you identified any gaps to make this idea feasible in short term and long term, which you wish to bridge finally?
So the short-term gap would be instead of using like a large language model and the API keys for that, if we have enough training data, we can build a small language model of our own that only works for hiring. So in about 7 to 8 months of time, we probably might have enough data to fine-tune a small language model. Secondly, one of the biggest challenges is the cultural constraints that come with hiring with AI. So so AI interviews and one-way screening calls definitely feel a little inhumane. So I would like to bring in a competitor. So HireVue is a company that's doing one-way screening interviews. And although they are closing like $86 million in ARR, but the feedback they receive and they have been receiving is one-way interviews just don't sound very humane and people aren't very fond of it. So there is this one cultural constraint. Again, what I feel personally is if someone who brings in a lot of experience and we're hiring them for a senior role, wouldn't really be okay with getting interviewed by AI. They would need some personalization and someone from the senior management team to be interviewing them. So these are the two challenges limitations I'm thinking of right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Sarthak, what about the prevention of security and safety?
About prevention of security and safety. So right now we're using cloud-based data structures, data centers. So again, just as we saw in the video earlier, so that does not bring a lot of reliability on how secure the data is. But definitely in the future, if we have the resources to set up a database and a cloud infrastructure of our own, that would help us in bringing down the security, bringing up the security levels a lot.
Thank you.
One quick last question. Did you use Vibe or Cursor or any such AI tools to kind of code stuff? Or how do you
So, sir, I'm not building this on my own, but yeah, definitely the people I have with me are using this. And I think it's pretty common to be using Cursor or anti-gravity and all of that. So even in like large enterprises, it's nothing now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarthak. Next, please.
Thank you, Sarthak. Next we have
Yes, clapping, please.
we request the audience to be please generous with their round of applause and encourage our students. Thank you.
You have a choice not to clap, we'll give him 0.
So the jury is very, very blunt and clear. It's you who decide who the winner is.
Yeah.
So next we have is Makunga, and the business idea is called Groovi. Over to you, Makunga, and good luck.
Good morning, judges. All right, check. So, good morning. My name is Makunga Shrankul Huri, and I'm the founder. Good morning.
Please increase the volume of mic. Podium mic, please.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Makunga Shrankul Huri, and I'm the founder of Groovi. So, we all must have heard a lot about AI by now, right? So, we talk about AI and the cloud, but I also believe that a really strong component of intelligence is also known as biological intelligence, which I'll go to more along as I move on to the pitch. So now the problem is we face an urban trap. Whilst living in India and major metropolitan cities, we live in sterile concrete boxes, which is disconnected from nature, and we eat food that is chemically treated as well. We want to be green, but existing solutions are either too ugly or complex. So if we can move on to the next slide. The next one as well. The next slide, please. Yeah. All right, so we built this. So this is India's first living appliance, which is a zero electricity passive system that sells waters for 7 days. No pumps, no plugs, no noise. It is designed to live where you live and to grow vegetation right inside the comforts of your home and not just in your balcony. Now, if we go on to the next slide again. So as you can see, this is the 7-day Groovi ritual, which I've named it so. So step 1 is just fill the tray with water. Step 2, you put the patented seed quilt on top. Step 3, we simply wait. And step 4, we can harvest the microgreens. Now, if you move on. So now here we have seed quilts. See, we don't just sell seeds for the tray, but we sell the outcomes. Because most of the time, you don't know what we're actually, the benefits we're getting. And also, the reason why I've chosen microgreens specifically is that we know that you won't replace dal chawal with a salad. That's common sense. And we won't, and the reason why we want microgreens is that they're 40 times more nutrient dense, and just a handful of upgrades can upgrade your nutrient intake in your meal. And this is our health cartridge, which you just have to plop on the tray itself, and it will go in 7 days. And I'm afraid the time's up, and I can't explain about the app as well, and I'm sorry about that. If it's fine with you guys, yeah. So now the question is, why are we at an AI summit being a hardware company, one might think. So our app is a precision nutrition guide which tracks exactly what you consume and calculates your vitamin intake in real time. We are building Groovi Vision, which uses computer vision, or your phone camera in a sense, to diagnose plant health. We are also moving intelligence out of the cloud and plan to move it into kitchen counters, coffee desks, wherever the tray may be set. Now we imagine a future where every dining table is part of a massive decentralized farm. And if you believe that the next great leap in intelligence is not just artificial, but also biological, I'd love to connect. I'm Bakunga Shangalhuri. This is Groovi. Thank you.
I have a question. As per my information, hydroponics has miserably failed in India, unlike Israel. How will you handle this challenge for your project?
Yes, sir. So in essence, hydroponics has failed because of essentially the big towers we have, right? And the usage of motors as such. So what I have done is, I have made it a fully passive system where the consumer has to do nothing but just set up the tray, which is a very simple assembly. You pile one layer on the top of the other and just fill it with water. And then the main innovation comes in my seed packs, where I sell the glow kit, which has seeds like red amaranth and broccoli that aids in skin health with the help of vitamin E, right? So there are many seed packs like that that sells certain benefits. And in those seed packs, it's essentially a cocoa coir pit, which is further layered on by a seaweed algae extract, which is further layered on by the actual seeds itself of various types. So all the consumer has to do is just plop it on, and it will grow, and they can just pluck and harvest it and directly use it in their meals.
What about the financials of this?
And the financials is, we're planning to launch the tray for now at $11.99, and the subscription packs will be from $4.50 onwards. Yes. So it's a razor and blade model. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then you'll be providing other seeds and all?
Yeah. The seeds are a monthly subscription. So we're not selling the seeds, but we're selling the benefits associated with the seeds. So if you notice my seed quilt pack, it was written Glow Kit, Immunity Shield Kit, right? So there are seeds which have research specifically that aids whose nutrients and vitamins aids in those specific benefits. Just like if I go for the Glow Kit pack, which is supposed to improve skin health, I have used seeds like red amaranth, broccoli, and kale. It's a normal, like a 25 or 30 centimeter tray. It's meant to be used on the coffee tables.
For a family of what, 4 or 5?
It's for a family of 4. So in my subscription, I have given 4 refills. So yeah, so to reiterate, so in my pack, I have used 4 mats, which will last a family throughout the month.
So 1,200 I pay for the tray.
1,200 for the tray.
And for the seeds I pay
And
about
for
500 per packet.
450.
450, okay.
Yeah.
And that lasts me for one season or what?
1 month.
1 month.
Yeah. And also, after we
So
get
for
more,
a family, what will be the total cost?
for a family, just, you can get 2 trays. So let's say, if it's a family of 4 or 5, I feel like 2 trays should be sufficient enough to cover all
So
the diets.
for monthly, for my cost will be how much?
Your monthly cost should be around 800 rupees, which is comparatively lesser than taking extra multivitamin pills. That's my goal. My bad.
900, right?
Yeah, my mistake.
900.
900 and I'm not taking the vitamins.
Yeah, so essentially I'm turning gardening into a multivitamin, into a daily multivitamin. That's my
Okay.
goal.
Okay.
How much money you will need?
Sorry, the mic's not on.
How much money you require to reach a turnover of 100 crores in 4th year?
By the 4th year. So my annual projection for now is, I've just estimated my forecast is, by the 3rd year, my my revenue model split will be 80-20. So 20 will come from the trays itself and 80 will come from the subscription packs. But if I do want to reach exponential growth, let's say 100 crores by the 4th year, I'll have to tap into quick commerce streams where these refills will be made readily available. And obviously with economies of scale, my profit margin, my production costs will reduce. And I hope that I can lower the price so that it's available for everyone at a more accessible price point.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Next, please. Next.
Thank you, Makunga. Very good. Next.
Thank you. Next is Niharika on AIKAH. AIKAH, AIKAH.
Go in the middle. Go in the middle. Okay. Go in the middle.
Hi, so good morning everyone. My brand idea is AIKAH. Custom fashion is deeply rooted in our culture, yet the way we access it hasn't evolved right now. Getting tailored clothing still means offline visits, unclear pricing, and zero transparency. At the same time, skilled tailors and fabric suppliers remain digitally disconnected from modern demand, and AIKAH is building digital operating system for custom fashion, a three-sided platform that connects suppliers, vendors, tailors, and consumers. It offers a choice between convenience and personalization at the same time. For customers, tailors, tailoring is a time-consuming process and it is unpredictable. Limited fabric choice, no price clarity, and no way to track progress. For tailors and suppliers, demand is fragmented and offline, making it difficult to scale. As a result, people must choose between ready-made convenience and custom quality, never both. AIKAH digitalizes the entire custom fashion journey. Consumers upload design inspiration or select a garment option, and then they can later add preference of fabrics, time, budget, and fit. Verified fabric suppliers then across cities respond with price codes, and consumers can negotiate with them like an in-drive model. So once finalized, the order goes to a suitable tailor with all inputs clearly defined, while customer track the process end-to-end with a virtual try-on option and real-time order tracking. AI enables scalable personalization from interpreting data, design inspiration to improving fit through digital measurement profiles. Suppliers gain demand visibility, and pricing intelligence. Tailors receive structured orders without sourcing friction, and consumers benefit from transparency and better outcomes. This creates strong retention across all three sides. So AIKAH is not just a marketplace, it's infrastructure for custom fashion. By connecting consumers, tailors, and suppliers, we bring transparency, personalization, and scale to an industry that has always lacked it. So yeah, that's all. Thank you, guys. Nykaa just offer products that are not personalized or customized. They don't offer virtual try-on options. So we'll be offering customized product where you can choose the fabric without traveling to different places, different cities. You can choose the fabric and later get it customized on the app only. It will be a one-stop boutique with virtual try-on and real-time order tracking.
But how the costing, how you will be doing it? Because customized will be pretty costly.
Yeah, it can be, but as said that suppliers will be registered on the website and they can just quote the price of the fabric on the app. It will be a less cheap process than traveling to different cities for getting the best fabric. As you have seen, a lot of people like to get their product personalized, for that they have to travel to different places in a particular city. And sometimes suppliers quote a huge price depending upon the consumers. They see what type of clothes that they are wearing, and then they charge the amount according to that. So it is mostly based on the supplier's choice. But whenever when the process is simplified using a operating system, suppliers will be quote one price for each the same consumer. It will be transparent and accountable.
At what point of time for you they will be break even, in the sense that what type of, how much quantum you want?
So we'll try to break even in less than 12 months. The estimated cost of the first year was around 8 to 10 lakhs, and then the revenue which I expected was around 41 to 45 lakhs.
45 lakhs?
Yeah, in the first year.
First year itself?
Yeah, because personalized product will be around 2200 to 2500 per product, and the average order for 1 month will be 120 to 150. And then later, whenever there is during festive season or occasional events, it can be around 220 to 250 orders per month.
So you're that sure about it?
Not sure, but how much from what I have tested, it can be possible because it will benefit the suppliers and tailor, and it will also help them like gain additional revenue because there's not lack of demand, but they only have demand from the certain places they live in. But but when we develop this app, they will be able to deliver products to consumers living in another city and another place.
Just one quick question. Can you mention the tech stack behind the app?
What's that?
Tech stack. What are you using? I mean, application. In fact, are you using computer vision or what?
So basically, I'll be developing the app using. Basically, I'm founding this app with one of my friend. He will be developing the software, and we'll be developing an app that will be first tested in Delhi, because mostly the suppliers of fabric are usually in Delhi, and as considered like the central hub will be in Delhi. So initially, we'll start the process and the prototype testing in Delhi. And as you can see in this image, whenever the consumer logs in, there will be an option to choose between men and women. And then later they can upload their inspiration from Pinterest, Myntra or Ajio or any other app, or they can type in their own preference. And then later they can choose fabric from suppliers all over the cities. Like imagine you have to get a product customized. There are a lot of fabric suppliers in Delhi, from Chandni Chowk to Lajpat Nagar. But you have to travel long distance to get the best fabric. But in this app, you can get fabric from different places, and the best one you like. And whenever the supplier quote their prices, you can negotiate with them. Like in InDrive, you negotiate with a driver. For the fare, you can negotiate with a supplier at this app. And you can also personalize the budget, the timeline, and add notes. There will be a virtual try-on option with real-time tracking. Yes. So you can use my mic if you want.
Can we please request the backend team to
Hello.
check the mics once?
I have one possible fabric supplier in Azamgarh,
Yes, sir.
one possible tailor in Ambala, and one possible designer from Varanasi. How quickly they will hook up to your app, one, and how much amount from each of these you will charge?
So as you can imagine, there are a lot of possibilities for suppliers and tailors, but in this operating system, we connect the tailors and the suppliers with consumers. Let's suppose the supplier that we choose is from, as you said, I think it was Ambala, right?
Right.
So we'll just ship the fabric that you have selected to Delhi first, and then we can assign a point of contact, maybe a fashion intern. He'll design the product, give you styling assistance and guidance, how to style that, and then later the fabric will be shipped to the tailor's place. The timeline will be around less than 10 days, depending upon the product and the customization level. But if it's a simple customization, it can be customized under 4 to 5 days.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Niharika. Well done.
Thank you, Niharika, and thank you to the jury as well. We have the last presentation by Anish Gupta. Can we please have Anish here on stage? Yes, over to you, Anish. Would you mind presenting there using the mic?
No, I can present here. Okay.
I think, okay.
He's comfortable with podium. All right. Okay, Anish.
Okay, so good morning to the chairpersons and respect.
This should be interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting. So, good morning to the chairpersons and honorable professors. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my vision here. So let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Anish Gupta. I'm a final year economics honor student. So along with my co-founder Krish Chaudhary, I am working to combine India's heritage with a modern compliance and modern innovation.
We can't do that. We can't.
Let us hear it and we will not send it.
This is strictly prohibited.
Okay. You continue. We will do that.
Okay, so as we all know that India is a land of ancient traditions and culture, yet one part of that heritage has left behind, and that is our indigenous spirits, like Maua, Feni, Todi, and many others similarly like that. There was a time when these drinks represented community, culture, and craftsmanship, and a magical blend that not only has a high ABV, that is alcohol by volume, but also having health benefits too. But today they suffer from poor stigma, poor lack of packaging, lack of proper scientific research of making that alcohol. And also, due to this reason, a valuable segment of our India's heritage remain confined to the informal market. So my proposal seek to change this. So I basically aim to build a premium, regulated, and a scientifically standardized Indian heritage spirit brand that transforms traditional liquor into a safe, aspirational, but also to a global competitive product. So my basic objective is not to promote some alcohol consumption, but to shift the consumers from the foreign-made liquors to my own India's traditional liquor. And that could not only benefit the consumer, but also to my economy and to the local farmers at a local level. So yes, next.
Good morning to all. As we know, the opportunity is significant. The Indian craft spirits market is growing rapidly, and young consumers are shifting towards authentic, story-driven brands. Just as Japan elevated its whiskey and Mexico its tequila, India too can create a globally respected category rooted in its own old culture. So our model rests basically on 4 pillars: initially, quality and safety, standardized fermentation, licensed production, and premium packaging to eliminate the health risk and rebuilding the trust among the consumer. Then farmer empowerment, sourcing mahua flowers, cashew apples, and palm produced directly from the local communities.
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Yes, ma'am. So we propose to begin in states with progressive and easy liquor policies such as Goa, Karnataka, and Maharashtra, working closely with the regulators and local stakeholders. Through this initiative, India can move from being only a consumer of foreign liquor brand to becoming an exporter of its own heritage beverages, as it's an opportunity to combine our tradition with innovation, entrepreneurship with responsibility.
Hello.
Thank you.
You intend to change the mindset of people, and you are definitely going global also.
Apologies for interfering, sir. We have been informed that we'll not be proceeding with this particular presentation given the constraints of the product. So we request...
We are not judging even. We are not judging. We are not giving marks. All right. Okay.
We are not asking questions on this. I agree on that.
Agreed, sir. Over to you.
Please don't feel discouraged. There is a restriction where the concerned authorities have laid down some limits for us. So this idea could be very, very beautiful. It could be very, very workable. Congratulations to you, but we will not be able to enter it into the bidding that yes, what we are asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A warm-hearted thanks to the jury for their time, for their understanding, patience, and their valuable inputs. We really appreciate the kind of dialogue that happened here between jury and the students. And apologies to the GCTC team. Now, I would like to move towards the felicitation for the jury members. And I would like to kindly request Professor Sudhir Sopori, former Vice-Chancellor JNU, to kindly join us on the dais. And I want the audience to be generous with a round of applause. We welcome you, sir. We request the jury members to kindly stay on stage, and you can submit your assessment later. You can submit the evaluation later. We request you to come towards the front of the stage. I repeat, we request the jury members to kindly proceed towards the front of the stage. Professor Sudhir Supoi, sir, would be facilitating the jury members. Sir, please, I request you to come towards the front of the stage. Thank you. Professor Sudhir Supoi, former Vice-Chancellor, JNU, would felicitate our jury member, CA Neelu Abrol, with a planter and a memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We request Professor Sudhir Supoi to felicitate Colonel Dr. Shailendra Singh with a planter and a memento. Thank you, sir. We request Professor Sudhir Sapoy to felicitate Major Vineet Kumar with a planter and a memento. Thank you, sir. We request Professor Sudhir Sapoy to felicitate Neeraj Mittal, sir, with a planter and memento as a token of respect. Thank you, sir. We now request Professor Sudhir Sapoy to finally felicitate Dr. Sapna Bansal with a planter and memento. I request the audience to cheer up a bit. We do have a warm lunch session coming up in a while. Aditya sir, please join us on the dais. Thank you, everyone. We now request the esteemed members of the jury to kindly proceed towards the audience and take their seats. We now proceed with session 7th. This is day 2, and session 7th is titled Defense, AI and Autonomous Systems. Now, this particular session will be focusing on how artificial intelligence is transforming modern defense while ensuring human control, accountability, and strategic stability. May I request the backend team in the meantime to kindly rearrange the stage? Thank you, our dear students. May I request our respected session chair, Vice Admiral S.N. Gourmet, PVSM, AVSM, NM, ADC, former Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Indian Navy, to kindly join us on the dais. May we please welcome him with a round of applause. I also invite our distinguished speakers for this session. Major General Rupesh Mehta, SM, VSM, Additional Director General, Capability Development, Integrated Headquarters, Indian Army, and Air Vice Marshal Ashish Singh, VM, VSM, ACAS, Indian Air Force, to kindly grace the dais and take their seats. We welcome you, sir. We request the audience to continue with their welcome. Thank you, sir. To begin this session, it is my privilege to invite our first speaker, Major General Rupesh Mehta, SM, VSM. Okay. Sure, sir. Absolutely. We request the session chair, Vice Admiral S.N. Gourmet, PVSM, AVSM, Gourmade, PVSM, AVSM, NM, ADC, former Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Indian Navy, to kindly take over. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and the esteemed panel here with me, colleagues and friends, and also the students who are our future leaders of our great nation. It's a privilege and an honor for me to moderate this session on defense, AI, and autonomous systems, a topic that sits at the intersection of strategic advantage, operational necessity, and profound responsibility. Artificial intelligence is no longer a future capability in the defense. It is a present force multiplier across domains, land, sea, air, cyber, and space. AI is already shaping how militaries sense, decide, and act. It compresses decision timelines, processes volumes of data no human staff can manage alone, and enables systems to operate in environments that are contested, denied, or degraded. Yet, as AI enhances military readiness, it also reshapes the very nature of command, control, and accountability. AI is the most transformative, defining, and all-pervasive technology of our era. The central challenge before us is not whether AI should be adopted in defense. It already has been. The real question is how it is adopted. How do we ensure AI strengthens human judgment rather than displacing it? How do we maintain meaningful human control when machines operate at machine speed? And how do we manage escalation, responsibility, and trust when decisions are increasingly mediated or even executed by algorithms? This session is framed around our 4 critical sub-themes that speak directly to these questions. First is AI-enabled decision support. AI promises commanders unprecedented situational awareness, integrating intelligence, logistics, cyber indicators, and operational data into coherent insights. But decision support is not decision replacement. The risk is not only over-reliance, but automation bias. The tendency to trust algorithmic outputs, even when they may be flawed, the tendency to trust or they may be incomplete, or it could be context blind. The challenge is designing systems that inform, explain, and challenge human decision makers rather than quietly steering them. The Indian Armed Forces leveraged AI and autonomous systems during Operation Sindoor. The Indian Navy heavily leveraged this to maintain a dominant posture in the North Arabian Sea, using advanced indigenous technology to provide maritime domain awareness, thus providing battlefield transparency. This ensured that Indian Navy had the complete picture of Pakistan Navy and effectively bottled them into their harbors. Details how the Army and Air Force utilized AI and automation will be covered by the eminent panel. The second theme of this session is autonomous systems and command responsibility. As systems gain greater autonomy, whether in surveillance, logistics, cyber defense, or weapons platforms, the traditional chain of responsibility becomes harder to trace. Who is accountable for an autonomous system's actions? The commander, the programmer, the manufacturer, or the machine itself? Defense institutions are built on clarity of command. Autonomy tests that clarity. Maintaining lawful and ethical use of force depends on resolving this tension. As AI changes the character of warfare, one must remember that it is about surviving and winning tomorrow's wars without losing our souls, countering non-state actors and security threats peculiar to India. The pager attacks, as you know, the attacks on Red Sea shipping by Houthis to challenge the most potent and advanced navy speak about the asymmetric and distributed nature of warfare. This has also led to democratization of weapons and capabilities. Drones and unmanned systems are the weapons of choice. and manned and unmanned teaming, autonomous swarm warfare are redefining warfare and will continue to influence the battlefield. The low-cost drones turn out to be a cost-effective option and can be used even for kamikaze attacks on high-value and critical targets. They are proving to be force multipliers. The drones and loitering munitions were effectively utilized in the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. The year 2025 was clearly a year of drones, as India also utilized indigenous drones like Sky Striker and Nagastra that carried out precise, low collateral strikes during Operation Sindoor. Unmanned systems would also contribute towards battlefield dominance and are also effectively used in commercial applications. The third theme is human-in-the-loop doctrines. Human-in-the-loop is often invoked as a safeguard, but it is not a binary concept. Humans may be in the loop, on the loop, or out of the loop entirely, depending on time constraints and operational context. The real issue is meaningful human control, ensuring that human judgment remains decisive at critical moments, especially where the use of force, escalation, or irreversible consequences are involved. India must aim at strategic superiority by adopting human in or on the loop for systems of lethal force and humans out of the loop for non-lethal applications. Success in battle will depend on not how intelligent warfighting machines become, but on how wisely humans choose to employ them. Finally, the fourth theme would be defense innovation ecosystems. AI innovation is no longer driven primarily by traditional defense primes. It emerges from a dynamic ecosystem of startups, academia, dual-use technologies, and commercial platforms, often moving faster than the defense procurement, doctrine, or regulation. The challenge for defense establishments is to harness this innovation without surrendering governance, security, or strategic coherence. India is a leader in the making and is primed to lead the global AI revolution. Our Indian defense startups and developers have transformed from coders to problem solvers and will gain prominence across the world. Taken together, these themes point to a single underlying truth. AI in defense is not merely a technological transformation. It is an institutional, ethical, and strategic transformation. Today's discussion is not about advocating for or against AI, but about governing it wisely in ways that preserve human agency, reinforce accountability, and reduce the risk of miscalculation or unintended escalation. With that framing, I look forward to a candid and forward-looking discussion with our eminent panel. May I request Major General Rupesh Mehta, SM, VSM, Additional Director, General Capability Development, to speak on the Army's perspective.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was very interesting earlier to hear the pitches by the students, and especially when they were explaining the tech stacks. And I hope this session gets you interested something about defense also, because defense manufacturing for next decade, 2 decades are areas of opportunities. Probably we need to understand them better as to how they go ahead. Can I have the slides, please? Now, broadly, this book. Now, in 2022, I was reading this book, and it was by distinct people who understood technology and geopolitics. And there they try to say that AI, cyber, quantum are probably disruptions which will be comparable to nuclear weapons. And I was not sure how can they say so, but they were distinctive personalities, who were leading thought leaders of the world that time. And this was before Ukraine-Gaza happened, before Sindoor happened. And today I realize what they were saying was probably true. Now, if we really look at AI, we can see US-China, the strategic competition includes military domination, which includes AI domination. Now, China is aggressively working to deploy AI for defense use, and PLA is taking lead in research. Now, since that they are taking the lead, therefore, integration of AI into defense is faster in Chinese ecosystem. Chinese view AI as central to something they call intelligentized warfare, which is networked and AI-enabled warfare. And we know that Chinese have extensive surveillance within the country with absence of privacy concerns, which has enabled fast development of face recognition technologies, computer vision, and so on. And these are easily deployable for defense purposes also. When we come to US, we see US leverages private sector research and innovation by rapid integration with the DoD. And in all this, we have to see how India can chisel a path of its own to adopt AI at speed that meets national security needs. Post-op Sindoor, we saw a lot of application of AI in limited formats. I'll talk about it as we go ahead. We understand we need a nationwide counter-UAS grid. And those of us who try to understand the national counter-UAS grid or the Iron Dome for India or Sudarshan Chakra for India, I think we'll understand that this is not possible without autonomous systems or AI. And that's where we see go ahead. Now, broadly, next please. Broadly, when we talk of AI, there are three building blocks. It is compute, secure networks, and high-quality data. As far as secure networks is concerned, it is something integral to the three services. We have something on the each individual services and something called the Defense Communication Network. And therefore, we are somewhere as networks are concerned. Need is to build an AI infrastructure with compute and allied energy needs for those of us who understand it with high quality data. And this will be the base infrastructure on which a defense LLM probably can come as a final frontier. We need to understand that AI, machine learning, has been applied for military equipment for long now. We have to understand the nuances of machine learning, agentive AI, and generative AI as to how they're being applied. Machine learning has been intrinsic to a lot of equipment, which we saw in Operation Sindoor also. It is used for ultra-fast weapon control, sensor automation, SIGINT waveform classification, fire control systems, and so on. As far as identity AI is concerned, it is used to run and coordinate complex combat workflows, again, highly used. It is a growing field for ISR integration, for swarm drones, integrated AAD or counter-UAS systems, and so on. Generative AI is something which needs to fuse data sets, data analytics, and evolve options as part of commander's decision support system, as Sir was bringing out, that in the modern era of multi-domain operations, commanders needs this kind of support to take considered calls. And a defense LLM will meet a need. And therefore, I come to the question of, do we require, or why do we require, or do we require a defense LLM? Now, generic AI will not meet the requirement of the defense for multiple reasons. First is, we all know, security. The second is that defense works on doctrines, terminologies, orbats, TTPs, which are nation-centric. Some are classified, some are highly classified, some are like confidential nature. And therefore, whatever AI we build up needs to be aligned to your national thought processes. And therefore, generic AI will not work. We will ultimately require a defense LLM if we want to use AI for decision support and the bigger tasks. For generic low-stake applications like logistics, a generic LLM may work. But for the high-stake task, we will finally require a defense LLM. For the autonomous systems, the trajectory we have, Indian Army has a SWAT project going on. If you go online, you will see a lot of things which are happening for the last couple of years. We are seeing rapid progress in capabilities in autonomous systems within India. The focus initially is unmanned teaming, semi-autonomous systems. We are moving on to swarming, ISR, and strike capabilities, autonomous logistics, and defense autonomy. And the final deployment, as I talked about, will be about network-enabled defense LLM. In all this, we need a national mission with a civil-military collaboration because AI typically is people have been talking about, I think last 2 days we've been talking about, is a civil domain from which we need to extract something which is applicable to defense forces in desired timelines. With that, I end, and I hope in the question answers we can take it ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We once again request the session chair, Vice Admiral S.N. Gormute, to share the responses and take the session forward.
Thank you, Major General Rupesh. You covered these aspects well and very eloquently. Now I request Air Vice Marshal Abhishek Singh to give the Air Force perspective.
Respected Chair, fellow Speaker, dear audience, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I was just telling our MC that I think I would have scored well in her class because I've got handwritten thoughts of mine that I've put together to share with you, right? So I'm not Gen Z, don't know enough about AI, but I do know a bit about warfare, and I can see where AI is going to take it. I can sense where AI is going to take it. Right? And I'll cover this talk under the same headings as Sir covered, those 4 things. But I'll take off from General Mehta's slide, where the first slide has something called the OODA loop, OODA. How many have heard of the OODA loop out here? Okay, so just a few Air Force people. I like to start anything with the theory, with a way to clear your mind as to, it just throws light on things. So the OODA loop, OODA is acronym which stands for Observe, Orientate, Decide, Act. It's a theory of warfare articulated by American Air Force colonel called John Boyd. It's a very powerful theory. Theories which are powerful are ones which are very simple and have huge applicability. So that's why you saw the word OODA here. It's used in business circles. It's used in warfare. The Marine Corps of the United States has based their entire ethos on that theory, right? What it basically says is, it's a theory of learning in a way. How do we view the world? You and me, we observe something from our eyes. Thereafter, we orient. Our mind orients as to what reality there is. Then we come to various decision options, we decide something, and we then act on it, right? Pretty simple. That sounds very, very logical. To him, this was also a theory of warfare as to how do you engage the enemy. And we unconsciously do use it in how we go about warfare. The essential part of what he tried to emphasize, most of the world has caught on to one thing: the faster that you do this in warfare, the better you are, right? OODA faster is what has caught on. That's true, and that's true to a degree, and in air warfare it's true at the tactical level but not above. What is more important about his theory was, out of those 4 OODA, he kept emphasizing that the most important part is orientation, how you figure out reality, right? This is as true for us in life as it is true for warfare, as it is true for what AI will do to your understanding of reality. So and he would try to advocate, mislead the enemy, make him think, like Sun Tzu, one of the earlier Chinese theorists would say, where he thinks you are, do not be. You always try to change the enemy's sense of reality, right? Now, In air warfare, it works the same. The most important part is orientation. I'll give you a few examples. And now here is where I'm talking about decision support systems, right? We have a mission called intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. You first have to observe the enemy and then hit him. So we use various methods to do this. As Sir said, let's give Sindoor examples. So you've seen photographs, videos of weapons hitting things. They were first seen, made sense of, where out of those buildings is a particular person and his associates, are they residing? This was made through patterns. Who's going where, right? This was essential to decide what to hit in Sindoor and exactly what spot to hit. Now this is, so I go back to the Air Force in a way, has been, because it's such a technological service, has from the beginning been associated with intelligence or smartness. We call our weapons smart weapons. What we used in Sindoor was some of these smart weapons. AI is going to make them smarter to a higher degree. The weapons we used. So when they came in to hit something, we have things called DSMAC, digital scene matching. The weapon itself is smart enough at the terminal stage to compare what the weapons camera is seeing to what I have programmed it to hit and give course corrections to go and hit exactly where I want it to hit and nowhere else, right? This is intelligence. So there is intelligence in many things that we've been using. When I started flying, I started with aircraft that I had to manually trim off pressures, hold the stick all the time. Graduated to the MiG-21, it could hold altitude, it could hold wings level. Thereafter, went to the Mirage 2000, I could tell it to navigate and it would do so. Follow a whole route. I have about 12 to 15 minutes? Please. Right? I'm telling you how our machines have been getting smarter. That's not all. When I go into combat with the machine, at least I fly, when it gives me a radar picture, it also tells me straight away which is the most, I see many, whatever is in front of me on my radar. It also tells me immediately who's threatening me the most. That thing gets boxed. And it suggests to me whom I should target the first. These are all intelligence in warfighting, right, at a very, very tactical level. In air defense, another mission that we do all the time. Over the years, we have networked our entire picture. Again, orientation, so important for warfighting for us. So we see across the nation everything that flies. We see even across the border to a degree everything that flies. But as in Sindoor, when it comes across or when weapons comes across, I got to sort out what's friendly, what's enemy, what's a missile, what's an aircraft. And then take targeting decisions. I cannot hit this guy, but I need to hit that guy, and which weapon is going to engage him, right? All of these decisions need intelligence. We have it to a degree, we need it to a much greater degree. So I'm trying to connect to you where we are coming from, where we are, and where we need to go. So this is something called a resolve air situation picture. And then air battle management that we do to manage this complex battle. And as I'll talk to you a little later, the tempo is phenomenally fast. More than any other domain of warfighting, except maybe cyber, the tempo of real fighting is very, very fast in air warfare. And that is another reason we need the AI there. Even a weapon system like a missile system like Akash that we have indigenous, again used in Sindoor. It has intelligence to sort out and automatically allocate targets and fire. And we've done that. We're doing that, right? In decision support, we have softwares for campaign planning itself. I talked to you about cockpit, how I fly in the cockpit and use the tactical AI to fight. At the campaign level also, we need to make sense of reality. When I'm in a war, how much logistic stamina do I have matters. So the enemies come and hit me at 2-3 places. I need to go back and hit him, bomb something, whatever I might have decided to. Where should I take my aircraft from? Which runway is not available? How much fuel is available on a particular base? How many aircraft can I launch? Those aircraft have what capabilities, right? All of this is combined together in a intelligence software that we have. But it is nowhere near as smart as we need it to be, and that is where you people might have solutions for the future. But for that, you've got to understand warfare, Right. So I talked about the importance of orientation, decision support, and some examples of where we need decision support, tactical level, operational level of fighting. Let's talk about autonomy. To a degree, autonomy has been there with us. I gave you the example of air navigation that I do. Right? I can be hands-off, tell my aeroplane, it goes exactly as per the route I've told it to be. That's a degree of autonomy. I currently handle the unmanned vertical in the Indian Air Force. I posit that we are, across the world, we are going to be seeing more and more increasing autonomy in unmanned aviation. There is a reason for this. If you don't look at the short-term, so there are, let's look at the long-range missions. Today, the unmanned systems have a umbilical cord of data connectivity. When I'm sitting in the cockpit, I tell the aircraft what to do, I tell my weapon exactly what to do. When I send an unmanned thing across the border and he goes deep inside, I have to tell him through a data connectivity what to do, right? This is a weakness. There is something, visual line of sight because of physics is 100, 200 kilometers. Beyond that, we start to use satellite communication. That's a very scarce resource, at least today it is. I don't know if it will get cheaper later. So either I will continue with that satellite control or it will get broken and I will have to learn to operate my machines without that satellite. Now, when I as a human am not connected to the machine that is going way across, the only answer is autonomy. So for this reason, another reason we will need autonomy is, as I talked to you about the tempo of warfare, it is so fast in air warfare, you'll be dead. You make a mistake, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and you're dead. This happens to very basic things like low flying. When I'm flying at 900 kilometers an hour, very low level, my attention wanders and the aircraft descends. It is just a matter of a couple of seconds that you can kill yourself. The other part is in a fight, you ignore an enemy that's taking a shot at you, you're dead within seconds. Now, all of this, as it gets automated, and if the other side develops AI, his processing may be faster than my human brain can process. I may be left with no recourse but to use AI, or I will be killed. And therefore, my side will be defeated, my country will lose. I am now advocating as a realist view of, I know our bigger context is regulating AI, but I'm talking about the other side. Now this is like nuclear deterrence, as Kissinger and Schmidt's book talks about on a scale. With nuclear deterrence, there was a different dynamic. With AI, anybody can do anything. It's not controlled by very few people. So we don't know where that will go. We'll have to assume the worst, especially as in the geopolitical context, the world is getting fractured. Institutionalism is breaking down. Chances are it's going to be everyone for themselves. So we can't be left behind in the defense domain. And in the defense domain, I'm telling you from the Air Force side, we cannot be left behind because our winning and losing is probably going to be dependent on it, right? There are other technical reasons there are hypersonic weapons coming in that can't communicate. If they can't communicate, they will need autonomy. Swarm technology itself, although currently, if you go by, how many have heard of swarming? Right, great. It's a very fascinating subject. Well, if swarm technology works as it is supposed to, very simple rules will give you emergence or very different kind of behavior. But the way current technology is, when you're trying to manage many, many machines, either with one single human trying to manage them or letting them do the mission on their own, it will invariably require intelligence. And this intelligence is what we call artificial intelligence. So what I just did in the last 3-4 minutes is tell you why autonomy is going to be inevitable. It already is in pieces of the fight that we already do. And you will need AI to enable this autonomy. And we have a choice. We can depend on some other company in the US to get that AI or develop it ourselves. Another related mission is, as one of the slides talked about, was Meity, manned-unmanned teaming. So the way we are progressing is, instead of giving the machine total autonomy, it is best right now with the current state of technology to combine human decision-making with the strengths of the machine. which are especially speed of compute, of a certain kind of compute, as well as risk-taking ability. So for this reason, it is great to have a manned-unmanned teaming where I let the machine take the risk and do the things that require massive processing for me, and I'll take the decisions. Right? That's where a lot of the air fight is going. So again, what this requires ultimately is, I will call an AI pilot. So as a product, we need an artificial intelligence pilot to replace parts of me, or someday totally me as a pilot, right? Because in that Mumpty fight, for the time that I am engaged in something else, I will need my machine buddy to be doing some fight on its own to protect me. That will need AI. It will need AI as a pilot to do basic piloting tasks like navigating to complex piloting tasks like fighting. And then comes the other side, the ethics and legality of autonomy. So again, I'll take the OODA example: observe, orient, decide, act. No problem I see in letting a machine observe. In letting a machine orient, I'll have to be very careful how, because it can skew my own orientation, but it's okay, it can do it. It is the decision part right now which we are most, when it comes to lethal weapons, we need to be very careful about when we give it to the machines. The act part, they're already doing. Like I told you, the DISMAC missile that is in the last part, deciding which is the target and which is not the target, and then homing on to the target, in the last action part, we are allowing it to do. So when it comes to the OODA lens of viewing things, the decision part is where we got to be very, very careful. Right. The last part was just about I'll take 2 minutes to talk about currently what the Air Force is doing on the software and the products of AI. Anybody from industry here? No, okay. So why I said it, from the product we are buying or we are trying to develop, we have something called a swarm unmanned munition system. We have something called a collaborative long-range target destruction system. Both of them are based on swarming technology. Both of them will need AI to really work well. So and this journey is not started now. It started way back. From 2018, we've been running the Meher Baba competition, which essentially, if you notice, is on swarming. Every edition has been on swarming. That's been our effort to push swarming, and which is not possible really without AI. Right. Specific softwares we run are on automatic target recognition amongst the videos and photos and the various kind of intelligences that we have. Making sense of a huge amount of intelligence data that comes to us in various formats. We also have we've developed something called the acronyms Vani and Varta. They actually are speech models. It's bad for pilots like me, but now AI is monitoring what pilots are doing in the cockpit. So if you don't call out your checks the way you're supposed to, the checklist, that AI is going to tell your boss that guy didn't do his checks well. If you're in the habit of using expletives during the fight, as some people are, someone's going to come back and tell you and check you for it, right? So I'm pretty glad I was in the last generation. Gen Z will have to manage. We have things for engine health monitoring. We have a GPT-2 for office tasks. So these are more of what I will call utility rather than warfighting, things that will give us higher efficiency in our day-to-day utility, right? So with that, I kind of, big spectrum. Just quickly revise. I always try to do that because otherwise you tend to, there's so many things that are covered. I talked to you about a lens called the OODA loop, applies to many things in life. I talked to you about how the Air Force has been using AI for a long time in decision support, as well as pieces of doing the mission, and why it is going to be so essential for air fight. The Air Force itself is a new technology. We are just 100 years old. It's a 100-year-old technology. In warfare, that's really, really, it's a baby. You haven't seen anything yet. So we are going to need more and more of this intelligence in the way we do our business. A lot of this is going to see autonomy requirements. That autonomy requirement is going to see artificial intelligence requirement. Mumpty is where we are currently going, manned-unmanned teaming, and we are working with systems, but it is from your imagination that we will need solutions to which we know what we need, but we don't have the knowledge of the zeros and ones to make it. And in fact, you will see blind spots which we haven't even seen. So with that, I'll close and look forward to this generation from here finding the solutions to next generation's problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Marshal Ashish. Now, we've just got time for about 2 questions from the audience. If you have want to ask any question, any queries, if you have, we can take 2. Yeah, please. Identify yourself and tell.
Am I audible, sir? Sir, thank you all for coming here and guiding us. I have a doubt regarding Operation Sindoor. Like during Operation Sindoor, our defense has done a lot of quite well work, which is really fascinating. But we all know that in information warfare, we are losing. Like no other country really know very well that what we have done. Like only Pakistan know because we had acted on them. But what about the other countries like Bangladesh and China as well? Like we defeated in information warfare. Like Pakistan has spread a lot of propaganda and people were believing on them. So I want to know what are the strategies and policies that defense is going to take now on the information warfare.
Yeah, thank you. Any other question? Yeah, one more question we'll take.
Hello, sir. I am Savita Kashyap from C-DAC, a scientist G. Sir, I want to know, you have told about that data connectivity. Sir, can you elaborate on that? Which kind of communication right now you are telling from the satellite you are taking the data and you are connecting, so that we can think of what kind of, can you elaborate on that? That is.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question. So, Major Rupesh, you can take the first.
I think the first question was about cognitive warfare, and we've talked of multi-domain operations today. Today, warfare is not kinetic the way it was maybe even 2 decades back. Today is multi-domain, and one of the principal domain is cognitive domain. And cognitive domain is about affecting your minds of the global population, might affecting your citizens, affecting the minds of your soldiers and airmen and so on. And you are all living through it about fake news, about AI generated news, and ability of use of internet, social media has combined that ability of a nation state to create false narratives. And we are aware of Pakistan being, or even China, wherever there's a unitary state where there are no controls, the entire media is controlled. Their ability to execute cognitive operations is much stronger. But that doesn't mean that we are weak. We have our democratic methods in place compared to, say, surgical strikes in Balakot, and when you come to Operation Sindoor, whatever you saw of the briefings which were done post the operation, the MP's delegation going all over the world, and et cetera, et cetera. So a lot has happened where the falsehoods of the Pakistanis have been countered. But yes, we acknowledge, we all are the same boat. We understand we need to do better. And that's where 2 things come into play. Fresh structures, they are being created so that next situation we can play this game better. And second is technology. Again, we need AI enablement, autonomous methods to be able to handle cognitive warfare. And we are looking at solutions in that.
Yeah, so this is an extremely important aspect which he brought out, and this is part of the strategic communication which the government is doing. I think one important thing, we are dealing with a country which has no ethics. So they can go any level to use information warfare. And therefore, I think despite that, our country continues to follow the ethics, continues to do something right, and our armed forces, Army, Air Force and the Navy continue to follow the system in a manner that we do. And so the truth comes out later. For example, just about 2 weeks back, the Pakistan released a list of 600 soldiers dead. Now that is a large number being killed. So therefore, things will come out. It is not that in that particular initial state, the Pakistan got the better propaganda. But that doesn't mean the Indian Army or Indian Air Force, they didn't do their job. They did an excellent job. Air Vice Marshal, you can answer the second.
Right, sir. So I'll answer the data connectivity issue. I think I didn't explain it probably. So I was talking specifically in context of unmanned systems, UAVs. UAVs are flown from the ground, mostly from the ground. You can do from the air also, but right now they're being mostly flown from the ground. So the operator on the ground sits and the UAV is flying. The operator on the ground has to talk to the UAV, has to communicate for two things. One, telling the UAV what it is doing. The UAV has to communicate that same ODA loop. It has to communicate its own state, where it is right now, where it is going, is it climbing, descending, all those flight parameters, because it's been flown from the ground. So one is the flying part. The second is the mission intelligence part. So if the UAV has got a camera on board and he's taking a video or a photograph of something, I need it immediately so that I can do something about it. That comes back on a this is a river of data that flows. As UAVs proliferate, we are going to have this river of data is going to increase. We have a physics limit, line of sight. When the UAV is flying, it will cross the horizon at some stage and go about 200 kilometers or so. More than that, I physically cannot communicate with the UAV because my radio waves are sort of following a straight line. They're not curving, right? At least the bands we use. So the only way out now is to have something high up that I can send the signal to the satellite again sends the signal to the UAV, UAV talks to satellite, it comes back to me. Satellite communication is expensive, whether it is, so that's why today we are talking on the smartphone, we are doing terrestrial network, it's cheap. You try to make a satellite call, it's really expensive, right? It's a resource, everything is a resource, that bandwidth is a resource. It is a resource and it's a vulnerability. So either I put SATCOM on every UAV I use, that is going to go long range, and we go deep to hit. We've been doing that from years. On the other hand, it makes space a weakness of mine. India is not a space power in the sense, let's say, US is. We don't have that many satellites. If the enemy takes out those few satellites you've got, you can do nothing now more than 200 kilometers deeper to the enemy. You can't reach him where you have to hurt him, right? What is the answer then? Right now, only autonomy, which either I develop an alternate way to communicate. We do that. We do something called a relay. So I put up another chap. I put one satellite, one UAV, talk to the other UAV. We are working on high altitude platforms that can sort of work like pseudo satellites. But right now it's satellites and it's a weakness. And because we cannot assure this communication will be uninterrupted. It could be enemy jamming the communication. It will go to autonomy. It's not me, it's not the Indian Air Force. Everybody will go to autonomy. It's kind of inevitable because that's the nature of the thing.
May I add a bit? It's a very interesting question, and it is a domain of warfare. AEM spectrum is a domain of warfare, and satellite communication is one part of it. It has both COM and non-COM. It is required for your command and control links, your data links for your command and control, data flow of information. It is also required for navigation. And therefore, there are advanced technologies being used today to spoof you, to jam you, to do whatever it is with you. So therefore, all of us are trying to understand. And again, technology, AI enablement, all will be required if we have to win through the EM spectrum.
So thank you very much. I think we will bring this session to a close. But I think it is very clear that defense AI and autonomous systems will not only change how militaries operate, but they will also redefine the future warfare. They will also redefine how responsibility, authority, and control will be exercised in a modern conflict. So few common threads did emerge from what both the speakers brought out, that AI's greatest value will be in augmentation, not substitution. You have to augment, we have to make capabilities which will help us, because the aim is to reduce the OODA loop with the help of AI. That means the plethora of information available for all the armed forces. The ISR capability is very important: intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And here AI can help us a lot, and we are using it at every very particular. So we can enhance the perception, speed analysis, and surface operation. But the most important part AI can't do is, it can't look at intent, judgment, or moral responsibility. And that's one part which the humans come in. And therefore, the humans will still remain. Whatever autonomous systems will come in, the final launch has to be done by human. And I think that one part is to be noted. And that is where the checks and balances have to come in. So therefore, for armed forces, command responsibility remains central. We can have autonomy, but autonomy will not absolve accountability. I think that's something which we are very well aware of. Of course, there will be rogues who will do, non-state actors will use, but we have to be ready that we are answerable to our people, and also to bring in a world of peace ahead. And that's why we are a responsible nation. So therefore, we need to have responsible military AI, which will actually refer to international and national frameworks and guidelines that will aim to ensure ethical and lawful development of use of AI in defense applications. It's not going to be easy, but the global community and India must work together to harness the potential of AI while mitigating its risks, ensuring that this powerful technology benefits humanity as a whole. So these are the issues which we will need to write. Like human in the loop can never be just be a slogan. It will be a discipline for us. It is a discipline for us. And meaningful human control will require much more than a checkbox. It demands training, interface design, explainability, and realistic assumptions about human cognition under stress. I think that cognitive ability will be there. We are glad here there is a big defense innovation ecosystem going on in our country at present. And here is where the youngsters can contribute. We need to have commercial AI innovation, which will offer enormous opportunity, which is utilized in the defense also. And so success will also depend on building trusted partnerships across government, industry, and academia, because we can work together so that security, interoperability, and ethical alignment is achieved. So we need to develop a great amount of indigenous capability. We can't depend on others on AI, and there is where our government is aiming with the AI vision. So it is just a strategic imperative. And I thank the eminent panelists today for their insights, and to all of you for a patient hearing and engaging in a discussion that is not only timely, but essential. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate we request the dignitaries to kindly come in front of the stage. Thank you, sir. We request your inputs on ethics and morality and its interaction with AI, and thank you for moderating the session wonderfully. We would like to share with our audience that we are honored to be in the presence of officers whose services include frontline experience during Kargil and Operation Sindoor. Sir, we are honored by your presence and by the perspective you bring from public service and institutional leadership. Now, taking the program forward, we move towards the felicitation ceremony. May I please request CA Neeru Abrol and Professor Sudhir Supoy to kindly join us on the grace, to grace the dais for felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, please. We request Professor Sudhir Supoy to felicitate Major General Rupesh Mehta with the planter. We request Ma'am C.A. Neeru Abrol to felicitate Major General Rupesh Mehta with the memento. We now request Professor Sudhir Supoy to felicitate Air Vice Marshal Ashish Singh with the planter. We request C.A. Neeru Abrol ma'am to felicitate Air Vice Marshal Ashish Singh with the memento. We request Professor Sudhir Supoy and C.A. Neeru Abrol to felicitate Vice Admiral S.N. Gourmare with the planter and a memento. We thank the dignitaries on the dais and request them to please kindly join the audience after a candid picture. Thank you so much. Now, as we move towards session 8, titled AI for PSUs and Strategic Economic Infrastructure, this session is a highly important session and will focus on how artificial intelligence is strengthening India's energy, transport, mining, and defense production backbone. May I request our respected session chair, Mr. Anil Razdan, IES, former Secretary and Special Secretary, Government of India, to kindly join us on the dais. May we also have Dr. Gulshan Rai, former National Cyber Security Coordinator, Government of India, on dais, please. I also request M.A.K.P. Singh, former member, Central Electricity Authority and advisor, Cyber Peace Foundation, to kindly join us on the dais. I also request our session chair, Rajshri Sharma, President, Customer Engagement, Vidya Tech USA, to kindly join us on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. With due permission from our session chair, Rajshri Sharma, ma'am, ma'am, would you like to directly address the audience, or would you want Dr. Gulshan Rai, sir, to... over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like Dr. Gulshan Rai to address everyone because he has to leave for a meeting. And if we can finish off first, that will be great. Dr. Gulshan. Well, till we wait for him. We've been talking about AI in all areas, and in PSUs, have you imagined if any one of those systems actually go down, what the impact will be? Anyone here? And you know, our military infrastructure is also part of it. So, and I met some of the officers from the Air Force in the morning, and they were talking about how they are maintaining the missiles and you know, other stuff in the Air Force. And I just wonder, this AI dependence that we have, how is it going to transform the next you know, warfare that we all have to be ready for? Anybody here who really is scared of AI? Or are you all looking forward to it? Can I have some hands up who don't believe in AI? Well, everyone is trusting it. Wow. No? So what are your fears? Absolutely. So AI can be a big, big problem if it is not really governed. And as our officers said, that human intelligence, circumstantial decisions that need to be taken, human in the loop have to be there. And yeah. Abs-
We are not keeping up pace with the implication of, we actually not know at this stage what are the various implications of AI in every field. If you talk about financial crisis, so we have been teaching our students about the Great Depression. Then we teach our students about the financial crisis of 2008. Then it is the health crisis that happened very recently in 2020. So we see that regulations come after the crisis, which should not be the case. We have to pace up so that we first make regulations and then we see where are we lacking.
We have to be proactive. We have to be proactive. I am totally there with you. And that is where AI can help us in predicting. So Dr. Gulshan is here, and I would please invite him to come and let us know what is happening in the cybersecurity world. Thank you.
Madam Rajshri Sharma, moderator of this session, my esteemed colleague, Mr. M.A.K.P. Singh, professors, students, faculty, distinguished guests, good afternoon to all of you. Friends, we have been talking about the AI, maybe since yesterday. You have been listening the AI, different aspects, how the AI is coming up in the different sectors. But today I will talk about the little more basic and practical aspects there, which many of you would be interested, particularly students will be interested to see that. Today, AI is not a jargon like that. India started dealing with. Sir, can you speak? India started dealing with the AI right in somewhere in 1988-89. We had the UNDP assignments, and we started dealing with those kind of projects. And now it's 2026. The whole concept of AI has undergone a sea change there. And more so because now you are seeing the practical aspects. You deal with your mobile phones, you deal with other gadgets there, you deal with the OTT. That's why the commercial form of AI and popularity of AI has come. I saw in the previous session also, I was sitting here, AI and ML is being used alternatively, but there is a difference between AI and ML. When AI, we talk about AI, AI is you create an algorithm for the purpose of creating a human intelligence, duplicating the human intelligence, and say algorithm. Software thing, you create that. But when you talk about the ML, machine language, it's a kind of it, you try to tell the machine that this is what it should be done. First ML comes, then AI comes up. And that's why people read AI and ML together, but actually there is a big difference. Now, if the journey of AI you see in the last 30 years, I'm talking about in India, but Elsewhere, the journey is almost 50 years journey there. AI has next. The different segments of the AI today. What the previous session was talking about AI in defense. But that's not the only AI. You see the different segments of the AI which you deal with today. You have a Gen AI, you have a defense AI, you have industrial AI, you have a professional AI. All those aspects are there which deals with the different aspects of AI. And each of the AI, the basic core may be same, but then the layers are different, applications are different, and accordingly, the policies and regulation would also be different there. Entire development, platform development scenario is totally different. Next. Now, this is a kind of a market which I am giving you. The market is, we have the largest air force for AI workforce in the country, 4,25,000. But if you look at the previous slide and this slide, a question will come in your mind, is that manpower sufficient for us to deal with the kind of AI application we have it? That's a question, we'll answer it. But if you look at the market there, 2023, we have about $7 to $10 billion market there. And what we are seeing in 2027 is $22 billion. See the growth rate because of the AI. Today, AI general, I'm not using it. AI is the backbone of your all systems and application you imagine or you think of it there. It's a basic underlying technology of the AI. Thereafter, other system comes up. So there is a growth, CAGR, with the students are well aware of CAGR, is about 25 to 35%. That's the AI kind of a growth is happening in the country. Now, most of the AI application we deal with here, all professional cases are being softwares, all the AI engines are being imported as a part of the professional equipment. We are doing the application, customization, and creating those suiting to our environment. But the basic core are coming along with the other equipment there. We are graduating ourselves to produce those systems. But what we are talking about is the kind of a development which India is doing that. Next. Now, what are the AI opportunity? Why we are talking about it? Why this session is being arranged in this college for the students there? Because you got to understand the market there. This is a Shri Ram College of Commerce, where you teach, where you study economics and commerce there. Have you ever seen the fintech market? Each one of you will be imagining, student must be imagining an investment banker or kind of those kind of systems you must be, jobs must be looking for, professional job. Every capital, all the capital market, not only in India, but world, they use a robotic process automation there. The robotic process automation is not something which is hardware. You look at the robot there, but you see in many of the applications, it's a software. Entire fintech market uses the RPA. Your economics parameters, when you do the mining there, they all use the AI in a robotic process automation part of it. So what the scale is going up. Looking at the future, the college has arranged this seminar or this workshop for you. Today, we have a GDP of around $4 trillion. We have slightly crossed $4 trillion. But we have that AI has the capacity to enhance our GDP to more than $8 trillion by 2035. That is in another 9 years. That is going to be double. And all of student faculty member will realize that the doubling means what there. It's not a, whatever growth rate we are going on, we will not be able to double. But AI has the potential because of the application, because of the manpower to increase the entire GDP. Now, why do we AI look at it? I set the example of the robotic process automation in fintech market there. Dealing with the capital market, so many shares is going to be very, very difficult if you don't use the AI. And all your UPI payment, which your students will be well aware, they all use the AI aspect there. If you don't use it, your efficiency, your committing transactions will become a challenge. Billions of transactions are happening there. UPI billion transactions are happening there. It becomes difficult. So what we use AI largely for our productivity, efficiency, and then transforming R&D to the AI part of it. What the defense panel with the last panel was talking about, all progress has been done is all AI. The Air Vice Marshal Abhishek Singh mentioned about the Sindoor, and Mr. General Mehta also mentioned about the Sindoor. Sindoor did see the heavy use of AI in the war there. Heavy use. And that can be done only through the research and development and then innovation in technology services there. So we use AI, we are popularizing AI, we are talking about AI because of these reasons there. Next. What is the status of AI when you talk about AI in implementation? We have just a small beginning. We have 12.5% of the organizations in the country are in the evaluation stage. So you can see a good percentage are considering to apply AI. For all students, it's necessary because you got to learn AI because organizations are in the process of evaluating the AI. About 40% in the pilot phase means they have decided, they are now putting the systems in their own organization, 40%. So they will be requiring a manpower in the AI. In the next phase, the 8.3% have just lagged behind it. They are not just started. But the pressure will come and then they will go. So you can see the AI proliferation in the entire our economical sector, defense sector, professional consumer sector is now increasing regularly and steadily with a good growth rate. Next. This shows you the implementation of AI in different economical sector in the country. BFSI, and is one of the major sector of BFSI, e-commerce and retail. You have the energy, utilities, transport, logistics there. All these percentage you can see that the country has started thinking and implementing the AI and the percentage is going up day by day. 2% is not so small percentages there. The challenge comes up that this generation will, when they come for the employment, they have to be AI literate. Next. Next. Now I'll tell you the basic aspect there. This is, if you see, this is a bit technical, but I'll try to make it a little more for better understanding. Often question comes up, where is America, US, where is India, and where is China in terms of AI? And what is the AI architecture? Where are we focusing on the AI? Look at this chapter. Basically, I have put this slide in a very simple manner. 4 layer I have put it, and any AI system will have 4 layers. The ground layer, which is the gray layer, where you say cloud, this is basically hardware layer. You have heard about the NVIDIA. That NVIDIA produces the basic hardware for the AI clouds. And you know why students of commerce, certainly economics, will know why the NVIDIA shares are going up. They have a monopoly in the entire world, in the market. Though that layer is dominated by one country, which is US, practically dominated by the US, and that also gives us a kind of a geopolitical issues between US and China. Not only between US and rest of the countries also. That's the ground for geopolitics where the issues comes up there, because that layer is largely dominated by the US. Then there is a second layer, which is a blue layer. You have heard ChatGPT, Gemini, those kind of a thing you would have heard, very large LLMs, large language model. Those are the system comes there for the AI. In a laptop, you see the Windows. In your mobile phone, you see the Android phones there. That kind of a system software is the blue layer which dominates there. Now, that layer also has the US domination there. All LN, Gemini, ChatGPT are the US. DeepSeek, when the China started it, they could not go beyond a point because of the ground layer, hardware layer, they could not go behind that. So that also, this layer is also a kind of a sensitive part like a heart of your body in deciding your AI application. And the next layer is a tool. Remember the first slide I showed that so many variations of AI, defense, professional, entertainment, those kind of a AI application I showed, those are different domains. So you may create hardware, you may create LLMs or the software. Thereafter, you got to have tools for each of the layers of the AI, each variety of layer of AI. LLM will not simply suits me when I go to create a defense application or civil aviation application or a media application. We'll have to have a domain separate tools there. That's part. Then you have a data layer, where India is abundance. Why everyone wants? Because the data is huge data we have. And then the top layer is your application layer. Now, India is focusing on the top layer, which is the application layer, where our focus is their application. Whatever I talk about the market is largely the application software. And there we are almost leading in the world. We are providing the application in the world, AI application there, and across a different sector. So you can see this chart, I have tried to explain what are the different components of the AI that goes into that. It also tells you where India is focusing, where the world is focusing, and also students and the faculty who is interested with geopolitics, where the geopolitical issue comes up there. That also shows that. Next slide. These are the priority areas which you have to look at it, where the country is putting the priority area for the AI application. Next. Now, we have a challenges there. I heard when she was talking about, today there are unclear guidelines on the use of AI. There are unclear guidelines there. Then, we don't have the development AI tools. Where do we do that? We have to import, their import restrictions are there today, but that's where the priority the government is working into. High performance computing systems. We still lack those systems, and that's why infrastructure need to create it there. This session is for PSUs. The first bullet should give clarity in terms of the different guidelines for our different economical sector, and we need to create the tool if we really have to move faster there. Slow and uncertain domestic market there. We all talk about it will replace manpower, it will do that. That retard the growth of the AI also. And then the R&D talent gap. This is the bigger issues which we are facing it, and that's what we expect younger generation and the students to do that. Data structure. That's a bigger problem in this country, that there is no data which is properly structured or properly cleaned in the market. There is no, until unless we have a clean data, our AI output will not be better. AI will only take the things from the data and structure it and present the results to you. Next. Now, what is the AI, way forward AI initiative where the country is focusing there? that we need to focus on a better understanding of AI. That's what we need to do, and I think this whole function today, whole seminar, is the college has created that only for that purpose. High computing cloud infrastructure. Then we had to start up the AI. We had to encourage AI in the core area. You remember that slide which we have put the different layer. Now you can understand what are the core layer, where the focus needs to be there, and the framework of the audit AI system, because it's a software. If something goes wrong, entire results will go wrong. So the audit of the entire AI system is a priority if we have to move further, and that will also tell us the integrity of the system. And then the last one is the capacity development. These are the basic aspects of the AI which I thought I prepared. I was very conscious of the things that I'm going to give in the college. They must understand the basic and the issues there. That's what I did that. Thanks very much, and I'm sorry I am in a hurry. I have to go. And if there are any question, one question, I can answer it.
Thank you so much, sir. Anybody from the audience who would like to ask any question? I do have one question for you, sir. We were listening to, people from the armed forces, and they mentioned communication with the satellite. And the first question that came to my mind at that point was, isn't cybersecurity, like that's another area for cybersecurity risk?
For the AI or for the
for
satellite?
the satellite communication and the dependence on AI for that?
I think we need to keep the two areas separately, security as well as... we need to keep the two areas separately, security and the AI part of it. As I said, AI is the underlying layer for each and everything. AI has its own issues with the cyber security, can create those systems there. But when you look at the security of the satellite communication, basically there are two parts there. One is the ground station, which controls the satellite, and then you have a satellite. And in between, there's a communication channel. So normally the communication channels which they use from the ground station to the satellite, they are highly encrypted. Highly encrypted. It's not PKI based. It's all symmetric kind of a communications are there. And those are proprietary algorithms which are tested properly and they're used properly. There is no reported incidents about the breach of the security of the communication where it comes from satellite to the ground station. Issue comes up at the ground station. Issue comes up at the satellite, where those systems can be breached there. But largely the issues which has been faced is the ground station, not even the satellite. Satellite security, cyber security issues are not there. You have different issues in terms of satellite today, but not the cyber issue. Cyber issues are largely at the ground station. The ground stations today, at one time, they used to be a proprietary system. Today they are general system. So whenever you have a general system, there we use the AI. At the ground station, we use the AI. And those AI systems, a ground station, can be breached. There are many examples for that. And I give you one example, in the Russian-Ukraine war, which happens about 2.5 years, the incident happened. The Russians breached the satellite, which was the German satellite, and the entire internet communication was down, almost 270,000 houses, the internet was down. So that was largely because of the ground station rather than a satellite system.
Anybody else? Thank you so much, sir. I know you have to leave.
Thank
It was
you,
a
sir.
privilege to be on the stage with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would request Dr. Gulshan Rai to just give us one more minute for felicitation. Maybe please have you in front of the stage. Maybe also request the session chair and other dignitaries on the dais to come in front. I would request Rajshri Sharma ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Gulshan Rai with a planter and a memento. Please. Thank you, sir, for sparing some time for us. Maybe please request the audience to be a little generous with their welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gulshan sir. It was really heartening to listen to you. And I've been thinking that one thing that AI can't teach us is to be kind and to understand how to approach things. And after Gulshan sir's session, I think we would have more sessions wherein we'll understand how AI not only interacts with ethics, but also can probably teach us how to be a little kinder with our own human element. Thank you on that note. Now I would request, with due permission from the session chair, Rajshri ma'am, to kindly moderate the session. Thank you.
Is this working? I think this is the one that's working. So I'm sorry to inform that Rupenderji has not been able to make it. She was called for some emergency meeting. So the next person we have here is Mr. Singh. He has been, a former member of our Central Electricity Authority. And what he will be talking about today is AI for energy and cyber-physical security of assets. Can I please request you, sir, to come and talk about it? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. After hearing from Gulshan Rai, nothing more is left because he is the master of all. Well, I will touch upon two aspects, AI for energy and energy for AI. Both are interrelated because if you don't give the energy to AI, your data centers will not run. So kindly try to feel what sort of energy do we require to power this AI. The AI consists of the compute power, the data centers, and our models. So let me touch about data centers. Data centers require huge power. And today, we are supplying almost 2.5 to 3 gigawatts of power just to power the data centers. And this 3 gigawatt power, this is equivalent to half of the demand of Delhi during during winters. So imagine the kind of the power that is required to power these data centers. And by 2030, this demand will go to almost 11 to 12 gigawatt, more than the Delhi's demand. So that way we are expanding, and if these data centers, they have two aspects. One, we need to keep on, and one, we need to cool them. So we need double power. Cooling is important because all the accelerators, the CPUs, GPUs, TPUs, NPUs, they are running and they need to be cooled to keep, otherwise they will hallucinate. Even if you have the best models, you will not get the good results. So you need water also. So in America, the data centers are coming, single data centers are coming with which require a power of 2.5 to 3 gigawatts and require a huge gallons of waters just to cool the temperature to keep as minimum and the equipment functioning. Why these data centers are important? Because you all know data is stored and they are the data repositories, and we want a better data. In fact, in India contains almost world's 20% of data sets, but we have the world's only 3% data centers in India. So that when the AI mission kicks at a very fast pace, what sort of data centers we will be requiring, and you just cannot imagine it. So at present, the most of the data centers are in Mumbai. 25% of data centers are in Mumbai. And you all know in 2020, there was a power outage in Mumbai. For 6 hours, there was no power. So if you cannot ensure the power to data centers, what will happen to your models? So that is another aspect of ensuring the reliable power supply to these data centers. So who ensures the reliability of powers to these data centers? That is the job of all our electrical engineers, which I was a part of Ministry of Power for 33 years. So when I joined power sector way back in 1992, we had a system developed by one of the firms in the Bangalore, and that firm had a software that used to calculate the status of the power sector at that time and used to give the operator 5 topmost decisions in a scenario which they should opt for, making the system more reliable and functional. But at that time, we never relied on the decision that was given by the system. We used to rely on our own experience because we didn't have the damn data. Now we have a lot of data to work upon and give the good solutions. So right now, when our grid has become smart, we are inducting more and more information and communication technologies just to make the grid smart, but to make it reliable, economic, and efficient, we need AI tools. Like, if you see the arithmetic of the power generation, the generation should match the demand. If it doesn't match the demand, and if the generation is less, your voltage will be low, and your systems may get damaged. Your motors will not run. So we need AI for forecasting the demand properly. And it is a very tricky thing because the operator, grid operator doesn't know when you will switch on your AC, when will you switch off your AC. So that is where this arithmetic comes, the statistic comes, and that is where that AI will gives the role to of forecasting as accurate as possible. I will give you one instance where the forecasting is such a difficult task. You don't know which event can kick or down the demand. Like once when Prince Charles was to come on a telecast, they had predicted a 2 megawatt of power jump. But when the telecast was over, the jump was of 5 megawatt, sorry. Gigawatt is a big one. But when Princess Diana came, they had anticipated more, but it was 4 times that. It was almost 20 megawatts. So and why the jump was there? Because they have a habit, the UK people have a habit after the show, they put on their kettles. That was the demand of the kettle. And think about when our lights were switched off during Corona period and it was started after that 5 minutes gap, the demand has to be catered immediately. So there the AI solution comes and they are helping us to design our load schedule in such a manner that we are able to ramp our generation in the evening, because nowadays we are more transitioning from the fossil-based fuel to the renewable energies. We are switching from the coal and gas-based generation to the solar and wind generation. So this solar generation is available during the day only. So what do we happens when this sunlight goes down, and the night falls? We have to depend on thermal, but switchover is not so smooth. For that, we have started the hydro plants to function maximum at the time, and we have developed, we are putting more and more pumped storage systems. So these algorithms that makes this system run smoothly is through the AI layer only. So that's where it is important to design this model so that we can understand our demand fluctuations, we can understand our characteristics of our thermal plants. So, and besides this, we have to ensure that power remains reliable and economical also. It is very heartening to know that India is a country where the price has remained almost stable in last 15 years. It has not jumped, whereas in the other countries, after the corona also, the prices have shot up so fast. all because we have been able to manage it so efficiently because of these technologies that has come, and AI is now helping us to better use the resources, be it our coal resources, our solar resources, or wind resources. So that's where it is there. But important aspect that has come up with AI and the induction of the ICT technology, like Madam was talking, is about cyber security. Cyber challenges are great because now the hackers are going to poison not only our models, but our data sets also. So if our data sets get poisoned, how can we ensure thus AI decisions, especially when our power demand is fluctuating, our generations are fluctuating, in fact, some days are there where the cloudy days are there, we are not able to generate during that daytime. And that is the where crucial, where to bring that immediately generation, because the thermal plant takes 3 hours to kickstart even when they are hot, and when they are cold, it may take almost 6 hours to start the generation. So that's where these AI models are need to be trained for those type of conditions, because we have seen outages in the European countries because they had put up more and more renewable energies, and when there was outage due to the monsoon or cloudy days, they had faced these issues. So how can we ensure the systems remain functional? So AI, cybersecurity is a threat that has been exploited during Sindoor operation. Pakistan tried to bring down our system, but we were able to survive it because we had developed a cyber preparation maturity level to that extent that we were able to identify the threats and mitigate those threats in a timely manner. Though some of the websites were pulled down by them, but that could not damage it. So the infrastructure that we have laid down is more and more controlled by our trained people, and some of the solutions like SOAR, we call as in the security operation centers, that depends upon the automation. Automation is mostly controlled through AI models, and they give the mitigation suggestions how to mitigate that threat. In fact, now the hackers are trying not only that assets to be information assets to be damaged, but the physical assets that are associated with the equipments. Like in substation, if you hear about, there are isolators, there are circuit breakers, they don't have intelligence part in it. But if they damage those part along with our intelligent part like SCADA or our PLCs, then this can become very catastrophic. Because in Northeast, suppose a transformer gets damaged, it takes almost 6 months to replace that transformer. So because first of all, logistics is involved. Secondly, the terrain is there, and moreover, resource crunch is there. So we need to ensure that the AI is able to predict the threats, and we have that incident response and the playbook well designed to identify these threats. So we are now having the SOC, Security Operation Centers, in almost all the power sector utilities manned by the trained power. And some of these threats, these logs are being fed into the SOAR solutions, where we automate the response to mitigate these threats timely before they escalate. So this is where we need to work upon. Models are still working, but we have to keep our lights on. So we have to ensure that the data sets that are there to help us to bring the logistics running to be kept safe and secure. This is a big challenge, but we all need to develop ourselves. Most of the power scenarios that we see, because the power prices are kept constant almost for so many years, it is all because of the commercial mechanism that we have put in place. So here comes the AI use also. Since you are from commerce background, you can pitch in here how to make these commercial transactions more and more secure and in aligned with the technology through the some AI solutions or models. So this gives an opportunity for you. If you are more interested, go to the site of CERC, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, or State Electricity Regulatory Commission, where you can see that how these prices are managed, how this how the tariffs are calculated, and how the the frequency or the quality of the power is maintained through these AI applications. So this is an opportunity for all of you. And if you feel like that you want to know more, you can contact me or somebody from my organization, Central Electricity Authority, or somebody from Ministry of Power. They will help you to understand the nitty-gritty of these things, these models, to design, to help you to design these models for ensuring the reliable supply to our consumers. And it was a great, we should thank all our power engineers who kept the lights on during Sindoor operation. That was a big challenge for all of us. Thank you from my side. I feel that if you have any questions, you can always pitch in.
Thank you, sir. That was really insightful. Any questions from the audience? Anybody? So I do have one question for you. So in this cyber physical systems, if a power grid, goes down, what worries you more? Is it AI being wrong or humans trusting it too much?
The power system can go wrong because we have some vulnerabilities within the system. So if we don't have the vulnerabilities, the hackers cannot enter into our systems. That is the first and foremost thing, is that we have to keep our vulnerabilities closed, and we have to monitor continuously our access paths, whether the traffic is malicious or not. So if we keep check on this, and then we may able to mitigate all this risk. But if the power is down, it may not be because of AI. The AI is will help us to hallucinate to an extent where the decisions can go wrong. The system will not go down.
Okay, and if the grid does go down, then who is accountable? The algorithm, the operator, or the governance?
Most of the time, the grid goes down because of the conditions that are prevailing in the grid, whereby we are not able to supply the demand. Like in 2012, if you remember, there was a blackout. Almost 75% of our country's power was off, actually. So it was not a entire nation, but 75%. And if we take a quick action, we could have survived more. But it was because of some policy or regulations which prompted some of the utilities to maximize the gain. That's why that resulted in this outage. And in fact, I was operating Sardar Sarovar plant, which is having a generation capacity of 1450 megawatt at that time. And at that time, my dam was spilling because of the monsoon. So the WRLDC, under which operation, under the control of which this plant was operating, they asked to shut down all my 11 units. And I thought that it is a foolish decision because I generated 8 crore rupees power at that time in 2012, actually. So, but he said that first obey the decision. That was a 1 minute talk only. We shut down all the things and we could save the western grid. The entire 4 states of western region were survived and rest of the country was in the dark. So that is something, one thing is different. And is that in Mumbai outage, the reason for the outage, actually, though in the public paper it is all in news, it is because of cyber attack, but it was not of a cyber attack. It was because of the one healthy line was switched off by the operator who was supposed to switch off one of the line which was to be taken out for the outage. So for that reason, the Mumbai was out of the power for 6 hours.
Oh, thank you. Anybody in the audience who would like to ask any question? Yeah.
Harsh, you can come towards the front.
Sir, thank you so much, ma'am. As I was reading your introduction, that you have a very much expertise in cyber law as well. And adding to your point, ma'am, adding to your question, ma'am, if AI goes wrong, or the operator goes wrong, or if the power grid fails, or anything happens, the accountable person gets somehow gets caught, and he got the culprit, whatever it is. But in that case, when we are, because you were saying about the demand, that we will be able to supply the demand in next years for the water and for anything, for what AI needs. But when we talk about the sustainable energy or sustainable development, what if the power demand or the culprit or the operator needs a very huge data or very huge demand and very huge power demand? When then what with the sustainable development will not come in the power play? Like if we supply the demand totally, then how the accountable person will deal with the laws, the cyber laws? What I'm trying to say, if you are getting my point.
See, we have an IT Act, Information Technology Act 2000. And in that, actually, there is a clauses for security of critical information infrastructures. We call CII. And in that, there is a subset of assets in this CI, critical information assets, which we call as protected systems. So if they are the one which impacts the national security, national economy, environment, and public health and safety. So if they are down, then these are going to be impacted. So like when there was a grid outage, the entire economy was down. So that was a issue of national security also. So if anybody touches that, these components or tries to harm or damage these components, then under section 66F, action is taken as if he is waging war against the nation. And there are others also for impersonating, like or some other supplying of spurious components, supply chain risk. That also is covered under the IT Act. So provisions are there. But that our IT Act was basically for facilitating digital transaction. So we didn't had that in that mind of the securing and prosecuting the cyber crimes. So we need a Cyber Security Act. Actually, if you see, if you read my profile, we had brought out CA cybersecurity guidelines for power sector. And that was a game changer which helped the power sector to survive in the Sindoor operation. Because I worked with them for last 8 years to help them to become matured and prepare for such eventualities. So Madam was talking about satellites. Actually, satellites communications also play a very important role, because we depend on GPS. And we had suggested to switch over to NAVIC, but we don't have so many satellites so that to make this NAVIC functional. And in fact, in one of the power plant stations, this sensor which was running on the GPS was spoofed. GPS signal was spoofed, and the plant remained out for 1 month. So that sort of risks are there. So we need our own NAVIC system to counter the US GPS system.
I agree with you, totally.
I would request all of you to go through this cyber security guidelines. Now we are coming out with regulations. So you need to know what sort of things we are talking. Fortunately, at that time, I was not knowing much about AI also. So AI was not included in it. But now in regulations, we have included AI also.
Brilliant. So all the students here, the future of India, just remember that AI in PSUs is very different from AI in commercial apps. That can be a nuisance, but if anything goes wrong in PSUs, it can cascade down to national security. And so the future is in your hands, guys. And this is not related to this topic, but I just thought I'll share it just for fun before we break for lunch. Are we breaking for lunch after this? I had gone to the US in 2000, and we had always thought that there are no power outages in the US. But, well, one of the grids went down there, and we had no power. Not like India, where few hours you don't have power. We didn't have power for nearly a week, and some places didn't have power for weeks. And guess what? India is very prepared with no power. We have candles in the house, and we have other ways of cooking. Everything had shut down. We couldn't go to the market to buy anything because all their systems were on power. So it wasn't that you could give cash and buy something. So people who didn't have candles in their home could do nothing. There was no other way of cooking because everything runs on electricity. It was cold, so all the heating in the house gone down, and you don't have those angitis you can burn and keep yourself warm. At that time, I thought, my God, I think in this area, India is way more advanced than the US is. Because they are now learning that, you need to have backup and inverters and this and that. All that never existed there earlier. Anyway, with that, I'll just bring, yeah.
It's not like that, ma'am, actually, just because I am a power engineer, I know some facts, actually. So we used to say that we had many frequent blackouts earlier than this 2012. So, but we were able to restore the entire system in 2-3 days. But in the US, they were not able to restore more than, before at least 10 days. So they took more than 10 days. And in fact, some of the situations like galloping conductors, the wires that you see, the transmission tower wires, they used to gallop like horses when there was a snowfall or the windstorm is there. So that thing doesn't happen in India. But we say that we are more expert. No, because we had so many grid disturbances, and so we are able to understand the nitty-gritty. We have how to bring the system fast. But we, for almost 72 hours, we remain in the control room. And at that time, I remember one of the incidents, Suresh Prabhu came down and sat with us to restore the grid. So that was the dedication when he was a power minister.
Wow. Okay, so with this, I'd like to thank you, sir, for, and I'm really honored to be sitting here next to you. And it was a privilege to be here. Thank you, everyone, for patiently listening.
Thank you so much, Rajshri ma'am and MAKP Singh sir. We request you to kindly proceed in front of the dais for the felicitation ceremony. Before we proceed, I would like to personally thank MAKP Singh sir for sharing his insight, which has been shaped by your years of service. It was a pleasure listening to you. And thank you, ma'am, for bringing in the personal element. It's always good to hear from your life. Thank you. May I kindly request Dr. Kamaldeep Kaul Sarna and Dr. Sunita Sharma to kindly grace the stage for felicitation ceremony. Thank you, ma'am.
It was such a pleasure to listen to your insights. Thank you so much.
I request Sunita Sharma ma'am to kindly felicitate the dignitaries with a planter and a memento. Thank you, ma'am. Lunch not so soon, audience. We have one more session to go. So please be generous with a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we proceed towards the next session, session 9, titled Frugal, Inclusive and Public Good AI for Bharat 2047. I request the session chair, Professor Rinku Sharma Dikshit, Director IQAC and Professor, Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, New Delhi Institute of Management, to kindly grace the dais. Sir, may we please have you on here? I also request the key speakers, Dr. Amitabh Nag, CEO Bhashini, Mr. Ajay Veer Jhakar, Chairman, Indian Farmers Forum, to kindly come on the dais. Dr. Shrikant Shastri, Chairperson, Geospatial Data Promotion and Development Committee, to kindly come on the dais, please. Thank you, sir. Can we please request the audience? Thank you. Ramesh Naidu, sir, Scientist F, AI Division, C-DAC, Bangalore. May we please have you here on the dais, please? We are delighted to welcome you and truly honored by your presence, ma'am and sir. Thank you. I request the session chair, Professor Rinku Sharma Dikshit, to kindly open the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to this session on frugal, inclusive, and good AI for Bharat 2047. Let me just start with my presentation. So before we listen to the dignitaries out here, I would like to give a brief overview of what frugal AI is and what the concept is all about. So being a faculty, that's my role and responsibility to just introduce the session to the audience. Okay, so the title of the session is Frugal, Inclusive, and Public Good AI for Bharat 2047. The first slide, please. Now, briefly, anybody amongst the audience who knows what frugal AI is all about? So this is a new term which has come. Frugal means that we need to make things smaller, we need to make things compact. Now, what is the need for that? We all know that AI is all around us, and we are all surrounded by AI. We are all using AI gadgets. We are all using AI applications. But there is a serious issue which is associated with AI. So if I see here, AI, the term AI is becoming synonymous with power-hungry GPUs. Can I have a mic? Hello? Hello? Yeah. So the term AI is becoming synonymous with power-hungry GPUs, sprawling data centers, and trillion parameter models. This is what we've been discussing. There are a lot of data centers which are there. There are a lot of data which is to be stored. So basically, we are talking about a lot of storage which is generating a lot of heat. So there are negative aspects of today's AI, which is environmental toll. So just assume that if I'm wanting to train a GPT-3 model, it requires 1287 megawatt hours of energy, which is equivalent to the lifetime emission of 5 American cars. That is one example. Then we are also talking about cognitive waste. Whatever the AI is generating, most of it is noise. Very few or very less is actually usable. Then we also talk about bias and opacity in the current AI. Now what is that? Their large models are actually black boxes, and they are encoding biases that can lead to social injustices, and we've heard a lot of cases around them. But let me all ask you a simple question. The next slide, please. What exactly is intelligence? Is intelligence about an exercise of brute force? No, it is not. If I talk about the readings from the Upanishads, they talk about Gyan. So what is Gyan? Gyan is true understanding comes not by adding more, but by removing illusion, noise, and excess until clarity remains. So that is what actually is required. If we are talking about real wisdom, we do not have to accumulate knowledge. Rather, we have to unclear the actual sense out of it. The next slide, please. So the philosophy of frugality is actually based on this. It talks about that nature does not waste. Right? The most intelligent, the most advanced intelligence on earth, our human brain, operates on 20 watts of power, which is less than a small light bulb as well. Evolution favors efficiency and simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. That is what frugality is actually based on. So frugal AI follows actually these traditions. It seeks sufficiency, not overkill. So accumulate as much as required, but not too much. The next slide, please. So what is frugal AI? It's a paradigm shift. It's a paradigm shift towards designing AI systems that achieve high impact with minimal resources. It's about doing more with less across compute, energy, data, and capital. So these are the 4 things which are actually bustling everything. And the challenges that frugal AI is bound to address are the economic pressure owing to the high cost and uncertain ROI of the current AI. Then the environmental impact, high energy consumption and carbon emissions, and limited reach. Today's AI is not accessible to everybody. So there are a lot of people who are not able to work with the actual AI. So that is what frugality is all about. The next slide, please. So in short, we can say that frugal AI is talking about accessibility, inclusiveness, and positive environmental impact. But this also means that we are trying to create a high impact and cheap, lightweight model of AI. Now, a problem that comes in when we talk about this accessible model, when it reaches people, we might be at a risk that some kind of harmful or unreliable AI is reaching the masses. That is why frugal AI now has to be consciously fused with responsible AI. The lean system which we are trying to make must also be safe, accountable, and aligned with human values. This means fairness, privacy, robustness, and safety are non-negotiable constraints along with cost and energy. The next slide, please. So what are the principles of frugal AI? So when we talk about frugal AI, the first principle is resource efficiency. I need to preserve the computational power by creating lean algorithms and the optimizing models to be smaller and faster. Then reduce the energy consumption during training and deployment. That is where the most amount of energy is spent. So reduce that energy. Practicing data parsimony, right? Using only the essential and high quality data. Then preserving the financial capital. Definitely, when we are lowering the development cost and operational cost, so everything comes down. And circular AI, the most important. Do not reinvent, rather reuse. So reuse, fine-tune, and repurpose the existing models rather than recreating them. The next slide, please. The second principle that frugal AI is based on is sustainability. Now, sustainability is slowly and steadily becoming an ethical dimension rather than just being an engineering goal. So, through sustainability, reduce the carbon footprint. We are all facing the global warming issue. So, reduce the carbon footprint by developing energy-efficient models and training methods. Create sustainable infrastructures and also incorporate energy awareness. Use tools to see and track or reduce the energy consumption by the models. The next slide, please. The third principle that frugal AI is based on is accessibility and inclusion, meaning the democratizing access to AI technology. Now this focuses on lowering the barrier. There are technical barriers, there are financial barriers, and there are even linguistic limitations to using AI. So it's not available to everybody. Use lightweight deployment of AI, which runs on low power devices and in areas with limited connectivity as well. empower diverse users. So we are not keeping it limited to certain people or certain areas, rather every SME, every startup, the non-profits, the emerging economies and various user groups should also get used to it. For example, there's an example which is given, AI-powered diagnostic tool that can be used in smartphones in remote areas with limited health access to healthcare. The next slide, please. The next principle is impact and scalability. Focus on value, not everything. So AI projects have to have a positive social, environmental, or economic impact. Then ROI and TCO, keep a steady check on using robust frameworks for evaluating the ROI and the total cost of ownerships. Efficient scaling, designing AI for low-cost deployment and using lightweight architectures to enable rapid scaling. And finally, an example is a chatbot, which everybody uses for any kind of communication. Organizations are actually using it. Next slide, please. So that's the entire scenario. Frugal AI talks about sustainable AI, efficient AI, AI for impact, AI for social good, and inclusive AI. Next slide, please. So what exactly are the design principles? Think small before thinking big. That is what Frugal AI says. Can your AI achieve 80% of the value with just 20% of the compute? The second principle, design for constraints. So embrace the challenge of limited energy, compute, and bandwidth. Design with that constraint in mind. Prioritize explainability. All the AI models that we are designing should be explainable, understandable, auditable, and accountable as well. Then adopt open source principles. Frugal AI thrives in ecosystems of collaboration, not walled gardens, right? Respect the planetary limits. So every AI model has an ecological footprint. Design with that in mind. So these are the design principles that one should have in mind while designing frugal systems. And finally, to attain knowledge, add things every day, but to attain wisdom, remove things every day. That is what Frugal AI says, right? And the future is not GPU intensive, rather it's frugal. So that was my brief presentation just to introduce the topic. Now, may I now call upon the speakers for the day. Let me start with Dr. Amitabh Nag.
Let me just discuss a few things, what is happening in AI, and then we would come across in a topic which is relevant to the current situation. So there are two phases, two parts which I would be talking about. You know what India is doing in India AI, which is the AI mission, and how we are actually trying to implement in one of the use cases, which is about language AI. So as far as India AI is concerned, it's a mission which is about $1.2 billion government has allocated for that. And it has got 7 pillars to, work upon and function. The 7 pillars which are there in India AI addresses the challenges which we have and encourages the people like you to do more innovations and actions which are required to take us or make us concurrent and move ahead in the AI system. So the first pillar is all about compute. India AI is actually having 38,000 GPUs today, which can be given to the researchers and people who are developing AI solutions, who can use those systems at an extremely subsidized rate. And the GPU or the compute solutions are available for everyone. The second thing which we are talking about is foundation models. The foundation models are fundamental models which are trained on our system in our own language. So the AI in India is going to be all about Indian data sets with Indian languages. Currently, we do have a challenge of most of the, large language models or foundation models being trained on external data sets, and the viewpoints are external and obviously having biases which are, not right for us. And there are about 12 such large language models which are getting developed under different domain, and those will be announced soon. The third part of the entire AI gambit is to have what is called as AI Kosh. Kosh means khajana. So we are trying to build a repository of AI-ready data sets in different fields. We currently have approximately 5,000 data sets which are uploaded on AI Kosh. And there are we are almost touching 500 plus models which are there, which are, having different sort of licensing policies which can be downloaded and used. So that is the third pillar which we are talking about. Fourth pillar is about application integration or application or use cases. Those applications or use cases are the applications which are being used in various domains using AI. And, they provide benefits to the respective stakeholder for whom the application is developed. And these are in the areas of medical sciences, agriculture, fisheries, etc., etc. And more are getting developed. So it is like, applications which are about India AI taking up use cases to there, and that is to encourage the use cases. The use cases are, and the foundation models are generally, not built by government, but it is built by the startups and researchers through an innovation challenge or hackathon based on a problem statement which is received by the domain owners. The application development initiative, which is the fourth pillar which I was talking about, has already got about 30 plus applications on board, and there are more going to be there. The fifth pillar is all about creating future skills, which is how to skill our workforce, and there is a significant amount of funds as well as, emphasis which is there. And there are a lot of significant amount of AI skills have already been built up, and they are continuing to get built up in this particular pillar. Then we are also looking at startup financing, where we are financing the startups to actually build the solutions and come up to a level where it is required. So, that is another pillar which we have. And then we are looking at the most important pillar, which is about responsible AI or safe or trusted AI, which is basically, looking at developers plus the, user community to ensure that the AI is, AI is trusted, AI is responsible, and, we are not looking at systems which is good to use, but but it is used it at your own risk. That is something which we are looking to avoid in the future as we, as a society, start embracing AI to a large extent. So these are the pillars around which a lot of action is happening, and most of these actions are open for students and researchers to participate and startups to participate, because we would like the future to be that way, and we will be taking things that way. The idea of working on these models which were there and all these things are that we keep the problem statements very targeted. And if the problem statements are targeted, the solutions are targeted, and we don't generally use AI for what is today, what is being promoted by most of the people, which is about creating, creating videos or otherwise. Those are things which are there, which should be done, but it is more about how do we targeted way solve the problem. And it is in the same way, going by our principle, which was there earlier, that we will use technologies for public good, and we will create digital public infrastructure and digital public good, which is, that's how we used internet. Before India used internet, it was primarily being used for advertisement, but we used for Aadhaar, we used for UPI, we used for multiple things which are there. And this continues to be our forte. So in that line of thing, something which started before India AI mission came in is Bhashini, and Bhashini is basically Bhasha interface for India. And we started again in a very concise fashion to tackle the language diversity which was there in our country. We had 22 languages as official languages, plus we have 100 plus languages which are spoken by 100,000 people or more. And we wanted all of them to communicate seamlessly, and obviously we didn't have diktat that we have to use certain language, but it is all that what was talked about was that we should not be burdened with learning another language. If we want to learn it, it is fine. If you don't want to learn it, we still should be able to collaborate, innovate, have career progression around it. And that is, with that intention, this project was initiated based on artificial intelligence and other activities which are there. It was also about preserving and bringing back our culture, and also looking at how do we ensure that we remain inclusive and empowered, given that our 60 to 70% of population still does not do well in language. And we wanted to break that myth that somebody who is good in language is also good in knowledge. That myth is to be broken out. And people who are not speaking English are also intelligent and also enterprising and also research oriented is something which we are, which we have built in, and we don't obviously we are not looking at, having that diversity of language or challenge of language. So what we have achieved till now is approximately built up 350 models which are ground up, which tackle 22 languages in 5 problem statements. First problem statement is automatic speech recognition. That means the digital system should be able to understand what you are speaking in 22 languages. Then they should be able to do a bidirectional translation in 22 languages. Then the digital system should be able to speak in 22 languages. And we have a lot of printed text around. When we have scanned that, it is not in machine-readable form. So we are converting them into machine-readable form. That means we are creating OCR models. We had one of the challenge, which is that there was no or any digital data as far as most of the languages are concerned. Or combined all 22 languages, we are just 2 to 3% of the digital data which is available, and that is quite less to create the AI models, but we had a brute force mechanism by which we created the AI models. That means we had adopted different mechanisms. One of the mechanisms which we adopted was that we went with the people, to general people who were speaking or knowing those languages, with a picture and asked them to speak or write about that particular topic, and then created conversations which we recorded and built upon that. So with that, we have 350 models which has got automatic speech recognition in all 22 languages, text to text in 36 languages, text to speech in 19 languages, and OCR in about 18 languages. We have also created digital dictionaries which has about 1.5 million Indian words which were not there in the digital world before. Having done that, we have created a model platform, which is National Hub for Language Technology, which is rendering these models as service for you to build as application. The API calls are available, and we do we have done till now, from the release and late 2023 to now, about 5 billion inferences. That means our platform was accessed 5 billion times for translation requests in different languages. We also have a Bhashini app, which if you download from App Store or Play Store, you would be able to seamlessly use that for communication in both in voice and text across the languages. So that's the there. And then we moved on to various use cases, and the use cases have been phenomenal, because as soon as you start doing voice journeys, you are in a position to actually communicate and make the machine do what you want to do, and you bridge the digital barrier as well as the literacy barrier, besides bridging the language barrier. And some of these tools can be used for improving productivity because you are using voice to a large extent. Just to conclude my talk, in some of the use cases which we are building up, you can today have a farmer in Maharashtra asking for advice what he should be doing on voice in Marathi, and getting an answer from the system that this is what you should be doing. So that is the power of the use case which we have been able to deploy live at a production scale. We are looking at farmers getting loan from the banks by accessing their land records, banks being able to access their land records. The land records currently are in local languages, but banks understand mostly English, so they are in a position to do that. Zero FIR, which can be put across in various states, are now getting actioned upon. Case diaries which were there from district courts to high courts for the cases which are actually moving to higher court, that is now getting translated fast and will be effectively contributing to reduction of pendency of the cases to a certain extent. Not all cases are like that where the translation has been a problem. The Diksha portal, which has got voice in this, which has got many of the textbooks can be read out to the student because that's available there. We do many of the places we are doing transliteration and translation facilities where, like, I am speaking right now and it can be translated into multiple languages, and it can be also spoken out from speech-to-speech perspective. We almost are touching about 100 use cases today. We touch every citizen today, and we are in every panchayat today with this system. Panchayats today do not have a written minutes of meeting, which was earlier in English prepared by Sachiv Panchayat. It is now video recording the complete Panchayat minutes, sending it to Ministry of Panchayati Raj, and the transcription happens automatically and minutes of meeting is generated automatically. Till now, we have a count of about 95,000 videos uploaded on the Ministry of Panchayati Raj site, which has been used to generate the minutes of meeting. So having said that, obviously, we are working bit by bit. We are, deploying solutions which are failing fast so that we can learn. And of course, as we go forward, we are looking at how do we ensure that we are not spending so much, but still giving the solutions. We today operate about 200 GPU infrastructure, which is one of the largest across the global south, to facilitate these translations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful insights about Bhashini app and the Bhashini, what exactly is happening. Any questions from the audience for Dr. Nag? Yeah.
From?
At the different location. So my question is related to vernacular language which you were supporting. So in case of voice to text, right, the way in which I am speaking the English and the way in which different people will be speaking will be very different, right? The same word will pronounce will be different, right? Now how your system is supporting this? Because we know this AI model which you are training is based upon the Gaussian distribution, right? Anything outside the bell curve is rejected by the system. Now when, let's take a word like my name is Aditya, right? Now when I am speaking this in English and somebody else speak the same word in English, the system will reject and it will only take the word like my name is Aditya, right? Now how you are going to provide the solution for the vernacular tones of the different parts of this country, right? So like when you use the Bhashini system, then we are having a problem of when we speak to the Bhashini system, it most of the time it's hallucinate because of the pronunciation which I am using, right? But
which system are you using?
I'm taking the example of Bhashini.
Which system are you using?
Currently, I am not aware about the system.
But then how are you saying that it hallucinates?
So most of the AI system which you use...
See, the generalization is one thing. See, if you are saying that I have a knowledge of AI and I am using trying to tell you that that is not the way it has to be. If you have used a particular system and it hallucinates, and if you have an example, then this question is valid.
So I will generalize this question.
So don't generalize it, but I will answer it in a different form. Yes. See, AI system actually depends upon how much data you use. If you go through the basics of AI or basics of IT, it was earlier that we have an input and we have a software and we generate output. In AI systems, you have an input, you have an output, and you are generating a program, right? That's how the AI system works. The more input you have and then more output you have, the AI systems will start becoming better. And the combination of input and output, we call it data sets, right? And the crux of this particular thing is that the more data sets we create, the better it would be, right? So if I have a data set which is actually covering the entire Indian as a country, I would perhaps be perfect in all the translations which are there. Unfortunately, we are not. Unfortunately, we are not. And to that extent, your question is valid, that do we have data sets of all the set of dialects and pronunciations which perhaps be encountered by Indians? Because in English, you have a very set of, English people speak in a very similar way, and the pronunciations are quite similar. We have a local accent too. Tamilian is speaking in English is different from a, Indorian speaking that English also. But Hindi also would differ, and the other languages will also differ. So as I said, that we did specific investments to actually put across how the development or how the data sets would be created. So we did spend about $6 to $8 million to build those data sets in the low resource language. Having said that, that is not sufficient. So we run a program called Bhasha Dan, which we have the crowdsourcing element coming in. So we are currently, for example, running Malayalam Dan. So in Kerala, we are going to college students like you and asking that, please contribute your data sets, please say something onto, or there are 4 cards to it, Bolo, Likho, Suno, Dekho. So in Bolo, you are speaking certain sentence, and then we are capturing that dialect. So, now you can look at it how expansive it would be. Malayalam person speaking Malayalam is one set of data sets. Malayalam person speaking English is another data set. Malayalam person speaking Hindi is another data set. So there is a lot of work which needs to be carried out in using everybody as the, each one of you have the baton to actually work on creating those data sets through various mechanisms. So as you said, that if my name is I am Aditya and it has to be, also understood by a person who is, machine should also understand if this particular sentence was spoken by somebody from Manipur, then, it would be a different dialect, it would be a different way in which he would be speaking, and the machine should be able to recognize. That means I should have at least 10,000 sentences which have been spoken in that way, right? So I have to go on the field, and that is what we are doing currently, that we will go on the field and pick that data up, but we are also trying to energize various organizations, Defense being a large organization, NCC being a large organization, college students are large organizations. In Maharashtra, for example, when we were doing this example which we talked about, we had a challenge that the agri-domain words were not spoken properly. And Maharashtra has 3 dialects. Nagpur side has a different dialect, Nasik has a different dialect, and when you come to the cosmopolitan area of Mumbai and Pune, it has got a different dialect. So what we are doing is that we are talking, there are 10,000 students who have been enrolled to actually speak out those words and validate it among themselves. So, I will say something about that agri-domain word, and that would get validated by 5 people. If it will be treated as a golden data set if 3 people says that it is okay. And then we would basically put it into the system and train the model to speak out those 70,000 words in agri-domain, which is not otherwise available as a spoken language, because that's spoken by the farmers, right? So it is not available in digital domain because farmers means accepting that, higher range, higher earning farmers, lower end of income group of farmers were never interfaced with the digital systems. So we have to get them into the digital systems. So the answer is that yes, it's a journey, and it may be good, perhaps not now, but I think I can guarantee you that if you speak in Hindi or English, it will be able to recognize. And if there are people, unless and until it's an outlier, it will be definitely there. So rejection is not a problem, not a situation right now. It may be misspelt when it is transcribing.
Any other question?
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, thank you for your insightful information. Actually, I want to ask, Bhashini is created for breaking the language barrier or preserving the languages. So what I want to ask is how you are ensuring that this is reaching the people who are actually in need, the rural areas, because even data connectivity is not everywhere. So how you are reaching those people?
Yeah, so your question is of two parts. One is that places where data connectivity is not there, so how do you reach? Because at the end of the day, this is internet-based system. And second is that how we are actually reaching, means are we there in villages or are we there in districts or not? So on the first part, which is basically looking at the internet connectivity as a challenge, yes, that's an issue which is there. And we would be soon coming with offline versions of it, which will be miniaturized. And you would be able to run it on edge devices. Currently, we are, if you look at Bhashini app, if you download, I would be able to do automatic speech recognition and translation on my smartphone itself, right? But to go further on that, which is basically to look at can it generate voice, the TTS or text-to-speech models are slightly heavy. We are doing research on that, and that would also be quantized over a period of time to actually be available offline. The second part is about, am I reaching people? So have I reached you? Perhaps today I have reached you, right? So you know the enormity of the task, and we would look at brand ambassadors at conferences like that, and you carrying this message forward to 10 people you know, so that it is a chain which we can go. Obviously, we are doing our own efforts with respect to conferences, marketing, etc., etc. But yeah, India is a vast country, so many people, all of them need to know. And till now, perhaps they never thought that this kind of a tool can be built, and we will be able to transcend the language barrier.
Any other question? I can take one more question now. Just one
more. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on Bhashini. My simple question is that, what's the roadmap we are looking in the next 10 years for Bhashini? Can you just highlight that for us?
Means you tried to summarize that I should be predicting what happens in AI in next 10 years, which I would humbly say that I don't have that expertise, because the technology is changing so fast and the things would be different over a period of time. But what I am trying to what would happen is that we would basically see more and more tasks which are routine, getting into the AI domain. So language translation is one of the things, but there are more routine tasks which will come in. We will also see some of the intelligence coming into the system. And today they are in the system, but they are more or less a toy play. People show you a lot of things, but that has to get into a production system. And production system means that there's a lot of things which have to be done. But most important aspect for us, which is people like you, because you are the people who will carry the mantle forward, is that the intelligence level of our actions or our analysis have to increase drastically. That means, we have to be better than machine to control the machine. And control, guide, build the machine. We will build the machine which will, do our job, and we will have to control them. They will throw the analytics. Like today, if ChatGPT throws a summary of a thing, but we still have to vet it, and we will have to have that intelligence to vet it faster, because at the end of the day, if you are not at that level, then the machine will start controlling you. And that's the danger which we have, and that's the reason why we are so, why AI Summit, Impact Summit is being organized, why we are briefing people like you that, look, the bar has to be raised. We have to control the machine, control the AI, so that we are in a position. So while most of the things in AI beyond 2 years are not predictable, but what we should be doing, what we are supposed to do, that is raise our bar, understand technology better, understand our past better, so that you are in a position to actually, give that flavor to the system. Otherwise, it's not going to be human system anymore.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for enlightening the audience. And this topic will go on and on, but we need to call our next speaker also, Dr. Shrikant Sastry. So please, could you enlighten the audience now?
Namaskar, everyone. It's always a big question at a conference. Is the pre-lunch session better or post-lunch? Pre-lunch, everyone is hungry. Post-lunch, after the lunch, people tend to be sleepy. So I haven't found an answer to this particular question. So I hope you'll bear with me for the next few minutes. The topic of today's session is frugal, inclusive, and public good AI for Bharat 2047. The last two words, Bharat 2047 and inclusive, raise a question. If you look around and look at the AI that all of us as individuals use, ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, Claude, it's a tragedy because they're all foreign products. Just like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Why can't we have AI platforms which are Indian? We have UPI and Aadhaar to be proud of. Why can't we lead the world when it comes to AI? Which is why I think what Dr. Nag spoke about with Bhashini is a path-breaking effort, and I think you deserve congratulations for making that happen. So what I'd like to talk about is, if we really want AI to be inclusive, which means AI for the masses and not just for the elite in India, that's what I'd like to spend the next few minutes on. And I'd like to start with a story. It's a story focused on agriculture. So I chair the Geospatial Data Promotion and Development Committee for the Government of India. And geospatial data, by a simple way to understand it, is location intelligence. We all learned location in our geography days at school. Location meant latitude, longitude, and elevation, X, Y, Z. But today, to each location, you can add thousands of layers of intelligence. How many people live here? What's the weather here? What's the soil here? So imagine today you have that kind of data, if that can be made available, how powerful it can be. So that's the committee I chair, to make such data available to everyone. So I want to go back to one of the experiments we ran in Varanasi district during the Rabi wheat crop season in 2025. So the story goes something like this. In Varanasi district, we took 26,000 farmers as an experiment during last year's wheat season, December 2024 to May 2025. And we had a set of private sector partners, including ITC, and we had a set of startups. And we told them, come with us to Varanasi district. We will make data available to you. And we want to see what magic you can create. So what we did was, we made, for these 26,000 farmers, we made available data pertaining to their land boundaries, the soil health in those farms, the local weather, local water and irrigation availability. That data was made available through a simple technology platform to large companies like ITC and startups. And we literally saw magic happen. ITC was able to advise farmers, personalized advice to each of the 26,000 farmers, which particular seed to sow, when to sow, when to add nutrients, when to add pesticides, when to irrigate the farm, and when to harvest. So when you started giving such personalized advice to farmers, there was a 15% increase in the wheat crop yield, and there was a 25% increase in the income of farmers, and this was measured scientifically. And only limited amount of AI was used in this. It was just the data performing magic. Imagine now the possibilities if on the same data, you're able to add AI. You're able to tell the farmer, we can predict what the weather conditions are going to be. We can predict what your yield will be. That will be real magic. And this is important because if you look at India and you look at the range, Eastern UP is one place where the yield for a farmer is low compared to Haryana or Punjab. It's probably only 60% of the Eastern UP farmer, the yield in a farm is only about 60% of the yield that a farmer in Haryana or Punjab gets. And if you're able to change that through a combination of data and AI, that is when you'll truly take AI to the masses. And that will bring food security to India. Today we talk about national security at the borders, we talk about cyber security, but food security is also important. Tomorrow, someone else, another country can hold us to ransom by curtailing our food supplies. Look at what happened when the Ukraine war happened. They were unable to export wheat. Many countries got into trouble. So for us as a country, food security is important. And if you're able to improve the yield for farmers by using data, by using AI, you're automatically creating food security and hence national security. Which brings me to an important point. Today when we talk about AI, we talk about hundreds of billions of dollars of investment that OpenAI makes in ChatGPT, Google makes in Gemini, and so on and so forth. But as India, we are always careful about the way we spend money. We are frugal. We need to have AI which does not guzzle energy, which does not take up our natural resources, which does not consume hundreds of dollars. So that frugal AI requires us to think very differently, and both Dr. Nag and Professor Sharma alluded to this. And the thinking is, rather than do what other people are doing in US or China, we should be niche. We should create sector-specific AI. For example, imagine if we can create AI which is agriculture-specific. The good news is we have a lot of data in the agriculture ministry, at the center and states. If on top of that data, we're able to build AI models which are agriculture specific, it can benefit the farmers. We don't need large language models, which is a buzzword that we all hear. We probably need a small language model, which is trained on agriculture related data. It can take data from Indian soil science. It can take data from our agronomy textbooks, and you create small language models based on that. And that is when you can create applications for Indian farmers which can really transform their lives. So that's the direction to take for India, to take AI to the masses. If you can do this for agriculture, you can do this for scaling and livelihood, you can do this for disaster management, you can do this for urban infrastructure, and each of these sectors, if you can create sector-specific AI stacks, that is the way India can lead the world. So I would leave this audience with 3 thoughts in terms of actions we should take. One is, as you go into your respective careers or respective profession, think about how you can create sector-specific AI stacks. That's one thought. The second thought is, we have to guard our data carefully. We have invaluable data because we have 1.4 billion Indians. We have health data about 1.4 billion Indians. We have other kinds of data about 1.4 billion Indians. We should conserve that, preserve that within India to make it available to Indian companies and not let foreign companies take away. That's my second thought I want to leave with you. Third is, let's focus on doing AI for the most needy parts of the country, not just for the elite. Can we do this for farmers? Can we do this for artisans? Can we do this for unemployed youth? That is when AI can really create magic. So I would end this, my comments with a note of optimism. It might appear that today we are lagging behind US and China in the AI race, but it's okay to be late. But because we know from the past history that we can be smarter, we can leapfrog. There was a time when we did not have a phone at home, but today we have mobile phones which probably are the most in the world. Once upon a time, we were a cash economy. Today, our digital transactions are more than anyone else in the world. So I'm reasonably confident that if we are smart about this, even in AI, we can lead the world with which I call as a Bharat model, India model, which is frugal, inclusive, and that will pave the way for Viksit Bharat in 2047. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful insights on how exactly your organization is using data for the upliftment of the farmers. Any questions from the audience on this? Any question? Okay, so this is one area where probably students do not know much, so I have a question for you. When you talk about usage of data for the farmers, is there any other area also where data collected by your organization is being used? And
Yeah, so you can do this for agriculture. You can do this for livelihoods, because if you take the Ministry of Labor or the National Skill Portal, there's a lot of data about skills that individuals have acquired. There is data available of job vacancies. Can you match that, for example? So therefore, in the livelihoods case, there's a possibility. Going forward, you can do the same thing in urban infrastructure. For example, today in India, property tax collections are very low. But you can use data to improve property tax collections in our cities and make our cities more prosperous, for example. So every sector of the economy, there is data available. Yes, the data is messy because it's in diverse and disparate forms. There's a cleanup exercise required. But I think given the sheer size and magnitude of the country, there's a lot of data available, and therefore this is possible to be replicated in every sector.
yeah, I agree completely with you. So when we talk about so much of data available in the various sectors, what are the mechanisms the companies are using to maintain the secrecy and maintain the data properly?
So as of now, most of this data is sitting within government agencies. For example, if you take agriculture data, it sits with the Agri Ministry at the state or center. Likewise, if you take other data on unemployment or skilling data, that's available within government ministries. So at this point of time, the data is sitting there, not made available. So at this point of time, it's not so much about secrecy, but it's about making this data available to startups, to private sector and others to say, look, can you go and create killer applications based on this? Obviously, you have to ensure data security, data privacy, etc. But all of that comes next. Right now, it's about making the data available, actually.
The AI Coach initiative exactly does that. There is a constant attempt to collect the data from various ministries and put it there and in an open and downloadable format, excepting perhaps you need to authenticate yourself in most of the cases. And there are data which is obviously licensed and otherwise. So watch out for this particular platform. You would get data to build AI applications.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insights. Thank you, sir, for Bhashini insights. And I'm really sure that the audience has really understood about the applications of AI and the frugal world, which is the frugal word, which is new and has been introduced today. We are actually, it is around us, but we do not know much about it. So thank you for the
Thank you so much. We would like to formally thank the session chair, Professor Rinku Sharma Dikshit ma'am, and both the speakers, Dr. Amitabh Nag and Dr. Shrikant Shastri. We enjoy the critical perspectives that you shared, both on data privacy and on language. I come from a communication department, so I was listening backstage to both your addresses, and I really enjoyed that. So thank you so much. I would request the dignitaries on stage to kindly move in front of the podium. Thank you. May I kindly invite Dr. Soumya Agarwal, faculty SRCC, to felicitate the dignitaries on stage. Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Soumya Agarwal to felicitate Dr. Amitabh Nag with a planter and a memento. Soumya, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We now request Professor Rinku Sharma Dikshit, ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Shrikant Shastri, sir, with a planter and a memento. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We once again request Dr. Soumya Agarwal, ma'am, to felicitate Professor Rinku Sharma Dikshit, ma'am, with a planter and a memento. We thank all the dignitaries on the dais, and we now break for lunch. We request all our delegates to kindly proceed towards the front lawns, and we'll be back here in 30 minutes. So it's 2:30. We request everyone to please be back to the auditorium at 3 p.m. Lunch is arranged for you in the front lawns. Thank you so much. Request the audience to welcome Professor Bijay Lakshmi Nanda, ma'am, Principal, Miranda House, University of Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. It's always a pleasure to have you here. We now move into a very timely and engaging session titled Youth, Education Startups and Safe AI Innovation. This session brings together the energy of young minds with the responsibility of building AI that is ethical, inclusive, and future-ready. As education and innovation converge, the ideas we discuss here have the potential to shape not just startups, but the next generation of learners and leaders. With that, let us begin this exciting conversation. As we proceed, I kindly request our dignitaries for this session to grace the dais. May we please put our hands together for Professor Bijay Lakshmi Nanda, Principal, Miranda House, University of Delhi. And I request the audience to be gracious with their applause and generous with their applause. Ma'am, can we please have you here on the dais? Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we please have Professor Dr. Shaili Chaudhary, HOD AI Department, NDIM, here on the dais? Can we please have Professor R. Sri Ram, Founder and Chairman, Supreme Creations, and Visiting Professor, London Business School, and also our esteemed alumnus of SRCC. We are delighted to welcome you back, sir. Dr. Abhishek Tandon, CEO, Udmodya Foundation, University of Delhi. Vicky Maheshwari, Chief Admission Officer and Chief Operating Officer, Santosh University. Sir, can we please have you on the dais? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now kindly invite our esteemed session chair, Professor Bijay Lakshmi Nanda, to kindly lead the session. We look forward to her opening remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Aditya Tikku for inviting me to this program, and GCTC is someone I'm close to, and I'm also glad to be here at SRCC. Principal Simrit Kaur is a good friend. Today she's not here, but I guess in the name of friendship, one should always talk about that, especially when one is talking about startups, because a large number of startups are because of conversation between friends. And we will agree to that without that kind of a connection, it's not possible. Dr. R. Sriram and Vicky Maheshwari, who are speaking here today, Chairman and Founder, Supreme Creations, and Chief Admission Officer and Chief Operating Officer of Santosh University. The session is going to be discussing youth education, startups, and safe AI innovation. I feel that the idea that is going to be located today within these particular discourse is going to be looking at certain key points. You're going to look at demographic advantage, how young entrepreneurs are net citizens and we are net migrants. We'll talk about that. We are going to look at the demographic advantage we have. We are going to look at the problem-first approach that youth startups in India have taken. We can look at how cultural influences have shaped certain norms. And what does safe AI mean for startups? I mean, I will going to begin with Dr. R. Sriram to see what is safe AI, what are the ethics that you're going to be examining within that, especially related to fairness and bias, looking at transparency, looking at data protection and consent. That's very much an important part of our learning. And how do you look at humans who are in the loop? If AI should assist, not replace human judgment, especially in education, recruitment, healthcare, or governance. So is it a compliance burden, or is it a trust-building exercise that we do here? So I leave it to you, and maybe you should begin, Dr. Sriram.
Hello. I've got to tell you that, is it okay now? Can you hear me? I'm going to make a safe prediction. 80% of all I see were not even born when I left this college. Is that a safe prediction? I passed out in 77. I don't think anyone out there at the back were born here. But what has happened in those years since I passed out, I left Sriram College and I was immediately admitted to the DCM group. In those days, the DCM management trainee was one of the most preeminent management trainee courses in India. Hindustan Lever, Sriram College of DCM group, management trainee, Tatas were the most important group. I talk about it because what that taught me is entrepreneurship. And one of the points that we talk about today in this is about youth education. Startups are central to building India's safe and trusted ecosystem. We'll talk about AI later. Now, a young country, a dynamic country, needs a lot of entrepreneurs. And you are studying in one of the most important colleges in India to become startups, because startups gives you an enormous amount of ability in your future to make enormous wealth. I promise you, if you are running a startup and you run it well, you can make an enormous amount of wealth. We've had so many from this college who had started up and they built enormous wealth. Now, startups are very important to any country, and especially in India, because it's a growing economy. It's going to be the third largest economy in the world, and startups are very important. Now, I will talk about something which is very close to my heart. I built a company after doing a management course here in DCM. I started a business, and that business is involved in manufacturing, packaging, and so on and so forth. I won't bore you with that. But 25 years ago, I learned to fly a plane. How many want to fly a plane? Can we just raise our hands? How many of you want to fly a plane? And how many want to own a plane? Oh my God, I can see everybody wanting to own a plane. So, I'll tell you a little story about aviation and management. Because I was actually, I've just come from, I live in London, and I just came this morning from London, and I've been very generously invited to speak today, and I'm a bit careful about not deviating from the subject. And the subject, I just want to repeat the subject. It says, youth education systems and startups are central to building India's safe and trusted, I will remove the word AI, but ecosystem, because AI will come later. So first of all, what you need to do is to understand how things work. There's no point introducing AI right in the beginning. You know, and flying, aviation has taught me many things. One of the things aviation teaches you are systems. In the last 100 years, aviation has made huge progress. Medicine has been going on for the last 3, 4, 5,000 years. But in the last 100 years ago, there was no plane taking off. But now a plane takes off from London and can go to Australia in the most highest comfort. That's the progress aviation has made. And why I bring aviation is, aviation has taught management many things. I'll just begin by talking about checklist. We have an army officer here, Dr. Singh, and we were talking about how the army operates. The army operates through standard operating procedures, checklists. And that's why when an army takes over something, it is normally precision. So the first thing I would recommend that you do is to have checklists in whatever you do. Because a checklist is so important in not getting anything wrong. Because you can do many things wrong, even if you know the subject well, if you don't follow a checklist. And I'll give you an example why a checklist was formed. Some years ago, the medical profession was making mistakes. There was a surgeon who had to operate. He was a very experienced surgeon. He had 2 patients outside, one needing a leg amputation and one needing an arm amputation. Now the surgeon was very clever, but what he did not do was check which patient he had to bring in. He actually amputated the person who needed a leg amputation by removing his hands. Now, there was a small thing that they had to do. They had to have a checklist to see whether the patient they were amputating was the right patient. Unfortunately, it was not the case. And then they started this checklist in the medical profession that they have to check the name, their age, and their diagnostics before they do the operation. So checklists are very important, which aviation has taught. The other thing which aviation teaches is putting a flight plan. Now, in aviation, when you do go from one place to the other, there is a very clear flight plan as to what you do. Now, you're driving from here, the university, and you want to go to Greater Kailash, there isn't a flight plan. You just jump into a car and you go. And the chances of errors are much more when you don't have a flight plan. So what aviation does teach is a number of things that you have to start as a building block, whether you want to be an entrepreneur, or whether you want to go and work for the government, or whether you want to work for the private enterprise. I would recommend that there are certain things that you can follow from aviation to make yourself a better entrepreneur and to build a better startup. That is really what I think has got to be the first bit, before you start introducing AI. Do you think you agree with me? You can bring AI later on, because once you have the building block with all these basic knowledge, you can then bring AI, because what is AI? AI is giving you information that is already existing on the website. And ChatGPT and all that is able to give you a better route, but you need to know the basis of driving before jumping into a car and using AI and thinking that you can drive a car. So I would make a point that in order to have the youth education system startups to building India's safe and trusted AI ecosystem, you must know these basic infrastructure that we are talking of. So that is something which I'd like you to learn from today. And I'd like you to let me know how you lead the discussions in future now.
I think I was supposed to chair the session, but since it's a smaller gathering, we decided to do a conversation like you did. And I find that example extremely interesting when you bring up aviation. In fact, it ties up to something that some of you may have read, which is Nicholas Taleb's work, Anti-Fragility. How many of you have known Nicholas Taleb? There's one hand there. You should read it. So there's Black Swans, of course, the well-known. So he says that we do not wish for aeroplanes to crash. But it is only when they crash that you get to know what is wrong, what are the things that you can fix. And so then he gives his theory called anti-fragility, where he says, of course, you can be fragile and break down when something is transformed so quickly and so easily, AI being one of them because you are trying to create this disruptive culture of AI, and you see them changing every day. So you have to, either you are fragile and you break down, so I'm not going to be able to keep up with this, or you are resilient, but you are not really, you're just robust, you stay where you are, like a status quo. Or you are anti-fragile, you break down and you come back better. So the aviation industry has done that. And every time there is a crash, it's terrible, it's a huge human tragedy. But what comes out of that is a learning that there is going to be certain things that can be fixed and can be done better, and that's been the learning. And that's the anti-fragility example, not a very ethical example, but this is what Taleb uses. So when we are looking at this, and I'll come to Vicky Maheshwari now, and then I'll come back to you perhaps. When we are looking at youth startups, and we are going to look at the lack of AI ethics training, and I noticed that it says bag of ethics for you also, Dr. Ashriya. So how is it that young people who are thinking of various kinds of initiatives, many of them are innovators, how many of you have startups or are thinking of startups? Can I have a show of hands? Anybody who's thinking? So there are some people there who are thinking of startups. So what is the kind of ethics they should keep in mind? I agree with you. It's not about AI or anything. Any startup that you have must have a certain sense of inclusivity, or what America now no longer wants to speak of, which is diversity, inclusion, equity, and belongingness, the four kind of ideas that are necessary for any kind of ethical practice. So how are you examining that, since you are the chief operating officer and you're looking at admissions? How do you look at the startup environment? What's the kind of AI training that is being done at your end? How are educational institutions waking up to it? I am in Miranda House. We are still in that space where there is a lead, that young people are leading us by bringing in their own kind of entrepreneurship, their own ideas, and they are doing it much faster than we can actually respond to them. And of course, there's funding and those issues, but how do we bring in this idea of ethics into it? So I'll leave it to you, and then both of you can respond to this.
I would like to take the podium for that. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. I think we all had a beautiful lunch today. So, we need to be a bit more fresh rather than being lethargic. I can see few students being a bit lethargic now. So, let's be more interactive, because this session is all about you, the youth of our nation. So, I basically stand before you not just as a university administrator, but as someone who bridges the gap between the students of today and the professionals of tomorrow. So I work as a chief admission officer with Santosh deemed to be university. It's a medical university, first private medical university of North India, and we are here since 1995. So we understand that we are at a defining moment in India's journey right now, where we say AI is no longer a peripheral tool for the growth of the nation. It serves as a national power and security threat as well. So as we move towards the Viksit Bharat 2047, we must realize that the frontier AI, I'm discussing things related to AI as well. So we must realize that the frontier AI we discussed today is already in the hands of the youth. So as sir mentioned that AI will come later on, but yes, talking at this stage, I think everybody is using some or the other AI tool nowadays. So it's already in the hands of the youth already. But in the medical field, the frontier AI that we are talking about is about two things, life and death. So it's not about how we can mold things up at the last moment. It's about the life and death. Dr. Rai quoted one thing in the earlier session, that we have already seen adoption of AI in the very initial stage in healthcare industry and pharmaceutical industry of only 2.11%. So that is just a very initial phase that we are talking about. But let me go through since we have all been talking about the negatives of AI since the beginning of this session, or we wanted to govern it, or we want to think on that aspect only. But let's talk about the advantages what AI has given in the field of medical sciences. Consider a case, there was a recent case I was going through. So there was a child who was suffering through a problem. So he had seen 17 doctors over a period of 3 years. 17 doctors over a period of 3 years for a chronic pain and development issues. The mother, none could provide the definitive diagnosis. The mother eventually fed up one day, fed all the data into ChatGPT, all the MRI scans, all the reports of that kid into ChatGPT. And you won't believe, the AI suggested it's a T-third cord syndrome. It's a rare condition. It's a rare medical condition. It's basically like, since you are from commerce background, so just a bit of a thought that it's a rare condition in which the spinal cord gets attached to the tissues and it blocks the development, it blocks the growth. So it's a rare condition which AI suggested that there might be a possibility of it, and the neurosurgeons further worked upon it and then identified, yes, this is the root cause of the problem, and the child received the life-altering surgery. So this kind of advancement we have reached in just a small thing, that is ChatGPT, that we are using in daily lives. So that kind of advancement this AI tool has provided to us. Basically, I would say that AI has what a no human doctor can have. Can anybody answer that single one-liner thing? That one thing that AI has that no human doctor can have? Anybody, anybody? Yes, please. Data, okay. Yes. Predictability, okay. So again, predictability and data goes hand in hand. Once we have the input of the data, then only the predictions will come into the picture. Anybody else? Connecting different set of data. So again, then we are talking about the data manipulation. So it's all data, yes. Free of cost, yes. This is one thing which I also forgot to mention it about. Very nice. Anything else? So I would say it has infinite clinical memory, since I'm talking about healthcare. So it has got infinite clinical memory. And by this, what you guys are saying, what you have mentioned, that it can read thousands of research papers within fractions of seconds. AI is doing what a normal doctor cannot do. It cannot have that much, it has that much of capacity that a normal human cannot have. It can have all the data points that are required in order to go through the different cases. Currently, AI algorithms are ruling out 99.6% of heart attacks with accuracy. 99.6%, I'm telling you. And there's one more thing which AI, when we implemented AI into our university, we are able to figure out 70% of bone fracture issues that were not identified by the human radiologists that were present in the high stress emergency rooms. So this kind, 70% bone fractures, this is what I'm telling you, because in emergency cases, we try to focus upon the main focus area rather than focusing on the alternative areas. So 70% of those cases are also being reduced. So in such cases, AI has been working as a frontier for us. So that point which we had to cover, that AI is working as a frontier, is being rightly covered nowadays in healthcare industry as well. But again, I would say, AI is a powerful mirror, but it is not a compass. I hope you can go through it. AI is a powerful mirror, but it is not a compass. So it is not giving you directions. When we are putting the data into it, it is giving you a solution. So it's a kind of a mirror. Whatever you are feeding it to it, it is reverting back the same way. But as a leader into medical industry, it is my responsibility to make you understand that where we have to put the stop sign. So we have seen multiple cases of AI in which we have seen the hallucinations, or the AI has invented the results like 8 to 20% of the times. And during a procedure or a prescription, 20% error is not a bug rate. 20% error is not a bug. It is a catastrophe. It's a major, major blunder. During the time of a procedure, when a surgeon is about to perform something and they are not able to get that exact precision, so it's a life and a death game. We have seen multiple documented cases of AI where they have missed out ectopic pregnancies because they were not able to, AI was not able to ask the human questions because it lacks the basic intuition, the basic guts a doctor develops over a period of practice. So there are multiple pain points and pinpoints that we need to work upon. Nowadays, we are seeing that AI are performing robotic surgeries. So yes, AI can assist a robotic surgery, but what happens when there is a hemorrhage? What happens during a surgery when there is a hemorrhage or an anatomical anomaly which arises, which was not there in the pre-operation scans? So scans, all scans were done earlier, but it was not identified that the patient might be suffering through this problem. And all of a sudden during the operation, the body is reacting in a different manner. In that case, AI fails. So we need to know where we need to put the stop sign as well. So this brings us to the theme of this summit, that is trusted and safe AI. So if, let's say, somebody mentioned in the earlier point as well, if the data is poisoned, so let's suppose if our medical data is poisoned, or if the future doctors are over-reliant on these foreign algorithms, because it's not our data, it's not our algorithms, it is foreign algorithms. So if our future doctors are over-reliant on these algorithms, then we lose the sovereign data governance, which is a major, major point we need to look into. In the morning first session, Vice Admiral also mentioned this point, that we need not to have a generation where we are AI dependent. We need to have a generation which is more AI augmented. We need to have a generation which is more AI augmented. So let me talk directly about the education like ma'am asked. So, because this is where the national security threat, or I would say national security truly begins, not at the borders, but inside the classrooms. I would say in terms of education like ma'am has asked, so I would say if we train our students how to use AI, we will only have operators. Like ma'am was mentioning that she is one of the tutor who is training students for prompt engineering. So if we train those students only to use AI, we will have only the operators. Or if we have students, if we train them only to code AI, we will have only the technicians. But what is the demand? We need to have people, we need to train them to guide, to govern, and to restrict the AI. Because restriction is one thing we have to look into. It's already there in your hands, but there are no restrictions. So, if we are able to ethically restrain it, then I would say it's not a technological growth, it's a civilizational growth. Because AI nowadays, it influences the governance, the security, the public interest, and everything and whatnot. Everything nowadays is being governed by AI in some or the other way. But when such powers are placed in unanchored hands, it's dangerous. And when placed in the wiser hands, it's transformative. So we have to look in the transformative states where we can seek a growth. In our medical field, we see a radical shift all of a sudden. Our students are not just diagnosing patients. Nowadays, you take an example of anybody's, even if your health is deteriorating a bit, or you do a scan. What you do is you put it into the AI and ask for the recommendations, ask for the suggestions. So right now, what the radical shift medical industry is going through is that whosoever the patient is coming to them, they already have the diagnostic reports in a conclusive way. They come and say, sir, we are suffering through this problem already. So it's not like, what problem do I have? Now they are not asking these questions. They are saying, sir, we are already suffering from this problem, now you have to deal with it. So now it's very difficult for the fraternity in all to understand and guide these kind of patients. So we must ask who trains them for this responsibility. So like ma'am said, ma'am has asked what we are doing as an university. So Santosh University, we have kept very simple rule to initiate this thing, that future doctor must be more human, not less. Because when machines become smarter, human must become wiser. So we have started inculcating all these factors of ethics, the factors of analysis with the help of AI, the algorithms into our subjects in a very systematic manner, not as electives, but as the foundation building blocks. Because you try to perceive that an AI advanced, a doctor who is not questioning the AI, he is not advanced, he is vulnerable. The one who cannot question the AI is not an advanced doctor, he is a vulnerable doctor. So we need to work on those aspects as well. I was having a discussion with Mittal Saab. So we were discussing about the, like there is a point already mentioned about the incubation centers and the trajectory once you pass through this college life, once you start your career journey into it. So what promises AI will be bringing into the picture? So AI literacy that we have already discussed. So we were discussing about that, what is the need of the hour right now as an investor? So he is one of the investor with our panel today. And he was saying that next thing that he's looking into is the incubation centers. So incubation centers nowadays, again, it's kind of a startup thing. Sir is already mentioning that he is running one of his own startups. In order to guide all those things, we need to have that system starting from day one rather than me finishing the college and then learning all those things out of a blue. So you guys belong to a commerce industry which runs the nation, but ours is the medical one. Hardly any doctors are comfortable with maths. You will find hardly a handful of doctors who are comfortable with mathematics. So this is the point, just going off the track, this is a point where you can focus upon. If you have a doctor friend, you need to focus upon the startup, because in medical there are very, very limited startups. Very limited startups comparison to any other field. So if you can explore the opportunity of working into the medical health sciences, healthcare, government is coming up with multiple new policies, multiple new panels government has opened, like initially the healthcare segment, if we talk about healthcare segment, so there are multiple things which are still pending to be touched upon. Government has included them in the latest NCAP notifications. So you as the young entrepreneurs, as the future leaders, you have to work upon these parts as well, where you can explore multiple opportunities. Since we are running short of time, so I would just say a last thing to sum it up, that I would say AI will keep growing, like we have seen the basic Google search engine grow, like we have seen the metaverse grow, like we have seen multiple things grow from year and year. But one thing has to be there, that is a trained human mind, a responsible human hand, and a compassionate heart. This will lead us to the future of success. Thank you.
So I'll thank you so much for that and for covering quite a range of topics here. Dr. Sriram, I think one of the questions that I would like to ask you is, while we know and we have understood, especially in medical education, how important it is that, but here we are in a college which is geared towards commerce and business. So how do you look at ethics in business? Because AI, like you said, AI or otherwise, ethics is a necessary part of looking at business. And I feel that AI does not need to be always shaped by the algorithms, but by the values of the young people who lead it or who build them. So how do you empower youth-led startups with ethical imagination, institutional support? And that's where we should actually be focusing on.
Yes.
Thank you. And
You know, I think I agree with Professor. The basic problem with AI is if you let it loose, it becomes so unmanageable. And the first starting point is to ask our question, how do you get AI to be fundamentally ethical? Because there is no point having so much power in a machine that it completely destroys you. So the first building blocks has to be, what do you want that machine to do for you in an ethical manner? Ethical in a way, because even our own tradition, even the scriptures that we talk about, whether it's the Bhagavad Gita, they all talk about the ethical aspect. You know, the whole war was won in the Bhagavad Gita, whether it was ethically right or ethically wrong. So the starting point, even in our culture, is how ethics plays a role in shaping strategy, a role in shaping action. And I think, Professor, you as a distinguished person in terms of what you've done in political science, because political science also talks about a lot of ethical reasoning why you lead and why this politics of ethics is. So, I mean, we are going to have a conversation. I'm not going to give a speech. So what do you think?
now that the tables are turned on me, and this is completely different from what we were expecting to do. Now for me, I mean, of course, the Bhagavad Gita and the understanding of ethics that emerges from the idea of dharma, which is duty, responsibility, accountability, that is there. But in political science, we look at normative values. Equality, justice, liberty, freedom. And I feel that if you're looking at building a kind of an AI-based entrepreneurship, I would request that it looks into gender sensitivity, it looks into the social impact into the startup incubation center. So if you're not looking at the SDGs, you're not looking at sustainable development, which is a very important part of what we do now. So now if you have a building, you do have safe practices, like it is within the human understanding of it. So I would say that even the incentivizing of responsible AI should come in through funding criteria. Apart from the regulation framework which governments will make, but this is not the government, it's the market. It's much easier to talk about regulatory framework based on ethics from the government or the state or educational institutions. But the moment it's the market, how do you engage with that? So that would be my understanding. Again, from the idea of ethics, I talk about a culture of reflexivity. And that would be asking, should we, rather than not, saying, can we? Of course we can, but should we do this? Should we go forward? And many of the problems that we're just now, as I was coming here, some of our physics department professors and their PhD students have created a biosensor, which is going to be used for soldiers, especially because of the cold and how it impacts the heart, looking at heart attack, trying to stop that. But we have to look at all of it to be ethical in every sense for the human body, for the sense. And I have been working a lot around sex selection, which is looking at how you can create a fetus, male or female, and implant it in the womb. And you have to look at the ethical part of it. And we were just discussing Bhikkhu Parekh and how multiculturalism would look at that. For the American market, it would be, yes, you're going to create a eugenic baby. But from an ethical point of view, how does it impact the global south? I mean, these are some of the questions. I could go on, but I'll stop here. And I'm talking about the idea or a culture of reflexivity. Our time is limited. So as the chair, I will let you two gentlemen have the last word on this and wrap it up for our students here. So thank you so much.
As I started, I think, having AI as a start, basically you need to have the knowledge, to then use the AI as a tool, but not having AI as, there's no point starting all your information using AI because AI is still not 100% accurate. AI can get you as 80% accurate and then you don't know which 20% is inaccurate. So I would suggest that first of all, as students here who want to go into the outer world, from a commerce point of view, because we are only focusing on you students. We don't have science students or medical students here. So the first starting point is how do you use knowledge in a very scientific way? How you use data in a scientific way? How do you use practices in a scientific way? And then bring in AI to assist you, to lead you, rather than do it the other way around. That's what I would end this conversation.
So just a line to sum up, let's not build, like everybody wants to build up something. We were having a discussion with few students as well. So let's not build a future where we are AI, where humans adapt to machine. Let's not talk about only AI. Let's talk about the machines. So let's not build a future where humans adapt to machines. Let's have a future where machines serve the humanity in a safe and restricted way in which human command is there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir and ma'am, for an interactive, dialogic and insightful forward-looking session. We really enjoyed that. As we proceed, I now request Professor Aruna Jha, Vice Principal SRCC, and Dr. Misha Govil, Coordinator, GBU SRCC, to kindly grace the dais and felicitate our dignitaries. I request the dignitaries on the dais to please come towards the front of the stage. Ma'am, can we please have you here? Yes. May I request the audience to be please gracious with their and generous with their round of applause. Thank you. I request Professor Aruna Jha to felicitate Professor Vijay Lakshmi Nanda, Principal, Miranda House, University of Delhi. with a memento and a planter. Thank you, ma'am. We request. Thank you, ma'am. We request Misha Govil, ma'am, to felicitate Professor R.S. Sriram with a planter and a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. I request Aruna Jha, ma'am, to please welcome sir with the planter. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now may I request Professor Bijay Lakshmi Nanda, ma'am, to kindly felicitate Vicky Maheshwari, sir, with a planter and a memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank the dignitaries on the dais for sharing their critical perspectives and deeply appreciate your continued commitment to strengthening institutions and public trust. I, Dr. Kanika Gandhi, Faculty SRCC, now invite our next MC to kindly take the proceedings forward. Over to you, ma'am.
Democracy's digital space. Once power lived in palaces, in crowns and pens and laws. Now it hides in quiet servers and algorithms and never saw. Every search is a small confession. Every swipe is a silent vote. We trade our truths for convenience and sign with a data note. Yes, with this we come towards the closure year, day 2 of the AI, the pre-summit global impact that AI would create on the world. And before we close, we had these 10 enriching sessions that have spanned right across the dignitaries from the arena of media to talking about the defense ecosystems in the country, to talking about the digital and the global impact that they create. Not only that, we also heard about the banking and the digital safety of our funds. Not only this, we've also heard about the ethical safeguards that we need to plan so that they do not play against us. Talking about that enriched chip society, which is going to create that digital infrastructure of critical safety for all of us, to talking about how do we need to plan the law enforcement, wherein we all are the digital citizens. Yes, we claim for the citizenship for various countries, but where the geographies are blurring, we are looking forward to diversity. Well, if we say that diversity is an opportunity, is it going to lead us to the next level of productivity? Or is it a challenge? It's a threat. That all depends on the codes that we write for them. Very quickly, let's get ahead into the valedictory session after these 10 enriching sessions where we stand to be elevated intellectually and therefore to make our operations more economic, and as they say that it gets narrower at the top. That's exactly how the pyramids are. And therefore, we reach to the top of the pyramid now into the valedictory session. So talking about the rich experts who are going to ensure that we enhance our expertise even more. We are very privileged to have with us as a session chair. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause. I welcome your Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha sir, PVSM, AVSM, NM, and Bar ADC, FOC in Sea Western Naval Command. Can we have an enthusiastic round of applause, please? It's a matter of both privilege and pride to have you amongst us here today, sir. To join him on the dais, we are very privileged to have amongst us Prakash Singh, sir, IPS former DGP, UP, Assam, DG BSF. I request sir to please grace the dais and take a seat. Well, that's not the energy of SRCC. I'm sure it has much more. We welcome you over. Well, to talk about, after the two gentlemen, we are very privileged to have Dr. N. Ranjana ma'am, Director, Directorate of Futuristic Technology Management, DFTM. SRCC, can we hear it from you, please? Well, keep the energy from your hands flowing as we now move to the domain, right from the technology and defense towards the global conglomerate, the global giant. I'm sure Microsoft is not a new word or a company name for anybody that is unknown. We welcome here Mr. Mandar Kulkarni, sir, National Security Officer, Microsoft. Well, can we hear it for Microsoft, please? I'm sure we all are using the windows created by them, but let's see what doors are they going to open for all of us here today. Next, we are very privileged to have with us Dhruv Suri, sir, founder Delverage Technologies. SRCC, can we hear it for Dhruv Suri, sir? And yes, we are very privileged to have amongst us Professor Aruna Jha, ma'am, Vice Principal, SRCC, to kindly grace the dais. Well, I'm not going to take any more moments between you and the esteemed dignitaries. And with the same, may I please request our session chair, sir, Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, sir, to please initiate with the beginnings.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you, Aditya Tikuji, for inviting me here. It's really a pleasure to be here after a very, very long time. I think last visit to this college was about 9-10 years ago. let me begin by where Mr. Maheshwari left in the last session. And he talked about two very important points. One is ethics, another one is governance. And I think this is what will define, its utilization in the defense forces or security forces. I think by now all of you must be in AI mode, but make sure that the human is involved in every AI decision that you take. Is there a need to introduce any guardrails for the use of AI, particularly in security scenario in this domain? If you leave the AI to take the decisions on occasions, it might lead to a bigger disaster, a conflict. Since we are progressing up in the AI ladder at the moment, China and US are already at loggerheads with each other, each one claiming that he is better than the other guy. You will see in the newspapers, you will see in the magazines. We are beginning to sort of compete with them. And sometimes it seems that it has become an instrument of warfare or instrument of any conflict. Do we want to use it as an instrument of conflict, or we want to use it as a tool for preventing a conflict? So this is a decision that everybody has to take. Then, are there any agreed norms worldwide to limit the use of this AI, particularly in the scenario that I'm talking about? The answer is no. And therefore, it is a free fall at the moment for everybody. And that's very dangerous. Just to give you an example, in Op Sindoor, all of you are familiar with, the AI was used so much for misinformation, disinformation, and what have you. Very often, it was in the domain that these two countries are very close to having a nuclear war. But when the Chief of Army Staff spoke on the last day, he said, or rather CDS, there is no question, there is no debate about nuclear war. So obviously this misinformation was being spread through, the political circles and newspapers, media, and so on. So we have to be very careful, because had it been that one party believed that other one is ready for doing a using nuclear weapon, then you can imagine what all could have happened. So I would say that, as far as the limits are concerned, the previous Pope, he was asked to inaugurate an AI conference somewhere in Europe. And he made a statement that I don't believe that every decision should be taken by an artificial intelligence. Make sure that there's a human in the loop. So I'll just stop here, because I've got very distinguished speakers here next to me. All of them are giants in their own field, and they will discuss most of the things that I've just talked about. In this session, we are talking about addressing the full 4 of them, the AI themes: global AI safety standards, AI diplomacy and multilateralism, digital public goods, and India-led global dialogue. Because we are leading the G20, as to what standards we set right now, should become a norm, should become an SOP. So I'll stop here and invite my very senior, very respected Prakash Singh ji, IPS, former DGP of UP and Assam, and DG of BSF. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished speakers on the dais, am I audible? Members of the faculty, other distinguished citizens, and young friends here. I have been asked to speak on India's global leadership, and this is not to speak, but this is a valedictory session. But 2 days back, when Aditya requested me to be present here, I was not very inclined because as long as I was in service, artificial intelligence we never talked about. This is a much later development, and for me it's an education, it's a learning, and I can't claim to be an expert on the subject. Nevertheless, since he asked me to speak, I have prepared something and I'll present that before you. Artificial intelligence has moved from the realm of science fiction into the heart of modern society. From healthcare to education, agriculture to governance, AI is reshaping how we live, how we work, and how we take decisions. Yet, as powerful as these technologies are, the real question facing the world today is not only who develops the best AI models, but who writes the rules that govern them. And in this critical domain of AI governance, India's voice is emerging with clarity and purpose. This is important because those who govern AI will shape the future of humanity more than those who merely write its code. At present, the global approaches to AI governance are fragmented. The European Union pursues a rights-based regulatory model. The United States favors market-driven innovation, while China advances a state-centric framework. Meanwhile, many developing countries are largely rule takers. They are just adopting the standards created elsewhere. India's fundamental strength in AI governance is its democratic legitimacy. India is the world's largest democracy, one in which constitutional rights, independent institutions, and public accountability are not abstract ideals, but lived realities. This grants India a powerful moral voice in arguing that AI must serve citizens and protect their rights and not undermine them. India first articulated its national vision for AI in 2018 through the National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence prepared by the Niti Aayog. This foundational strategy underscored the transformative potential of AI across priority sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, education, and smart mobility. Beyond this, India has progressed to operationalize its vision in March 2024, when the Government of India formally launched the India AI Mission. It is a comprehensive initiative built to democratize access to AI infrastructure and innovation, address India-specific challenges, and expand economic and employment opportunities for all. India's AI mission, it's a whole of government effort actually to realize the vision of AI in India and AI for India and the world. It has three main objectives. One is to ensure that the benefits of AI reach every citizen. Secondly, that AI becomes a powerful engine of economic growth. And thirdly, to build sovereign AI capabilities. Under the AI mission, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has recently unveiled the India AI Governance Guidelines, a framework designed to ensure safe, inclusive, and responsible adoption of AI across all sectors. These guidelines reflect a pragmatic approach. They balance innovation with protection, emphasize ethical principles such as transparency, fairness, non-discrimination, and human-centered values, and lay out governance principles relevant for developers, industry, and policymakers alike. An important feature of India's governance orientation is that it does not seek to stifle innovation, but rather to channel it towards public benefit and social upliftment. As has been rightly said, the innovation should be the engine driving AI growth, while governance provides the guardrails. India's approach also foregrounds the idea that digital technology can and should function for public good. This builds directly on the success of digital public infrastructure projects such as Aadhaar, UPI, and DigiLocker. Open, interoperable platforms that have transformed service delivery on a large scale. India's democratic contours also provide the basis for principled positions in global AI forums. In G20 dialogues and multilateral engagements, India advocates for frameworks that are inclusive, adaptable, and sensitive to the development realities of the global South. India's positions do not mirror Western or other dominant blocs. Instead, they reflect a pluralistic and human-centered ethos rooted in the belief that technology may be global, but ethics must be universal. This ethical lens resonates particularly in South-South cooperation. Most of the developing countries share similar challenges. They have limited AI capacity, their data infrastructure is uneven, they have diverse cultural contexts. India has a strategy to build partnership that promote mutual empowerment rather than dependence. By sharing digital public good, capacity building, and interoperable AI tools, India offers a model of cooperation that counters the risk of technological dependency. Not leadership by control, but leadership by collaboration. As we look forward, the future of AI governance will be shaped not merely by technological power, but normative power. The authority to define what is acceptable, human-centric, and ethical in a multipolar digital world. The 20th century was defined by military and industrial might, the early 21st century by digital capabilities. The coming decades will be defined by who shapes the rules of the digital age. India should not merely adopt AI norms designed elsewhere. India must help write the global rules for artificial intelligence to ensure that AI remains a servant of humanity and does not become its master. Just to conclude, we must ensure that it has been, this is a quote from Abhishek Singh, who probably spoke in the morning. We must ensure that AI development follows the path of dharma. Dharma, it's very important. Prioritizing the welfare of all beings over narrow commercial interests. This means building AI that is inclusive, accessible, and beneficial to the most vulnerable sections of our society. And to achieve this, we must ensure that our machines not only compute, but also care. Not only analyze, but also empathize. Not only optimize, but also inspire. Thank you.
May I now invite Ranjana Madam to...
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. I think it's a very interesting topic, and as we all know, this is run up to the AI Impact Summit that India is planning to have next month. And many of these kind of panel discussions are ongoing to make the, to capture the points which should be submitted from the India to the world in this Impact Summit, probably. That's how we are all coming together from various point of views. The point of view of defense, I belong to DRDO, and I think morning also there was a specialized session on the defense applications, probably, AI-enabled decision support, autonomous systems, doctrines, which are human in loop, and defense innovation ecosystems. A lot has been said, and ethics have been talked about in education just before I came in. Excellent debates are going on. But if we talk about AI, it's kind of a place where we were when the internet was starting to explode. Everybody talked positive about it, negative about it. But here we are, very well adjusted to the internet and all the other tools which are at our hands. In fact, they have become tools. Nobody has mastered us. Not many jobs are lost. New jobs are created. That's the history. So we have to really take it with a pinch of a salt what are the apprehensions about AI. Also, we also have to take it with a pinch of a salt the hype about AI. Not everything is going to be true, and time will have its own way of telling us that where technology is taking us. Having said that, the kind of, so the cyber transactions started, e-commerce exploded. We were in such kind of conferences in year 2002-3, starting from 97, 98, Y2K bubble. We have all lived through all this. And we realize that laws are always trailing. The cyber laws have come into existence and we are very comfortable doing entire e-commerce online. They are just tools easing our life. So whatever is good for humanity will find its stable line, correct? So same will be my anticipation that it will be, if it is for the human good, it will find its stable line and humans will have to adjust, and definitely the laws will take care of the rest, ethics as well as the goodness that we want eventually to happen to the humanity. And the safety standards, the first sub-theme that they have talked about today is the safety standards. A lot of work is going on. China has come out with its own AI laws. European Union has come out with its own laws. In technical, there are a lot of standards coming up. ISO 42000 has come up as a standard for controlling the guardrails of the AI. Today, it's not mentioned, but most of the places when we talk about AI, the data is also talked about very prolifically, because it's actually the AI is mathematics, it's the models that you're making, but the basis of AI is the data. And if data has biases, if the data is not well structured or not authenticated, not trustworthy, definitely AI is going to be the problem. And the data standards also need to be built around as a guardrails for every single application. Though I am coming from the angle of the defense, for the times to come, which we can see, it is going to be a decision aid rather than a mainstream decision maker. For no autonomous systems will be allowed to take a major decision on its own. It will be human in loop for times to come, for every good reason, good or bad. So for justifying this, the trustworthiness of the AI is under question. And when you say trustworthiness of the AI, it is algorithms plus data. Both together are to be addressed. And a lot of effort is going on to build this trustworthiness. And very recently, DRDO has brought out the ETAF, that is a trustworthiness framework to justify the AI of the trustworthiness, as well as the guidelines also, how to ensure the framework. The third thing we have come out is guidelines for doing the verification and validation of the AI. So we are trying to be in step with the world that if you have to make a safe AI for the use of the defense forces, these are the frameworks that you need to follow. And of course, these are not in unison adopted to the Indian defense systems, but they are also being taken into account what is the global developments happening around this. Many of the countries are very proactively building these standards. They are also building these frameworks. They are also building the laws around it. I think we are still yet to take up the laws part of it, that how do we ensure that lawfully AI is used in a very good manner. The another aspect that is coming to the fore is the impact on the human cognition. A lot has evolved over last 100 years, because of so many generations of technologies coming. Humans have adopted to it for whatever has come to good for the humanity. Similarly, the AI also is impacting the humanity, but there are few points here. The AI generated content is not as good for humanity probably as the earlier technologies have helped the humanity, and we have to be cautious. The guardrails, very important guardrails, need to be built around those kind of things which impact the cognition. A very simple thing, away from the defense probably, I'll take this liberty to talk about this general observation, that suppose you see a cat dancing. We know cats never dance like that the way AI video has produced. But a 2-year-old who grows up seeing all this, which is not true, how will be his understanding 10 years, 12 years, 15 years down the line? Now, these are some of the issues which are for the public good. We should have some guardrails that where these AI generated content can be used or cannot be used. So some of these guardrails are there. Diplomacy and multilateralism, I think a lot is happening in the Meity. A lot of work is going on. A lot of ministries are working very proactively in bringing the language models and the democratization which Sir talked about. 34,000 GPUs are being offered by Meity for all the researchers to use it at a very nominal rate to create the models or the foundational model or train your own models. Another point which I just want to make is the LLMs are not AI. We often are confusing these, and specifically in defense, we are not saying that LLMs are AI. AI are more specific algorithm with specific data, and these are the supervised algorithms which were a little old-fashioned in today's terminology, but still they will be the the food for very, very long time. They are the staple diet for every single application that needs to be trustworthy or the explainable to the entire community. So some of these things are my thoughts, and some of these frameworks and adoption of international standards or making your own standards are the need of the day, and that's what is our message to the India Global AI Summit. The global dialogue, I think we need in 2023, this as part of our major summit, we have signed the Delhi Dialogue, and that becomes very important for all of us to abide by the ethics, and the overall good for the humanity needs to be adhered to whatever AI we are doing. But at the same time, we need to focus on the technology and what is important for the technology. A large amount of work is being done by various ministries, and that is where we need to capitalize and create our own IP in these areas for overall good. I think these are some of my points, and we will be open to discussion sometime later.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rajana. I think it's, since you come from DRDO, so it has triggered some thoughts into my mind. I'm glad you mentioned the guardrails. The militaries, what is the situation in the world right now? The geopolitics is playing out in a very, very divisive manner at the moment. And there is a competition amongst the countries how to get ahead of the other country as far as usage of AI in the military domain is concerned. So there is a danger, because, and to top it up, you have China. They already have AI civil military fusion 100%, meaning that whatever is being invented, militaries can actually try it out in the field and see how much of it they can use. So it's a little bit danger. And when that happens, the artificial intelligence is being used for the robotics. They have created one full platoon of robots on the border. And when they tried it out in an open field, these robots, once they were given a gun, all of them started firing, they wouldn't stop. So the one think tank has written in country like China that I think the military has to think about the ethics of robotics and ethics of artificial intelligence. So when a country like China is beginning to think on those lines. But there are two very difficult things which the militaries actually face. Number one, who am I giving it to? Are they literate? Are they literate, AI literate to the extent of understanding the system? Like Dr. Anjana was mentioning, does everybody know? And second one is, I still have to rapidly advance so that I'm getting better of the other job. So it's a very conflicting requirement which the militaries have to deal, and the DRDO and military combined I would say that some fusion in our own country is required in the civil military domain. So I'll stop there and request Sri Mandar Kulkarni to take on the mic.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting, and it is so refreshing to follow Dr. Ranjana from DRDO. Some of my points she covered. Honestly, I didn't expect that to come from you, but so it's very refreshing. But I'll kind of put a little bit of my thoughts. I want to make 4 points. The first one is, heard a lot of speakers talking about AI, risks, and so on and so forth, right? So I'll kind of extend to what Madam said. Humanity, I'm a believer in humanity. Humanity has a way to survive, to kind of control things that have been destructive. We create tools which are very destructive, but we somehow have been surviving and creating things which are able to control. Nuclear energy is an example, right? For last close to 70, 80 years, we have that. We could have just destroyed humanity. We created convention, we created frameworks and mechanisms to control that. Genomics is another example of that, right? So, regulation is definitely required, but rather than saying AI is going to run out of hands and it's going to destroy humanity, so we need to stop it, is actually counterproductive, in my opinion. The second point I want to make is around the frameworks that we need, right? Typically, how have most of the IT frameworks have evolved, right? First, you have technology creators who set their own framework or standards, right? In case of AI, Microsoft has proposed something called as responsible AI, right? And the other technology creators have their own frameworks. So first, we propose something. Then there are industry consensus. For example, one of the big problems with AI is deepfakes, right? So there is a convention called C2PA, content provenance. So when you create any AI-generated content, how it can be stamped, how it has the digital signature, so it can be identified. That's the industry standard. It needs to be widely adopted, which is not happening today. But the second thing typically that happens is there are industry standards that come up. Third are the certifiable standards. The first and second are more voluntary. The third is which is certifiable. ISO 42001 is an example. That's the AI management system standard, right? We are seeing that being adopted. Again, it's not global. It's not as wide as ISO 20000 or 27001. But so there is a paved path that is being created. On top of that, then you typically have laws that come in. EU AI Act, China, there are a lot of laws that are coming in. India is contemplating that. We have some distance to go there. And finally, you get rules based on the law, right? For example, DPDPA is the law, but then every industry will create its own rules, right? Because the law is more generic than industry rules. So it's like a tiered structure that we go through. Changing the track a little bit, right? You heard a lot of speakers today on the panel or before that talk about what's India's role, how should India look at it, right? Let me take a little bit of a contrarian view, and Madam said that some time back, right? When we talk of AI, we are very, very fixated on LLMs, right? Large language models. We think that's the holy grail. They are critical, they're absolutely important, but AI is not only that, right? Let's look at what does India control today in the AI ecosystem. What does AI need? It first needs chips, right? Right now the focus is on GPUs, but that's fast changing, right? Most of us heard GPU moving from gaming or visualization to AI maybe in last 3 years, right? Otherwise, GPUs we were using for gaming or maybe visualization in industry. So chips is number one. Data centers are number two. Chips, unfortunately, India doesn't have the GPU quality chips that we need. Of course, there is work that is happening. Data centers, I think we have made good progress over last few years in building data centers in India. It will need to scale, but I'm part of that industry, so I see the investment, I see this growth that is happening. The third is going to be again critical is energy. It's not very, but it's easy to build data centers if you have money. But what requires much more foundational work is energy, and I think that's going to be critical for India to invest in. On top of that, then you build LLMs, right? And again, data and LLM. You can't build LLMs without data. So I think a lot of work needs to happen in unlocking data. In India, data today sits in silos, right? Typically, there is a lot of data in private sector, and there is a lot of data in public sector. Through India AI mission, we have tried to bring that data together, but we need to democratize data. Sir mentioned some time back, right? One of the reasons why China is seeing success is because they are able to get civilian data, government data, all data together. I will not debate whether it is right or wrong, but their models are actually at par with US models because of two things. One, they have been able to distill models which are there from US. Very openly, DeepSeek did fantastic job in distilling GPT. But they also are training, also are making their data accessible. So the question that we need to ask when we ask Indian organizations, Indian research organizations to build LLMs, how much data we are making them available, right? If we don't do that, we will always have dependency on external LLMs, right? Then the LLMs. But one thing that we actually miss most of the time is diffusion. India, if you go back, right, what India has been great at, you talk about DPI, you talk about any in India's IT prowess. We didn't create operating system, we did not create container, we didn't create foundational technology. But what we did fantastic was actually diffusion, right? All the DPI stack that we talked about is essentially diffusion. We took what is available, either commercial or open source, and we made that available to Indian citizen. UPI is a classic example, Aadhaar is an example. There are hundreds of examples. So we are extremely good at diffusion. Why do we forget that when we talk about AI, right? Maybe it's new, maybe it is something that not completely understood, but I would strongly urge India should focus on diffusion. How do we use AI? Ultimately, AI is more or less going to settle in the same IT debates. While AI is different, it's general purpose technology, it's still IT technology, right? Look at IT. Over a period of time, right, there are 2 or 3 large technology platforms that get settled. Operating system, there are 4. Browsers, there are maybe 2, right? Search engines, I'll say 2 because I'm from Microsoft, but there is practically 1, right? So what happens over a period of time on these technologies, right? They get settled into 3 or 4 platforms. But that doesn't mean they can manipulate, they can dictate, right? EU has shown a model, India has shown a model how we can use open source, how we can use various technology and create something that is greater good for our citizens. So rather than we spend billions of dollars in building LLMs, which may or may not be replaceable to what GPTs or Gemini or Phi are doing, I think we need to focus on diffusion, right? My last point there is, why is that important? Today, Indian Air Force can sit and wait for as good a plane as a Rafale. Or we can say, I will build the plane, but I will also use Rafale. Right? We can either say we will build a jet engine or we will wait till any development. I think that's the model. Diffusion is going to be the key for us. That's what China is doing well. While DeepSeek is a known success story from China, what China is doing extremely well is diffusion. And that AI Council is actually reporting into Xi Jinping. It is at that level that they are driving diffusion. So my recommendation is we look at AI in how do we use it. And then last point on that, right? The layers that I talked about regulation. India is in unique position because we are almost at par of using this technology. It's not that we are 25 years back and catching up. So we are at par. Let's not make the mistake that EU made, right? EU was at par on AI at some point of time with China and US, right? EU actually over-regulated. There were multiple companies in EU which were doing as well as what GPT or Gemini or Phi was doing. Example is Mistral. You don't hear them today. When you will put regulation before diffusion, you will actually kill innovation. And India is not only user of AI, we are an app powerhouse, so we will create a lot of AI application both for India and for the world. If we overstep, you absolutely have to regulate AI. There is no two ways about it. But we have to balance how AI can benefit India, how AI can benefit our IT power, and regulate. I think generally what I'm seeing, I work closely with Ministry of IT, India mission. That's the direction that we are taking. Even the RBI's free AI report that came up is very, very supportive. So generally India, in my opinion, is in the right direction. But that's what I would definitely encourage, that we need to look at diffusion to be the key focus before we actually talk about how do we bake the LLMs or how do we regulate AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kulkarni. I think what you're seeing now is from the user and inventor's perspective and now the industry. So you will find that by and large, they are on very similar footing. As far as the government agencies are concerned, particularly military and security forces, they want to do it as quickly as possible so that they don't get left behind with respect to their adversaries. So this is a very big challenge which we'll have to sort out. And I think DRDO and the armed forces, with the help of industry, we can achieve those aims. As he mentioned that, the civil-military fusion in China, but I also must tell you that all this must lead to revising our procurement procedures in the armed forces. It's very important, because in the armed forces, many platforms are legacy. They don't sort of come today and go off the service tomorrow. They're very expensive platforms and takes long time. And if you put artificial intelligence integrated to these, then you have to take a decision as to what kind of artificial intelligence that you have to put. But you need to have a framework. For example, I'll give you just two. The US Department of Defense, they have encapsulated the tension between the imperatives of streamline and responsible AI procurement. They have a document called Responsible Artificial Intelligence Strategy and the Implementation Pathway, which was released, I think, 2-3 years ago. Now, this is a very interesting document which is to be read, and it is used by the entire industry in the US and the armed forces, so that they are on the same platform. But the fusion is not as good as the Chinese, I must say this. So between these two countries, there is always a competition. One says that other one has gone ahead of me, not because he actually means it. He tells his government that you give me more money so that I can also keep working and stay ahead of him. So this is what it means. And so AI development in our country, as he rightly said, it should go absolutely hand in hand with the requirement of the user, and how do they foresee the future warfare or conflicts actually panning out is important. Once you buy it, it will remain with you for 30-40 years of the life of the platform. So I'll leave it at that. May I now invite Shri Dhruv Suriji to take on the mic, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see at least people are like little awake, because I could see people are like, everybody is using the phone, their heads are down. Looks like, a lot of you guys are looking at that, is it a Greek, what these guys are talking about? So let me try and, correlate with you guys, because I'm a commerce graduate, Delhi University, FMS. How many of you use Instagram? Have you guys ever noticed, and I'm sure you guys would have, that when phone is with you, a lot of times you guys talk about something and after a while it starts popping up. That's AI. We have heard about, deep state. A lot about deep state that, it topples the government. There have been instances in the past where major social media like Facebook has been used to pass on misinformation. That's another example. Third is something which is like, as he rightly mentioned about, deep fakes. Interestingly, particularly for social influencers, a lot of social influencers who are prominent now in the country are going to court to basically safeguard themselves so that their personalities, deepfakes are not used. That's something which has started happening in India. Sir talked about China. Everybody talked about China. I'll share my incident about China. 2018, I was there. Attended one of the fintech conferences. Interestingly, they have a technology, and I'm talking about purely from a lending standpoint, that they put a camera in front of you, they ask you 40 questions, and they will tell whether you are saying right or wrong, and basis that. No financials, nothing, the way it happens in India. They'll approve your loan. That's something which has been there long back. Data is something very, very controlled there. Anything you do is something which is basically captured. Government has access to everything. We've had multiple instances hearing about large corporates like Alibaba. There have been instances which have happened that government has intervened and all that. Having said that, I'll now focus towards the 4 pillars which we'll be talking about. Consciously wanted to correlate with what is happening with our regular life as such. Is it needs to be controlled? To a certain extent, yes. How much? I think it's yet to be looked into. You would have heard recently in China last year, in Australia, access to digital information up to 16 years of age has been restricted. Why? Because the kind of misinformation is being passed on, as one of the esteemed panelists mentioned about that, as the kids grow, they will specifically get attuned to that misinformation, not the real world. Should it happen in India? It happens, but it has been done more on a reactive level. Recently, there has been an incident on Grok. I'm sure, like you guys have heard about that, there has been morphing on the images, which has gone on a public media. There has been a lot of outcry, and government has given them a notice that please restrict that. So, is things are happening in India? As far as the regulations are concerned, yes. Is it happening proactively since it's a new thing? It's a balance which the government is maintaining. That's my personal view as of now. Should something happen or things should happen, a lot has to be done. Is AI new? Interestingly, no. So there has been a quote by Sundar Pichai. When he was studying in IIT, AI was one of the subjects at that time also. But it was not considered as very, very prominent at that time. Is AI been there? AI has been there for long. It is not something which is like last 5 years or 6 years. The prominence has come because of the social media. The awareness has come because of the social media. Is defense, sir has been a part of it. I'm just saying from a outside in viewpoint. Is defense has been using AI from last 3 years or 4 years or 5 years? I think they've been using AI at the back end for long. If Operation Sindoor would have not happened, we would have not even got to know that they're using it. So it's been there. A lot has been changing. My sense and my take now is that, like one is in India what we do and what is India's role. Because I think one of the critical part now is we are talking about is what should be India's role as the 4th largest economy, a country with 1.4 billion people, 22 languages which we use as such. What role they should play in. This is where the 4 pillars comes into picture, which are the subtopics specifically. The first one is pioneering global AI safety standards. So safety forms the bedrock of trusts. India's AI Safety Institute cracks the risk-tiered frameworks beyond abstract grids, prioritizing contextual harms. For example, in multilingual biases mitigations, there have been mandated tests around Hindi, Tamil, Bengali languages on the credit scoring beyond English, because we are more focused towards English from that standpoint. The focus has been on the AI governance guidelines or all sutra that like cover everything, not focus towards one asset specifically. There has been a lot happening around that side. Enforced professional oversight, light touch on low-risk chatbots, rigorous third-party audits, adversarial, robustness testing for high-stake tools, precision farming, drones. Like, it's a lot is happening on the side of medical and agricultural specifically. Coming to strategic AI diplomacy. So on the strategic side, the focus has been and should be more towards principle into partnerships, where AI for all should be used as a mantra, particularly South-South Alliance. I'll give you one example of a collaboration with Kenya, where there has been a UPI and AI-focused fraud detection technology has been developed, which has reduced frauds in payments by 40%. So there are things which is happening around that. Specifically, as we speak, there is a Davos, economic forum which is happening. Our government has been talking about all these fairs there as well. Coming to the, how India should lead when it comes to AI. So there have been two views. One is basically on the side of, there are two extremes. One is USA, the other one is China. India is today sitting at a place where it can seriously bridge the gap, can add a lot value around it, and keeping that in consideration, there is a lot of focus on dialogues, summits which has been organized in February, the Global AI Summit, which has been AI Impact Summit, which has been planned, where we are talking about over 1,000+ leaders are supposed to come in from all across the globe. So it's not that we are a laggard when it comes to technology, AI specifically on the regulations level. The advantage for us has been is that as a country, we have seen who's doing right and who's doing wrong. And this makes us more aware, considering the kind of distributed economy what we have, the distributed, I would say strata of people what we have. It helps us to navigate far better. So that's my view on this.
Thank you, Mr. Suri. I think you have really touched upon the points which was not mentioned till now. So I think that's a big learning. Before I hand over, I invite Professor Aruna Jha to make concluding remarks. Let me just say a few words. Mr. Suri talked about that armed forces have been using it for a long time. Since I belong to the Navy, there is a very robust system in our country, what is called the maritime domain awareness. You will agree that the oceans are very big. If you take Indian Ocean, you're looking at a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. And knowing everyone who's where is not very easy. At any given time, there are more than 50,000 vessels of all kind in Indian Ocean alone. And not possible to go for any security force to go and check each one. So that was the challenge. And it drove them to start getting inputs of who is where through satellite, through ships and submarines, through our aircraft and human intelligence. So all that data is fed into a big computer which is located in Manesar, right? A maritime domain awareness center is located in Manesar, which is totally landlocked. But it is also online connected to all the four commands rather, one in Andaman Nicobar. And they share the data with the ships and submarines and aircraft at sea. So there are various pages on the menu. You go to aircraft page, you go to ship page and all that. Now, how does it decide which contact which is painting on radar and these gizmos as to which is what? And that is what the artificial intelligence has been doing all these days. It's not a secret data. It's an open domain data. There are now there are 42 countries who are participating in this And at least 16 of them have positioned their officers, the naval officers, in the Manesar Center. So this is, I just gave you a sensible use. But it stops at that. It doesn't go beyond it. So therefore, we will have to be very careful about, the adoption of the AI capabilities. Should be not at the cost of compromising on the commitments of responsible behavior. So we will have to align our procurement procedures in that manner. But I know that a lot of debate is going on. A few days back I was speaking at another forum. The point is that in this discussion phase we should not get left behind, because there are many countries who can actually push you away even from South-South leadership.
Leadership and principled action. Thank you, and I will fail in my duty if I do not thank Sapna ma'am and her organizing team. Thank you so much. And a special thanks to ma'am for being there in the second session despite her busy schedule. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I think we bring curtains to this session, the valedictory session. Thank you for watching, and another very big round of applause for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panel. Now that we are moving towards the closure of this Global AI Pre-Summit 2026, a lot has been learned. It has been a usual awakening as it was known, but yes, much has unfolded through the dais here, multiple times reiterated that if we fake, we fail. We do not sail, but sink if we do not abide by laws and rules. E-loans that has been learned from Dhruv Suri sir to talking about the international laws from the Microsoft. This 11th session after those 10 enriching sessions of the road to AI that is creating an impact with this summit. 2026, you said it all. But yes, words aren't enough, and to call upon the action, may I request Professor Bijay Lakshmi Nanda ma'am, Principal Miranda House, and Advisor GCTC to kindly come over for the felicitation ceremony. With this, I request Dr. Paramita Datta ma'am, Consultant GCTC, to kindly accompany ma'am. May I request the backstage team to please get over the planter and the memento for our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. We begin with thanking our session chair, Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha sir, PVSM, AVSM, NM, and BAR, ADC, FOC in C, Western Naval Command. SRCC, I can see the last 3 rows are into using their energy from their hands. Can we have a huge round of applause for the valedictory session here? We take the privilege to next thank Mr. Prakash Singh sir, IPS, former DGP, UP, Assam, DG, BSF. The second last row and last row to clap now for Dr. N. Ranjana, Director, Directorate of Futuristic Technology Management, DFTM, for getting those technical perspectives to the panel here. Well, they say the password is the passport to your data access. So how many of you are really intelligent into protecting it? Next, we move towards thanking Mandar Kulkarni sir, National Security Officer, Microsoft. Well, this pre-summit is coming up with the global giant conglomerate of the Microsoft here onto the platform of India, that's SRCC, the prestigious and the most prodigious College of Delhi University. We take the privilege of thanking Mr. Dhruv Suri sir, founder Delverage Technologies. This couldn't have been possible this couldn't have been possible without the panel of ladies that we had here, and we thank here Professor Aruna Jha ma'am, Vice Principal SRCC, and our entire team seated onto the front row, including Swapna ma'am, Kanika ma'am, and the entire convening team. The event had been convened by the great efforts of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Global Counter-Terrorism Council, and has been hosted onto the platform of SRCC. Well, to talk about that, yes, we had the global partners here, and to talk about and to name a few of them, in fact, all of them right away. It includes Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, which had been the true pioneer into leading this AI pre-summit, to talking about Digital India, Power to Empower, India AI, and AI Impact Summit. I also take this opportunity on behalf of GCTC, SRCC, and loads of other partners here. We thank our mega partners, that's Bharat Electronics and Coal India. All right, so do we have our heartbeats pumping up for a dance performance? Now that we've learned so much from the domains of the EdTech, now let's look forward to the real-time action on the stage. So keep your hearts pumping as we have the dance performance coming up here in a few moments. Students, may I request you to please rise in respect of our guests leaving the dais. Can we have a standing ovation for them, please? Now, this is something that AI can't make it possible. We have to ensure it happens in real, and not only into the reels that we view time and again. Thank you so much, esteemed dignitaries, the conveners who've brought all of us together under this one roof. Well, we now proceed towards a dance performance. Well, do keep on waiting, the ones who are trying to leave. We have the results to be announced. Students, may I request you to stay back for the results to be announced. Well, there had been an intense competition, which I suppose you would have strategized to win. Well, in the meantime, that the best efforts are, okay, we are ready with the dance, right?
या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः नमो नमः श्री चामुण्डेश्वरि पालय माम् चामुण्डेश्वरि पालय माम् कृपा करि शङ्करि श्रितजनपालिनि महाबलाद्रिवासिनि महिषासुरमर्दिनि श्री चामुण्डेश्वरि पालय माम् कृपा करि शङ्करि श्रितजनपालिनि महाबलाद्रिवासिनि महिषासुरमर्दिनि श्री चामुण्डेश्वरि पालय माम् काकानिशकरसन्निभवदन्ये राजीवलोचने रमणीयकुन्दरदने रक्षितभुवने मणिरशने मूकवाक्प्रदान वीख्याते मुनिवरनुत सुप्रीते श्रीकरतारक मन्त्रतोषितचित्ते सदा नमस्ते सनिधरि सनिध पद निप मगध मगरि सरि गप मगरि सरि गपद मगरि गपद सरि गप मगरि सरि गपद सनिध पद सरि गपद सरि गपद सनिधरि सरि रि सनिधप मगरि सरि रि गप भगद सनिधरि सनिधप गप मगरि सरि गपद श्री चामुण्डेश्वरि पालय माम् कृपा करि शङ्करि श्रितजनपालिनि महाबलाद्रिवासिनि नमो नमः नमः
Well, that was a fabulous performance. Well, talking about where we are going global with the AI impact, we have to not forget the roots. So I think this deserves a huge round of applause, louder than where you had been clapping before. I'm sure the ones who are present here are eager to know about the results, that who gets lucky after the hard work that they've put in for this competition. That's AI India Idea Impact Challenge. Keep yourself waiting here and keep on praying that you come into the list here of being a winner. But before that, we now look towards here for the closing remarks, wherein we say that as partners, we are all up, and we are all going to harbor the dreams together, not as me and yours, but as us. And these concluding remarks come from the patron of GCTC, the ones who had been the conveners, had been organizers for this mega event for 2 days, the Global AI Impact 2026, from where I see not the road, but the roadmap to the excellence and the high productivity of each one of us present under the roof and all those who've been connected with us. So let's hear from Mr. Suresh Prabhu, sir, the former Cabinet Minister, Government of India. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Mr. Suresh Prabhu, sir. The former... May we please have it unmuted, please? The IT team, backstage. May I please have the Google Meet unmuted? The technical team, may I request once again to unmute the Google Meet. May we request, sir, may we request Suresh Prabhu, sir, to please unmute yourself? May we request you to please unmute yourself, sir? May we request the technical team for the sound provisions here for the Google Meet.
Prabhu sir, good evening. I would request you to kindly unmute your mic, please.
They muted us again. Yeah. Sir, may we request you to please unmute? Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. We hope we are audible to you. Good evening, Mr. Suresh Prabhu, sir.
सर इसमें अनम्यूट करके बोल दीजिए आप
Suresh Prabhu sir, I would request you to kindly unmute your mic and you can start your remarks, please. Suresh Prabhu sir, you are muted. Please unmute your mic. Yeah. Please
Please
unmute your
unmute
mic,
your
sir.
mic, sir.
Please unmute
Please
your mic,
unmute your
sir.
mic, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, let me congratulate my dear friend Aditya Tikku as well as the Global Anti-Terrorism Council for putting together this important program. As we all know, we used to always say at a time of marriage, at least in some Western culture, it's a very common practice to say at the time of marriage that till death do us apart, we'll be together. But looks like with the AI now including our lives, we can say even after death do us apart, we'll be with AI. Because it is actually getting into each and every aspect of our normal life. The functions that AI is performing today are normally would have been done either by us or in a feudal society. Somebody will hire somebody to do the job for him. Now, as therefore, probably AI is also becoming feudal by saying, AI assistant, I will be with you. I'll be a valet. But over a period of time, as we have seen in some societies, like there have been some people who were slaves, but the slaves also staged a coup and the slaves became the kings. There's many examples, including Chinese society. One of the dynasties of Chinese, a few dynasties of the Chinese, was slaves dynasty. So today, AI is being used as a companion, as a friend, philosopher, guide, of course. But I hope it doesn't stage a coup one day and AI becomes the supreme commander of human mind. And I think the way it is going, and this is, mind you, this is the first generation AI. I keep saying this all the time. So as we go along, you'll see a huge exponential growth in technology with the application of AI and all of that. And therefore, over a period of time, we'll see AI assuming far more greater importance in our lives than today. GCTC is an anti-terrorism council looking at many important strategic issues. It is an organization which brings together so the top thinkers, not just of India, but of the world. And they try to deliberate, debate, strategize on some of the challenges before the global community. And we always believed that terrorism is a global issue. It cannot be dealt only by one country unless all join hands who are the victims of terrorism today are likely to be the ones in the years to come. Because terrorism is spreading at a faster pace than what one could have imagined some years ago. And therefore, in that context, we have to look at the concept and the mandate of GCTC, we have to look at how much AI will influence this activity. As I speak now, there's a very interesting report published by Heritage Foundation. Those who are familiar with Heritage Foundation, it's a think tank based in the United States with substantial operations in Washington, DC and other places. And it's a think tank very close to the thought of Republican values, the Republican Party values, conservatism. And this particular think tank, Heritage Foundation, has a huge influence, at least on the present administration. Once upon a time, there was a person, Mr. Pearl, who used to look after that, and he used to represent the neocons, as they used to call neoconservatives. Not the cons means those who con. And this particular Heritage Foundation report, just published, and the US administration, present administration, asked them to redact it substantially. Because this report talks about a possible scenario in which US has an obligation to defend Taiwan from any aggression. And China is committed to take over Taiwan. According to China, this is part of Chinese territory, has been part of China till Chiang Kai-shek went there and set up his base there after the Communist Revolution. And China is committed to take it back. So this report talks about the consequences of that possible action. And this report is quite, I would say, worrying, because it says that it might bring down the global GDP by 10%. Just imagine. It will inflict huge cost and damages to United States. And that's why the US administration asked them to redact it. Why I'm mentioning it here? This report is essentially talking about this scenario and what is the information they collected. The entire information on which this report is prepared is on the basis of all the available information. So where there is nothing classified, nothing that they have stolen as a state secret. And the Heritage Foundation has claimed that this report has been prepared thanks to AI, based on all available information, working on possible scenarios. And that scenario implies that there will be huge damage if there is a conflict, military conflict. When US, under the obligation, goes to defend the territorial interest of Taiwan, and China committed to take over that part of their own territory as they claim, it will have a huge negative impact on the US. Why I'm saying this is because our council essentially deals with strategic issues. I would request my friend Aditya and his very competent, eminent, and extremely committed team to look at this AI as a tool to actually do this type of forecasting on the strategic issues, not on anything else. We can always write a story using AI. We can make a fantastic poem, and a wife of a husband will start wondering, my dear, we never realized in last 50 years of marriage that he is a poet. How can you write such fantastic poetry? Then she'll realize AI is the cause of this. So I'm not talking about his poetry and prose and talking about storytelling or making something else, making someone undress. That is what AI is doing today. But work on a very important aspect of strategic challenges that we, at least in India, would face in the years ahead. And what is that you can do to prepare a report, to advise, to guide, to make sure that this will benefit the government? Can you do that? That's the important aspect of the intervention that one can make by doing this. So Aditya, I'm just giving you food for thought. I'm actually in a very remote area working on something important. And I never knew that I have a program. My office was telling me that they're following up, but there was no response because they didn't use AI. Otherwise, the response would have been better, right? But so therefore, I would urge you that you must have a good brainstorming session on AI and strategic issues and how can one work on that. So let me stop here. I am thankful to you all for letting me join into these important deliberations. And I'm sure this will result into something very concrete and something very substantial to address the challenge. So rather than AI is a threat, as I said, one day it will turn from slave to king. But while that process will happen one day, I'm sure, but at least now, you have to work on using AI as a tool for our own good. And this is one area which I mentioned coming out of the GCTC's mandate. So thank you, my dear friend. All the best to you.
Sorry.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting that artificial intelligence is the artificial influence that is into deep fakes for our own identities. And there's a huge digital landscape that we are thwarted with into the form of threat. So let's see, are we going to embrace this threat and take ourselves forward into mapping all these situations for possibilities? Why? Because there are loads of opportunities of going ahead. So the secret to decode success lies with looking at everything with highest positivity. So thank you so much, sir, for those stimulating words of wisdom. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir, please? Well, I'm sure that you are going to understand that being safe and trusted for the next generation is the next struggle. Where we talk about being digizens, we are going to navigate onto these digital landscape, but definitely with loads of privacy to ourselves and a lot of protection. Thank you so much, sir, patron GCTC, to take our thought processes forward. Now to think about that, yes, coming back to the question, who has won? When we talk about the AI India Idea Impact Challenge, who has won? For the results of the same, I am very privileged to call upon and request Professor Paromita Datta ma'am, Advisor GCTC, and may I also request Prakash Singh sir, patron GCTC, to kindly come over to the dais and grace the winners here. May I request you to come over and please congratulate the winner, but who is he or she? That will be told very soon. Can we hear it for Prakash, sir? Patron GCTC. May I request Paromita Datta ma'am to kindly accompany him? Yes, now I'm sure you are thinking, your heart's throbbing and pumping. Oh, and the pace is going really high. But yes, let's look into this digital space. Who has won? May I request Paromita Datta ma'am to kindly announce the results.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर ज्योति. आई एम श्योर आप लोग सुबह से इसी बात का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि किसने इस चैलेंज कंपटीशन को जीता है. सो विदाउट actually taking any more time, I would request Team Groovi to please come on the dais and accept the award. I would also, we will declare award of rupees 5,000, but it will be credited into your account in some days as per the rules and regulations of Government of India. So please give a big hand to this young boy.
We also request Aditya sir and Sapna ma'am to kindly join us on stage. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Big round of applause, man.
एक सेकंड मुझे हम जब भी किसी इवेंट किसी फंक्शन को करते हैं हम सबको अवार्ड करते हैं, हमारे स्पीकर्स, हमारे सेशन चेयर्स, हमारे विनर्स. लेकिन जो लोग इस पूरे हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, हमारे सेमिनार्स का जो पूरा सूत्रधार बनते हैं वो है हमारे एंकर्स. सो बिना उनको ऑनर किए हम अपने इवेंट को क्लोज नहीं कर सकते. सो आई वुड रियली रिक्वेस्ट प्रोफेसर ज्योति कुकरेजा एंड डॉक्टर कनिका गांधी, सो प्लीज कम ऑन द डायस.
We request the SRCC team to also kindly join us on stage, students and faculties alike. Please join us on stage.
I would request the team GCTC backend. 3 cheers for GCTC backend. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Yes. बेटा प्रकाश सिंह सर को आगे सर प्लीज आगे अक्षत, विभा, खुशबू, अमीना.
Can we also have the SRCC students who made the presentations and Makunga?
अभी सब कुछ कर रहे हैं. टीम SRCC जल्दी से I would request the team SRCC and GCTC to kindly join in for a group photo, please. Amina. Where is Amina? Hello. Team NDIM, please join us. NDIM. विजय सर आप भी आइए और बाकी अमीना वगैरह को जल्दी. देखो एक्सरसाइज हो गई हाँ गुड हो गया ना